chat. 0 points. You disappoint me, chat. You can do better than 0. Come on, guys. Come on. Okay, all right. It's a pretty hard game. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'll give you that, chat. It's pretty hard. What's up, everybody? How are you? Good morning. Welcome in. Oh, my fucking Christ. This is why we can't have nice things, chat. This is why we can't have nice things. What are you doing with the bugs? To having another oopsie in their convention under their supervisor. Who would have guessed? I mean, not only did he drop somebody on their fucking face, but he dropped me off the drinks. Yeah, definitely quite a bit more than just a oopsie whoopsie. I made a fucky wucky. It's pretty bad. It would what? Stop blowing me up, chat. Stop blowing me up. I'm. Jesus Christ. Nah, Twitch is cooked. Twitch is absolutely cooked after all this stuff. I am so absolutely just floored by what happened to Emery. I mean, I was seeing all this, you know, right after stream yesterday, right? Because, of course, we have tea time, right? So I'm taking a look at everything after, and I'm just like, what the fuck happened, dude? I mean, absolutely deplorable. You know, they're 100% responsible, right? Of course, they already banned her bodyguard already at one point, and then on top of that, there's literally a lot of streamers decided not to go for safety reasons. And guess what they do? They fuck up safety. The one thing that is a non-negotiable. They did not do their proper security setup. They really did not actually do their jobs. And I will tell you, somebody that has been to a lot of events, has been part of events and running events, and, you know, even working at Disney, seeing how they did events. Safety is always the #1 priority. And obviously, Twitch just doesn't give enough of a fuck to actually put stuff in place in the way that they should have. So I'm really glad that people are seriously calling this out, because it's absolutely horrible behavior. I cannot believe that this is going on right now. And people get away with it. I mean, this guy pretty much got away with it, right? I mean, like, they let him walk around for a few hours after it happened. I mean, that's deplorable, guys. Absolutely horrible. I'm gonna let you know, we are gonna dive into this situation in greater detail. Probably on Friday is when we'll get to it. Because my goal for this week, yeah, well, no, he got it definitely banned overall. Was Ricky assaulted too? I didn't see that. What the fuck? Oh yeah, it's just a small indie company. Like, guys, safety is always the #1 priority. And the way that this queue was set up, I'm gonna be real, was not set up in a way to protect the streamers. Remember, guys, these are literally like, they're celebrities, you know what I mean? They're literal celebrities. So for there to be such dodgy setups for everything is just absolutely deplorable. So we're definitely going to discuss this a bit more in the future. I do want to dive back into the SINDER document today, part number 6. We're going to finish up the analyst part, dive into the Silver Veil part. We're trying to finish it up for the rest of the week. My goal this week, guys, is to catch up on all of our news. That's my goal. So I want to catch up on not the photograph. Chibi Doki got screwed up too. I saw that as well. Really fucked up. Last week was the week of SINDER. That's so true. Yeah, Milky decided to leave, but I think it's because she gets kind of like socially overwhelmed. But yeah, she decided to leave, so I did see that as well. Yeah, it's just really sad. It's really sad how everything was going on with this entire thing. But we're gonna discuss everything. My goal this week is to catch up on all of our news. So let me break it down for you, chat. Today we're going to go through SINDER's document. Tomorrow we have memes. Tuesday we're going to be diving into the document again. I'm hoping... I don't want to go back to the photograph. No. When it was just a normal photograph. I hate it here. So, now I think that's just like con things, right? All that stuff is like way more expensive than it should. Oh my shit, did we get a dance party? Did we just get a dance party, chat? Oh, it's chat's dance party! This is my favorite one. Look at Chad. Look at him. Look at Chad, a bunch of clowns. Look at their clowning. Look at it being all goofy. Do, 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 do. Yeah, baby. Oh my god. This is the absolute best dance party. I believe we're getting close. Yeah, we are getting close to dance.
Back to that photograph. It reminds me of the photograph. Before the photo of that photograph.
I'm sorry, you were doing what?
When it was just a normal photograph.
Guys, it's just a dance party. It's not that serious. Yeah, it ain't that serious, guys. Oh my lord. So, we're gonna catch up on news. I'm hoping to finish this in the document Tuesday or Wednesday. Why does that sound like Yomi? I'm hoping to catch up on VTuber news. Finish up the SINDER document either Tuesday or Wednesday. And then while we have a dance party, Thursday we're gonna do a big VTuber news catch up. And then Friday we're gonna catch up on non-VTuber news. And then we'll be ready to go. So a lot of catching up to do, but a lot of news. So buckle in for a big week this week, guys. It's gonna be a big one. So yeah, that's right. We got 3 hours left, almost 4 hours left. I believe subs are 35% off. Is that true? Is that true, chat? Do you see that? Damn it. Long time to see. What's up, Legendary? How are you? Yeah, long time. You ever sure? What if a lot of guys done something like stabbed her? Right, exactly. I mean, he had like a pin or something. He had something, you know? Oh, yeah, Ruby. Well, it's worth the energy, right? It's worth the fine C. It should be, like, activated on your end, right? Like on the top. Is that not true? I would say, oh, okay, all right. That's what I was wondering. So, yes, we're going to dive into the rest of the SINDER document. We're going to finish up the breakdown, which is time out, the nanolith speculation, and then, of course, we're going to continue on to the other section. So, guys, I don't want to dilly-dally, because I know this is going to take a lot of time. So, everybody do me a favor, type news! And we're going to hop right the fuck into it.
My hunger for souls.
I wasn't aware that you ate souls. I mean, yeah, I guess we could just feed you, chat. That's fine. Yeah, we don't need them anyway. We can just feed you, chat. Everybody that gets fired, we'll just feed them to you. Yeah, we'll just feed them to you. Nid, what the fuck? No. I'm coughing my lungs out. No. Thank you for the 10 gifted, Nid. Let's fucking go. 10 things killing time. Google Donkey. Google Donkey. Oh my god. Coughing my lungs out. Oh, I meant to tell you all yesterday. Yo, Skull, thank you for the 333. I can't even hear where your message is because everything is breaking right now. Everything is exploding. Please help me. Thank you for the dono. I appreciate it. Chat is having a solo. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So yesterday, chat, guess what I did? Ian took me to Olive Garden. It was amazing. God damn it. Ian took me to Olive Garden. It was amazing. God damn it. Okay, there we go. There we go. Ian took me to Olive Garden. It was amazing. It was the greatest day of my life. As much as we kept talking about it. Oh my god, it was so good. That endless pasta. I could barely eat the endless pasta, but it was so good. I know I got the breadsticks. And we had a really nice waitress. And she was like, how much cheese do you want? I was just like, just give it all to me. Thank you so much, Nid, for the 10. Thank you for the hype chain, y'all. And of course, thank you as well for the dono there as well. Thank you so much for that. Olive Garden for the, bro, I was so happy. It's exactly what I wanted. It was so good. It was so good. Charlotte get punished. She got 3% shares. What do you mean she got punished? Yeah, what do you mean she got punished? No, fuck. Whack! I already owe. No. I already owe stuff for the other day. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Walk. I appreciate you for the 50 gifted zombies. Let's get the celebration. The Crab, the Skelly, Willie McGuire, they're all here, baby. Thank you so much, Walk. What the fuck, dude? No. Oh my god. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate all of your support. Seriously. Thank you so much.
Hello.
What do you mean? What do you mean, hello? Oh, thank you for the tint! Oh my god. I'm gonna owe you guys so many wheel spins. I mean, I already owe you like 19 wheel spins, but it was so good, wasn't it? It was so good. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate all your support. Shatter Dragon, thank you for the 5 as well. Y'all are dropping the gift boxes here today. Holy shit. Thank you so much, guys. You don't have to do all this, okay? We can just let this subathon end. That's a good idea, right? We should just let the subathon end. I think it's a great idea, chat. Don't you agree? Just let it in. That's really good. I love that idea. I love that idea. Oh my god, thank you guys. Wait, level 10 hype train. Alright, I'll tell you what, chat. I'll make you a deal. Do you want to make a deal with me today, chat? Alright, I have a deal for you. Here we go. If we hit a level so about that deal I was gonna make. Never mind. Viper, what the fuck is wrong with you? 200 subs. Dude. Thank you so much. What the fuck? I can't right now. My brain is broken. I can't. I can't. This is too early for this shit. I cannot right now. What the fuck is... I'm dying right now. I'm dying, and poor Soul King is raiding right now, and it's fucking going nuts in here. What's up, Soul King? All right, look. First off, everybody right now, I need you all to say thank you to Wapper and, of course, Walking, everybody that gifted subs. I want to see some W's in the chat right now.
You're going to be small and stuffing forever if you keep using that stupid excuse! Shut up! I don't have to drink it if I don't wanna!
Soul King, thank you so much for the raid. Holy shit, Wapper, thank you so much for all of the subs. My chat is breaking, dude. Thank you so much. Holy fucking shit. Guys, literally, give a huge thank you. Alright, so look. But maybe you can ping the Discord for me. Alright, here we go, chat. I'm gonna make you a deal. Right now, we're in level 17 hype chain. I'm gonna make you a deal. If we get to a level 20 hype chain, not only will I give you a smooch, but on top of that, chat, I will add 8 hours to the subathon timer. 8 hours, baby. 8 more hours. I will add it if we get to a level 20. You're like, well, fuck the hours. A smooch you saved. Fonz, if you can pick the Discord for me, I appreciate it. You're a glutton for pain. Yeah, I am. You a smooch way to ruin it. What about Nuggies? No, Nuggies. No, those are mine. You can't have any of those. You've chosen death. Scope, I have a question. I have a question, Scope. Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me? You realize that I owe you guys 65 wheel spins? Thank you so much for the 25, guys. Seriously. You know, we can just let the timer go all the way down to 0. You know that? That seems like a good idea. I think that's fine. Here, let's look at the sub timer for a second. Yeah, we can just let it go down. Wait a second! You already hit the plus 8. Wait, no. You already get plus 8 hours. You already no. Wait. Time out. I didn't know that was a thing. Wow, that's so strange that was on there. Yeah, we did. What? I quit. Simba, thank you for the 5 and Whopper. Okay, dude, put the fucking credit card down. Simba, thank you for the 5. Whopper, what are you doing, dude? What are you actually doing? Okay, I'm about to fucking cry. I'm not doing this today. I'm not doing this today. I don't want to cry. Please, I don't want to cry. Hold on, I'm drinking my coffee. I'm drinking my coffee. Rewind. Thank you for the 5 as well. You get a cramp. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. What are you doing? Hold on. I need to drink my coffee. I'm about to fucking like piss myself. Piss, shitting, throwing up. Oh, well, by the way, Chad, I did get fired yesterday, so apparently I can't even run my own fucking stream.
Look at this photograph. It's a photo of a photograph. There's another fucking photograph.
Go on.
No!
Cry your little bitch tears.
Rewind, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Shadow Dragon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Fatman, thank you for the gifted subs. And guys, Viper is certainly absolutely popping off. Please make sure that we get lots of W's in the chat. Holy titties right now. My God, what is wrong with you, chat? Thank you all so much for all of your support, guys. This is way too much. We can let them Silver, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Oh, I gotta fin up. Holy shit, guys. Thank you so much. This is too much. Only 54 more days. Fuck. What booba? Oh, yeah, none. No, there's no booba, chat. There's none. Yeah, we don't have any booba here. Clearly no booba is here, chat. Yeah, absolutely none. There's 0 booba even existing up in here. Good Lord, thank God they're strapped in. My Lord. 0 booba. Guys, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you and all of yours. God damn it, fuck you. Fuck you and your fucking Buddy Holly. Bro, I'm literally about to cover Buddy Holly just so I can do the new just for you guys. When I open up my Patreon, I'm literally gonna be like, all right, chat, do you want the fucking Buddy Holly? Like, is that the one you want? What? Flapper, dude! What the fuck? No, you already did too much! Oh my, you already did too much! You're telling me that I have to add an extra 16 hours?
a photo of a photograph. There's another fucking photograph.
My
Anyway,
fucking
I'm gonna do
Christ.
since I'm over this document and Cinder situation. I moved on. So wishing you good luck and respect for doing this. Stay amazing
I
and
appreciate that,
awesome, Elara.
JW. Thank you
Here's
so
some
much.
beats and I go lurk now.
I appreciate that, JW. Thank you so much.
Booba.
Booba, yeah, Booba. Booba. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate all of you guys. This is way too much. Whapper, dude, put the credit card. Put the credit card down, Whapper. Please put it down, dude. Y'all are fucking nuts. Thank you all so much. I want celebrations and love to everybody that gifted subs right now. Y'all are actually insane. I don't have fucking words. I can't say thank you.
To that photograph. It reminds me of the photograph.
I don't give a fuck about the fucking photograph.
Just a normal photograph.
Oh my god. It's very fun Philly segment, the whole last ever. Yeah, we need to like put that somewhere, Shadow. Thank you for reminding me. But guys, this is so much. Thank you so much from the very bottom of my heart for all of your support. Guys, this is like this is way too much sometimes. I appreciate you all keeping the subathon going. I want to make a year too, so I really do appreciate you guys for all of your support. Thank you all so much. Sincerely, y'all are absolutely incredible. To my top gifted people, I owe you so many like individual rewards, and I promise I'm gonna get to them. Thank you all so much, guys. Thank you. Yes, I will add it tomorrow. I got you, Whapper. I will add it tomorrow. So technically tomorrow, you're actually gonna get 16 hours added. Oh yeah, definitely, because Olive Garden cost me that much. Oh my god, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you all. Y'all are absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, guys. Y'all are great. No, bro. I'm swimming on my face. Please, Twitch, don't ban me. Please, Twitch, don't ban me. Please, Twitch, don't ban me. Oh my god. Well, we're getting banned anyway. Might as well. Might as well, chat. I mean, we're getting banned anyway, so what are they gonna do? Ban me in TwitchCon? No, please don't ban me. Please don't ban me. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate all of your support. Well, thank you for resubscribing, guys. Thank you so much. I cannot say thank you enough. Y'all guys do way too much for me. I don't deserve all this. I don't deserve all this. Thank you so much, guys. Well, see you in a week. Y'all made me laugh so hard. I'm like coughing out like so much phlegm. Like it's crazy. Thank you guys so much. Sincerely. A level 20 hype train is actually nuts as fuck. Thank you so much. And they're gonna pay me like Imru's bodyguard. That's so fucked up. I thought I'm collaborating with Shy Lily. Bro, Shy Lily barely knows who I am. Like I think we used to follow each other when she first debuted. I think that is the closest I ever got to knowing her, you know? Also watching a zebra make a gator purse. What the fuck is that? Guys, thank you again so much, Whapper. Thank you. I do owe you, well, I did promise you I would give you something, so I guess I gotta keep my promise or whatever. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but... Okay, here you go, chat. Mwah. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you all. This is too much sometimes. Y'all are actually too much sometimes. Thank you so much, guys. Wow, Ruin, I'm calling the cops. Whoa, chill out there, Emery Stalker. I'm gonna get mono now. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Y'all are way too much. I don't even know what to say sometimes because y'all are just crazy. Thank you. I'm gonna keep saying thank you like a million times because I don't know what else to say, but thank you guys so much for all of your support. I do want to get through the document, of course, because I know that we have a lot more to read. So I do want to get started, but again, thank you guys so much for all of your support. I owe you. You know, I'm going to upgrade it to 100 wheel spins, okay, chat? we were close enough, so I'll just do 100 wheel spins. But we will do this more towards the end of stream, guys. So, again, thank you so much. Without further ado, let's get back into it. We only have about 30 pages left of this in part of the breakdown, and we'll get into the silver rail part. So, let's do it, guys.
Throughout this document, I've been basing my argument on the assumption that Nano didn't share the full story of what happened between her and Red to Shylily, my friends, and the public, and instead lied to save her ass, as Shylily would say. Why? Here is what that led me to believe this was the case. Nano had Shylily on her side from the start because she was the one who told Nano she was being manipulated. No matter the story she told or little evidence she showed, Shylily would back Nano up to my friends.
There's still 30 pages left of the breakdown section, yeah, so again, we've got through most of this, right? We moved through it as fast as we can, but it's still a lot.
Nano
It's still a
couldn't
lot.
go to bow herself about what she showed Shylily because she would have had to show the
This is
full
just all
context of
speculation,
Bao's
you know what I
model
mean?
being
This is
cancelled
all
to
just
her.
speculation.
Nano had Shylily contact Bao so she could explain things and vouch for her story. Nano also wasn't going to show Shylily what she said about her best friend Bao. The
I mean,
exclusivity
I
deal
might
between
believe
Red
that.
and Nano
I
had
might
nothing
believe that.
tangible happen to anyone other than Nano
I need
as
my
a
notes.
result of it, including Bao's model being cancelled, something Bao never hinted at knowing. Nano could have lied about it never being agreed to without ever showing the full DMs, just like it's lied about never happening in her document that Shylily presumably wrote for her.
I mean, I think the thing at the end of the day, right? Kind of move something that you have to remember is, you know, we already know that Shylily, I'm sorry, that Nanolis did not tell the full truth of the story, right? Like we understand that, right? But it still doesn't take away from the fact that, again, that you influenced her to make the decisions that she did, right? So let me bring up all of my notes, chat, because we have quite a lot of those that I want to keep up with. By the way, when it's highlighted in purple, that just means that it's pinned to the top. In case you ever wanted to know. Anyway, let's continue here. So, I mean, yes, we agree that Nano is responsible for not showing the entirety of the truth. I agree with that, right? That is problematic. But again, that still doesn't take away from the fact that you influence them and you continue not to take responsibility for that.
The exclusivity deal between Red and Nano had nothing tangible happen to anyone other than Nano as a result of it, including Bao's model being cancelled, something Bao never hinted at knowing. Nano could have lied about it never being agreed to without ever showing the full DMs, just like it's lied about never happening in her document that Shylily presumably wrote for her.
Again, here's the issue, right? Nothing tangible happened, right? It's not about the tangibility of something happening, right? Because if somebody's model got canceled, right? Yeah, that's one thing to talk about, right? You got a lot of things to catch up on. Oh, trust me, Astro, I know. I spent all last week covering this, but I've been keeping up on my end, everything going on. We're gonna have a big catch up on Thursday, but yes, we understand that nothing tangible happened, but why can you not accept the fact that the fact of you going through and influencing somebody to cancel their model is problematic, right? That's the issue. It's not so much that, yes, nothing came of it, but it's the act of doing it, right, that is problematic. Of going through and allowing the influence to happen, and of course, the way that you were very insecure about Silvervale all of that stuff is problematic, right? So I just don't, again, I don't see, yes, why that might be the case. Why are we splitting hairs about it? Just take the responsibility. Like that, you could have just done that and we'd be done. This document be one page long.
Past model cancellations on us under the excuse of years of manipulation that Shy Lily gave her. All of my friends, including Shy Lily, were all saying that all of this was happening over years and going on for so long when nothing was. They all used that timeline to support their belief that there was no way I didn't know about the few things Red actually did without telling me.
You're gonna have to give up on that one.
Her stream when talking about making her decision to make everything public, Bao said, and I know that for so many people to be affected that it was the right decision to do. If my friends had the full story, they would have known nothing was happening over years. Nano wasn't manipulated, and she was guilty of affecting so many people with her own cancellations.
This whole sentence right here is just factually wrong. My friends have the full story. Okay, yes, I agree that they should have the full story for Nanolist, absolutely. But even with that full story now, that doesn't change the fact of what you did, right? We do understand, number one, that it was over years, right? This type of behavior that Red was exhibiting was since 2023. So by facts, this is not an opinion. This is a fact, chat. The DMs go back to 2023, talking about Silvervale, all the jealousy, etc., right? Laying those little, feeds of influence, right? It is a fact, not an opinion, that this was going on for years, since 2023. It's a fact. It's not opinion anymore. You just have to accept that. Nano wasn't manipulated. That is untrue. Nano was influenced by Red, and you as well, right? You were okay with a lot of the DMs, as you stated. It maybe manipulated is too wrong of a word, but I think influenced is the correct word. But Nano was 100% influenced, right? And then she was guilty of affecting so many people with her own cancellation. A lot of people were affected by it. That's not false. So again, you throughout this document, I feel like that she's tried to split hairs and just prove stuff. But all she's really done is just back more the ideology that her idea of splitting hairs and trying to just prove everything really just ended up making it worse. And again, that's why I feel like this document has not been helpful for her, you know? Yeah, so again, here's all these DMs. We've already seen all these. I'm not going to reread them because we've seen them 5 times now.
The decision to make things public was left up to Bao, and if she didn't say something, no one else would. Even though all of the alleged evidence of wrongdoing was in Nano's DMs, who claimed she was the victim of abuse and manipulation and sabotage of other tubers for years, she wasn't going to make a statement on her own.
But again, I'm going to go back to some of my original notes here. But why is it problematic? Why is it problematic that they got together, shared their notes, and Shy Lily supported Nanolist to release her statement? What is wrong with that? Well, inherently, again, chat, what is the problem with all of that? There's nothing wrong with that, right? You get your receipts together, you support each other when you release a statement. There's nothing bad about that.
Red asking Nano not to work with Spite wasn't shown in her document, even with other messages about Spite being included. Why? You'd think it'd support her story of sabotaging other creators. I
because she didn't want to bring her into
it. Document, or to my friends at all, because Red didn't manipulate Nano to do it. Red asked her, and Nano gladly and willingly agreed with him. The same way she didn't show her gladly and willingly agreeing to the exclusivity deal. She wasn't manipulated, and her story would fall apart.
The reason that she didn't mention her, in my opinion, would be to keep her out of it, right? She didn't want to bring somebody else into it, right? But again, like, because Red did manipulate Nano to do it. Red certainly influenced her to do it, right? Kind of weird question, but okay, we requested you don't work with somebody. Again, how does this help your argument? You know what I mean? Like, how does this help your argument at all? Screenshots we've already seen, right? I just want to ask if you're okay with being one Hellhound exclusive. Again, you You influence. You asked certain questions. You slowly poked at her. You told her, hey, your models should not be as special. You asked her certain people not to be worked with. What do you think about that? You influence them, period. Stop dancing around this fact. You have not taken responsibility for it. And again, the fact that you sit here and have Red as part of your team still to this day really just shows that you do not understand fundamentally what the problem is with this entire issue.
Nano replied to Silvervale's documents saying, I literally can't believe this, as if she didn't know exactly how and why Silvervale's model was really cancelled. If my friends had seen everything, they would have known Nano was guilty of doing this herself.
That's not what this is. She's saying like, I didn't think much of a time as Cinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. He celebrated we shared art despite the fact that at the same time she redacted her actually we're going to take the potential way. He's so okay, you're giving me some stuff in the mail. She didn't know that Cinder, that you had messaged her. That's it. She's not talking about the other part. I know this is a speculative part, but your assumptions are really, really like strong. You know what I mean? I gotta be honest. I think including a speculative section hurts your arguments more than anything. But again, I know, as Wak has reminded us very smartly, this is not a defense document, right? It's more just admit certain stuff, try to disprove a few things, and that's it, right? But I just think, again, fundamentally, she's missing the point.
Bao's document doesn't crop out Nano's message calling her exclusivity deal with Red fair. If Bao knew everything that happened and was just trying to lie to protect Nano, this message would have been cropped like it is in Nano's document, which Shilely had a big hand in putting together.
I think she's just trying to
My
paint her
friend's
as some
confirmation bias
manipulator.
towards me because of Numi's concert and Bao's feelings of isolation gave Nano the cover to leave out details in her story and what was shown to them. They weren't concerned with Nano's actions, but the actions they were convinced I did by her and Shilely. I believe Shilely pushed everything along to be executed in a matter of days, and Bao was given the choice to make everything public when she wasn't in a great headspace after surgery. There also wasn't a lot of time to think the evidence over, and no one communicated with me to find out my side of the story.
I will say again that I do think they should have reached out to her. I think that would have been better to handle it privately, but nonetheless, we do know why they decided not to do that. And it was their decision, right, chat? So, I mean, it is a point if you want to contend against it. Absolutely. That is your opinion, and you own the right to that, right? But I think the reason it came out with it makes sense. To a point, yes. Do I disagree with some of it as well? Yeah, a little bit. But was there a perfect way to do it? Not really. So,
is it more believable that one person lied, with the support of another, to convince my friends of their story, or that almost a dozen people, all of my closest friends, all willingly agreed to and conspired to publicly lie about me in a matter of days? When I started this document, I was under the belief that all of my friends lied about what happened to protect Nano and hurt me for Bao's sake. As naive as it may be of me, and even though there's evidence for that actually being what happened too, I'm choosing to believe that wasn't the case. If I'm wrong about Nano lying to my friends, and they actually did see everything in her DMs, then that means they all lied about me.
Again, what this sentence right here is so just off the point, right? If I'm wrong about Nano lying to my friends, I actually did see everything in her DMs, so that means they all lied about me. The point here is that you're saying that this means they all lied about me. This right here is factually incorrect. This is you, again, not taking accountability for the influence that you and Red applied to Nano. Why can we not accept that fact? You know what I mean? And I think it boils down maybe to ego. I don't know. I almost wish, like, in a way, my dream, chat, my dream thing would be to sit down with Red, not Cinder, with Red, and ask Red a bunch of questions to understand how he thinks, so that way I can understand how he thinks and try to convince him for the fact that he influenced them and how he needs to take accountability for that. Because I just don't understand their thought process, even to this day.
It is also plausible Nano shared more of her DMs with Shilely than the rest of my friends since she helped Nano put her document together, helping her lie. Even though she claimed she was a victim, Nano didn't hesitate to post the most recent artwork I commissioned from her only 2 days after she posted her document.
Again, I don't know how this is really, like, problematic. I forgot to post since the debuted now, so we just don't waste. I mean, is she just like, hey, like, I worked really hard on this. It's really sad considering everything, but here's the artwork, right? My biggest thing about this is just she's framing it as lie. They lied. They didn't lie, though. They really didn't lie. Like, yes, I agree with you, Cinder. Nano did not tell the full story, and that is problematic. But when you go and look at everything, right, that's in here, right? You still influenced her. You still absolutely did that, and you not taking accountability for that shows that, in my opinion, you just haven't grown. You took these 5 months to try to split hairs, try to create problems about things that are speculatory instead of actually sticking to the facts. Anyway, let's continue.
Shilely was involved in everything from the start and came out of this the hero. There isn't a lot of hard evidence of
probably
it,
so
but due to her actions and things she's said, I believe she may have manipulated everyone and how everything played out. She seemed to have a lot of knowledge about how a narcissistic manipulator would act, so let's look at her own actions.
I think again, this is trying to paint Lily in the worst light possible.
She was being lied to and manipulated by Red about the things he was saying when she wasn't.
I think one thing to acknowledge here about the Shy Lily part is Shy Lily absolutely fucking roasted her that one stream, right? She really went off. And was that the most professional thing to do? Absolutely not, it wasn't. But I understand, like, empathetically, why Lily would be that way, right? You know, she was coping with it. She was trying to get everything out. She was pissed, right? She was pissed on behalf of her friends. I think that her behavior is understandable. Doesn't make it right, but I think that one stream, mostly, I would say 60% was too much, right? What I will say, though, is what's important to establish with these kinds of things, right, is a pattern of behavior, right? As far as I know, at least from what I've seen, I've not seen Lily continuously exhibit that type of behavior, right? It was only in that one stream. So I think using just that one stream as your entire argument is problematic because she did it and then she moved on, right? So I don't really understand how you're gonna say one stream is just it counts for everything, right? Because that's not the case, right? There's got to be a pattern.
Most likely wrote Nano's document for her. She used Nano's information to tell whatever story
I think
she
so
wanted,
as well, Philip.
writing lie after lie, and then had it posted as if she had nothing to do with it.
Well, she
On
did
her
step
stream,
in, so
Shilely said she was afraid of how I'd manipulate my way out of things after the documents were posted. With that, it's possible Shilely could have been the one to instruct Nano to separate herself from Red and I due to the threat of being further manipulated, being why Nano cut contact with us through Akira.
That could be the
If
case.
Shilely told my friends the same
You know what I
thing,
mean?
then it'd support why no one ever reached out to talk to me.
I think ultimately, like at the end of the day, nobody's going to agree about the perfect way this should have been done, right? I mean, I do think that it should have been handled private, but if Bao and, everybody, Shy Lily, they got together and talked about this and felt a different way, they have more information than we do, right, chat? They were the ones that decided that. They're the ones that are part of it, so they're closer to it than we are, right? I mean, do I disagree to a point? Yes, but I do understand. But again, like, maybe this actually is. I mean, is this probably likely? Yes, I think so, looking into the situation, but nonetheless, again, you can't denounce every bad thing that you've done by trying to be like, well, they did this. Like, yes, I know that I burned down this building, but did you know that these people stepped on ants? Like, it doesn't take away from what you did.
Shilely was the one to back up Nano's story and false claims of manipulation to Bao and the rest of my friends with the limited screenshots Nano gave them as proof. Shilely convinced Numi I lied to her in our private conversation about her concert and blamed the things I did on Shilely. Shilely also could have used this event to justify to my friends why they shouldn't talk to me. On stream she said they tried talking to me once, in reference to this to explain why they didn't talk to me this time.
again, this is just so speculatory. I don't have anything to add to it. I don't have anything
Shiley
to
was
say.
the one who saw me as greedy and jealous, and I believe she pushed those ideas to my friends and convinced them those were my motives behind their claims. Shiley's reply to my apology starts with manipulating the public to distrust everything I wrote, and the rest is filled with lies to turn
can you
everyone
blame them,
against
though?
me. On stream,
You know?
Shiley basically told her chat that they're stupid if they don't blindly agree with her
That-
and her
that's
retelling
untrue.
of events, and that I'm the narcissistic manipulator.
Now, let's remind ourselves of something, chat. Manipulating the public to distrust everything I wrote. Cinder, you literally said in the beginning of your apology that you lied in your original apology, and you expect us to sit here and read this and believe you. Like, I'm sorry. Like, the second that I read that, all of my potential, like, I want to believe you was thrown out the window. Like. Like, how am I supposed to believe you with anything, right? You expect that, oh, I lied about this, but, oh, by the way, they did this. Like, this is all speculatory, right? So again, how am I supposed to even want to lean to believe you when all you've done is lie? Like, and they call other people liars.
This started because
like,
Shiley lied to and manipulated
it's
Nano.
so hard.
My friends
It's so
and
hard.
the public wouldn't have had any reason to distrust anything Shiley said, and they had other reasons to jump to conclusions too. Shiley didn't like me for her own reasons and wanted to hurt me because of what was said about Bao and Nano's DMs with Red. She brought
This is
everyone
wild.
together and manipulated things along to turn everyone against me, then admitted on stream to all of the slander Red told Nano.
Wanted to hurt me. That is an insane statement. I feel like even speculating and even putting that out there, here's the problem, chat. Cinder has locked herself in a box. Now she's put this document out, and this is why this document is very problematic. I'm gonna paint for you a picture. You guys ready? You wanna pull out your paintbrushes? I got a picture for you. Here we go. The problem with releasing this document, right, is number one, you already made enemy out of Shiley with your actions, right? But on top of this, right, you're accusing somebody that they wanted to hurt you, right? Everybody surrounding that person is already probably going to be problematic, right? But professionally, in a business sense, you're accusing somebody that they wanted to hurt you, right? You have put yourself in a corner where you will never be able to work with most companies professionally now because you've made such strong accusations like this that are just off the wall, completely off the wall. These are such strong accusations that are speculatory at best. You have literally hurt your professional career in such a big way. Yes, you will have viewers. Yes, you will still have people show up, but it will be a lot less than before, and you will never get that sponsorship money. You will never get those big business opportunities that you used to have because now you have sunk yourself in such a deep wave. Nobody is going to want to work with you. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy to make such a statement like this based on speculatory stuff. And this is a big thing, chat. Why I'm under the opinion that she did not learn her lesson.
After lying about our years of working together, Nano was rewarded with over 50,000 followers on Twitter, a waifu cup with gamer subs, a makeshift plushie, everyone in the world wanting to work with her, the support and praise of the biggest vtubers out there, and endless sympathy for everything she endured while working with me.
Which I think is fair to call out a little bit because, again, she did not tell the full story. I want to make it clear, chat, we are not saying that Nano is innocent anymore, right? I think we're on the same page. Nano is not innocent in this fact, right? I think we're all on that page. Yeah, you're not innocent, you know what I mean? So, anyway, there was the makeshift. Here was her Nano-less cup. Lily not only placed me in my own friend group, but as the other story, she gained the biggest, most consistent growth in her viewership after canceling me out of everybody involved. Bro, can I be so real? Shy Lily's always gonna grow. What are you talking about? Bro, Shy Lily is always on an upward trajectory. I feel like this is taking two, like, correlating points and trying to draw them together, but Okay, whatever, right? Yeah, yes. Obviously, people benefited from it. I mean, I have a question, chat. Should Cinder come after me? Because I benefited from it from my coverage. You know what I mean? Like, that was some of my biggest streams for a long time. So, are you gonna come after me because you got canceled? But I get her point that she's making. I'm being a little facetious with my statement, right? But nonetheless, here, I think it's like, these are just two correlated things that don't necessarily have anything to do with each other, right? Shy Lily's always on an upward trajectory.
I'm the greedy one, but Shy Lily didn't miss the opportunity to capitalize on her new hero status a week after she tore me apart on her stream and dropped her limited edition blowhole blast.
Yeah, so let me ask you a question. Do you not think that maybe she had this plan for, oh, I don't know, fucking wigs and butts? Give her, you know that they don't. Also, after I got canceled, look, she released this thing, it's clearly against me. Bro, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you How dare she release merchandise around my cancellation? This is so paranoid. It is so paranoid. All right, let's see what this says.
Nano and Shy Lily lied to each other, then lied together, each for their own reasons.
Oh,
Nano
goodness.
to avoid any accountability for her actions and stay in the good graces of Shy Lily and friends, and Shy Lily to get revenge for Bao and take out someone she didn't like, and admittedly never did. They both gained the most out of doing this, and possibly never knew they lied to each other's faces for their own ends. Now, Shy Lily may have replaced me as Nano's new Cinder.
What?
Judging by what they're actively working on together, they couldn't have made my point for me any better.
Oh, no, there's no fucking way. I quit. I quit. I quit. How dare you have a similar model type to me? Oh no, it's... No, I'm so tired of this. Oh yeah, you're the bridge. I forgot about this part. I genuinely forgot about this part. Okay, so yes, because you have a similar parts of a model to me. You're copying me. This is the Twitter argument, bro. This is the Twitter argument. She thinks people are trying to like copy aspects of her model, even though there's so many things that are different about it. Oh my god, this is wild. Makes accusation that Lily tried to replace and copy her model. Bro, this is not. Nano worked on it on stream. It's not malicious leaking. Now let's be fair about that. It's not malicious. Oh my god. So to get this clear, chat, I want to make this very clear, and I want you all to listen to me. Listen to my words, right? Here we go. I'm very sorry, I'm very sorry. Fight, that I wrongly accused you of copying me. But you, Shy Lily, on the other hand. So you're gonna go one way and be like, oh yeah, like, I'm sorry of wrongly accusing Spite, but then you just do it to Lily? You literally didn't learn anything, dude. I have a question, chat. I'll try to be respectfully distractingly stunning, right? I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. No, you're gorgeous. So, yeah, I have a question. And I'm not... I swear to you, I'm not trying to judge anybody here when I ask this question. But, like, in good faith, if you continue to support Cinder, that is your choice, and again, I'm not going to judge you for it. I've said this multiple times. But in my mind, how could you continue to support her knowing these things, right? These accusations and stuff like that she's making. In good faith, how could you still want to support her? That's just my question, because you know she didn't learn. Again, if you want to support her, That is fine. You do you. Maybe you found this apology to be enough, but looking at this document, I just don't know how you can look at everything in good faith and be like, oh yeah, she learned her lesson.
There's one last thing I want
I don't
to
know.
show to really
Please
cover
tell me,
all
explain
of
to
my
me.
bases.
I'm open
I
to the
didn't
conversation.
know where else to put it, so I've added it here. I asked Shy Lily if I could get a scab of us together. After it was delivered, I intentionally waited about 3 weeks to send it to her so I could post it closer to my original vtuber debut date that I was preparing for a year and a half. January 25th, 2022, I messaged Shy Lily about getting a scab together in January. This was our first time talking privately.
I mean,
but
like,
we were
again,
interacting
I'm
on
not
Twitter
judging.
back and forth for a couple weeks before this.
Again, I'm not judging. I want to understand, which is why I asked this question, right? I can see how the start document mentality was saying you just shouldn't am I innocent I am, and now it's their fault. Yep, exactly. So now we have leaked DMs here. Hi, Lily. Hope you're having a great day. I want to ask you to be okay with me ordering a scab. The two of us, I think the water and fire theme would be really cute. Oh, I love that. The water and fire theme is really cool. Thanks. Sweet. Thank you. I'll send it your way when I get back. I'm excited. Turned out amazing. Mine's are Groudon and Kyogre. One of the first things Charlie ever privately said to me when our themes together reminded her of Groudon and Kyogre. I thought it's pretty cringe of her to say that. There's some kind of box legendary in this scab. Who wasn't even helping people. What?
Oh, haha, the Charizard on Blast, Charizard V-Card doing the... Oh, how dare you sit there?
Yeah, I see what she's doing here. Watch. Again, I think that Lily did go a bit too far in what she said. But now we're going to her lore video and like pulling up stuff. This is crazy. Let's keep going.
Even
This
though
is
she
crazy.
made this comparison, it's not like she'd ever portray herself in a Groudon and Kyogre-esque fight sequence against a fire-themed enemy where she comes out as the hero and saves her friends, especially not just months after she took pleasure in and had a major role in canceling me.
Bro, this the reach on this is insane. I wish we had the fucking emote, which I did commission, by the way, chat. The reach on this is wild. So yes, you said this Charizard thing, which maybe she thought was cringe, right? Again, Lily went too far. But for you to sit there and say, oh, she's a bad person because she, in this one time said back in 2022, reminds me of Groudon and Kyogre and used it in her lore video. She's a horrible, manipulative person. Bro, that's... the reach on this, dude.
I know
the
how
reach
long a
on
project
this.
like this takes to complete,
That emote is in
and
commission.
even though I'm sure Shy Lily had a story she wanted to tell, someone else was credited with writing this lore video. I just find it ironic that it happened.
Oh my
This scab was
god.
delivered at the end of May, on May 25th, 2022.
But this was back 3 years before everything happened. You're gonna take something 3 years ago and use that against them? So chat, I know I'm biased, and I already said this multiple times, but I want to remind you of something very important, okay? And I'm gonna say this right now. Guys, I am biased in talking about this situation. But I understand that, right? I admit that I'm biased, and I want to do my best to report on this fairly. So if you want to have a conversation in good faith, I'm 100% okay with that. I encourage that. I want you to tell me if you disagree. I am okay with that. I want you to tell me you disagree. Let's have a conversation. At the same time, though, I'm going to tell you my opinion, and I think this is absolutely such a reach. I think this is such a huge reach. So here's the scab. I switched on the committee artwork on the 19th. I posted it on 623, 2 days before my debut. Reminds me of Groudon Kyogre. It's so cute. Oh my god, water cat, fire doge. So, but you agree with it, so what? You're like you have a problem with her agreeing with it, but then when you agree with it, it's okay. Lily, hope you're doing well. It was finally delivered to so worth the wait. Hope you like it. Thank you again for allowing me to get this. I'm gonna cherish it forever. Here was your drive link to the HCR and transparent version for you to however you like. Artist is credited there too. I'm so freaking cute, says Lily. Looks so amazing. Let me know when you tweet out so I can retweet it. Of course, I'll post it soon. I also want to ask if you'd be okay with me using it as a picture frame for my bedroom background on my streams. Bro, that's a little much. Considering you just started talking to her, that's a little much. That's a little much. Doesn't matter though. He asked me, she never got a message back. Just so you know, I posted art today, a couple days later. I mean, originally went a bit too far. Can I get a bit of that from it? I know Liz pretty soft on Cinder. Nah, in her, she had a stream where she went off on her. I mean, like, she dug into her, you know? I'm just gonna say, like, this is a little much. This might have rubbed her the wrong way, right? That might have given context to the beginning of the relationship where she was trying to be like, oh my god, yeah, I'm friends with Shy Lily, look at our art. Again, that's an extreme in speculation, right? By the time this art was posted, it was just shy of 6 months since this kid was placed away in the wolf. Lily, a huge inspiration to me. Streams always made me smile. Motivate me to do my best too. Thank you for being the cutest, silliest figure out around. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I think that's a little too much. What? It's a minor point, but why are you gonna ask somebody that you barely know to put into your background on your stream? Like, they're not your friend, you know?
Since I just talked about the scab with Shy Lily, I might as well address
It was,
this too.
yeah, it was a crash
For
out.
years the scabs I had gotten with people have been held against me, as if I were just using the people I got them with for clout. Shy Lily's scab was the only one that I held off on giving her to post right before my debut, but that wasn't my intention when it was ordered that January. I was
But you just said
ordering
you wanted to
scab
hold
artwork
out till it was
from
closer to
January
your debut.
2021 to January 2023, and about 3/4 of my scabs were ordered before my original debut on June 25, 2022. Before I was an actual VTuber with a model, I got scabs for fun, to show thanks to people, to grow existing
Yeah, sure.
friendships, and to have art to post on Twitter while I waited for my
I
debut
think
to
the
be
thing
ready.
here is that message where it says like, oh, you got scabs and I got to use them for clout. I don't feel like that message necessarily helps you that much in your argument, because some people are going to take that as very clout chasey, right? For me, like, I get where you're coming from, but I could certainly look at it and be like, why are you putting this artwork in the background on your stream, right? Like, it's a little clout chasey, right? And some people will look at it that way. And guys, I see where you're coming from, right? I see where you're coming from, where it's like, you might have thought it was a reasonable crash out, right? And I agree with you. I think it was reasonable to a point, right? But I do think that Lily went a bit far from a professional standpoint, and that's it. I feel like there's a lot of nuance in some stuff, but most of what Cinder is trying to do is shit blame. Absolutely. I mean, the Nano stuff is, it's pretty cut and dry. Nano did not give out all the information, right?
Every VTuber I had gotten a scab together with was either with someone I was actively working with, had already worked with, or was someone who I was already friends with,
But
or
you weren't
acquainted
with Lily.
at the time I
So why
ordered
did you
them.
wait?
I asked everyone for their permission to get one beforehand, except for the few cases it was a surprise meant to be a gift for someone. As far as I remember and can tell by my financial files, I paid for all of these myself, including Shy Lily's, and I never expected anyone to chip in. This is every scab I ordered, with about half of them being of myself.
I don't think this
The
is really
censored scabs
that
below
helpful,
are
to be honest.
NSFW.
I don't
There
find
are
this to
two
be
scabs with Tricky and Aruti
anything.
that didn't show up on this page that I've shown below this instead.
like, the thing is though, it's like, if you have a habit of potentially getting scabs with people that they might view as like a little parasocial or cloud chasey, right? You have to be careful when you do these types of actions, right? When you're working with anybody, right? So for instance, like, if I go to somebody that's like, let's say like Zentria, right? Like, Zentria is my Kamiyoshi, right? If I go to Zentria, but like, hey, like, Zim, like, I wanted to get an art piece of us together, right? Is that okay? Again, like, I would tell her, but like, look, I just really look up to you and I want to get an art piece to, you know, commemorate like something special, right? Or even like with, I got a piece with Ellie one time, right? I was to celebrate Ellie hitting 100,000 subscribers on Twitter. And I was like, all right, like, if Ellie reaches this goal, I'll get a scab piece of us. And that was to celebrate Ellie being an inspiration to me, right? So, you know, intention is important. Yeah, but you'd always want to check with them first, right? So, which means she did check with Lily, right? It's just like, you got to be careful, right? And if you have a history of clout chasing type behavior, this is going to be looked at as clout chasing behavior, right? So, I guess I want to ask you all, and again, this is opinionated. It doesn't matter really your answer. It doesn't prove anything. It's an opinionated question. But do you think that Cinder ordering these scabs was clout chasey, right? Do you think it was clout chasey, yes or no? Let me know what you think. All you can do is type yes or no inside the chat. Let me know how you feel. Anyway, here's all the scabs she got, which is quite a lot, right? She got the one with Aru. There's the one with Tricky too. All right, in conclusion, finally, we got to the conclusion.
In Bao's section, Red explained his grudge against Bao that led to his and Nano's exclusivity deal. Does it matter explaining why Red held things against Bao that he told Nano about, or explaining that I only treated Bao differently because of Red's feelings towards her? No. But since this was all made public, it had to be explained. What both of us did was wrong, and we should have addressed the problem when we could have. But it matters how Red got to his conclusion about Bao.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm gonna fucking crash out. I gotta stand up a second. I gotta stand up. Now I'm just getting mad. Now I'm just getting upset by how blatantly you continue to ignore the problem. Well, both of us did was wrong, and we should have addressed the problem we could have. But it matters how Red got to his conclusion about. It doesn't matter how you got to that conclusion because it was all your personal problems. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit how you got to this conclusion because it's still bullshit. You're the one that came up with all these fucking rumors and spread them. Oh, well, it matters how he was paranoid and came up with these things. No, it doesn't fucking matter. Take responsibility for what you did. Both of us did was wrong. In this sentence, what both of us did was wrong. The end. Cut out the rest of it. We should have just a problem we could have. The end. That's it. You do not add an apology and follow it up with but. That is core mechanic number one of an apology. You don't follow it up with but. I cannot. That's the one thing you don't do in an apology. And it doesn't matter. You literally think that all of the extra details matter constantly. Yes, to a point they do, but this stuff that you keep arguing about, you're just splitting hairs. It doesn't fucking matter. Take responsibility for what you did. That's it. Oh yeah, so like this is rooted in ego, chat. This is 100% rooted in your ego. Oh, well, it matters how it happened. So I need to explain myself. Yes, you can explain yourself, but when you go and undermine your own apology, you are proving that you learned nothing. Oh my lord.
Red couldn't see the whole situation around Bao and Sak any other way. After Sak went exclusive, Red pieced together every action he experienced and noticed from Bao to corroborate a story, based on assumptions
You're trying to
and a pattern of behavior that made perfect sense to him. He ignored any of the good things Bao had done, now thinking she was being fake about everything. He didn't contact Bao about any of this at all to verify his theory. He was angry at her and already made up his mind about what she'd done, and thought she'd lie about it anyway. Red eventually tried to get even with her by making a deal with Nano to take the opportunity of working with her away from Bao. Once the truth came out, he turned out to be wrong.
Here is the thing though, like, even if somebody is shitty, right, that doesn't justify your actions. So if somebody is like, well, let's say that they're just not a very good person, right? They're very whiny, they complain about stuff. How would that justify you still doing this? I don't give a fuck how you came to that conclusion. You own the actions that you followed up with. Period. Stop. It feels very circular. Oh, what we did was wrong, but this is how we got to that conclusion. Who cares? You still did something bad. Even if they're like not that great of a person, that doesn't justify you being shitty. Two wrongs don't make a right.
What Red did was pieced together an assumed story about someone from observations and experiences
Why are
with
we
them after
reading
something
this? We already
negative
know this.
happened regarding them, adding up to a supposed pattern of behavior. Focused solely on all of the negative things that happened with that person that fit the confirmation bias towards them, never considering any of the positives, which all became part of the conspiracy.
Absolutely.
Never contacted the person to find out the truth of this story due to being angry at them for what was already determined happened, and thinking they'd lie their way out of accountability.
Yeah,
Took
exactly. I agree,
retaliatory
Wog.
action against that person in response to what it was assumed they did. The story about the person turned out to be wrong to begin with. Well, couldn't Bao and my friends have done the same thing?
I'm just gonna let TTS play it. Let's keep going.
They heard what Nano and Shiley were telling them, saw select screenshots of Red's messages with Nano, and assumed there couldn't be any other way but me knowing and agreeing with everything Red said and did. They used their combined experiences with us to back up their theory, were convinced of my motives by someone other than myself, and corroborated a pattern of behavior. No matter what I'd done for them or what we did together in the past, everything was now seen as an act to use or betray them. None of them contacted me at all to verify their claims and instead jumped to conclusions. They were mad at me for what they were already convinced I did, and were probably told I'd manipulate my way out of it. Then they took action against me that they thought I deserved in return by writing and posting their documents to the public.
This is speculatory, right? So, I have a speculatory part. Elara, give it to us. This is what should have been written in the document. Here you go. Elara, I got some speculation. Tell chat what I'm thinking.
Maybe they saw over time you were a bad person and decided not to say anything till others spoke up.
Imagine if all your speculation was the opposite, Cinder, where people thought, you know what, we've seen a pattern of behavior that we really don't like, but we're really just not going to speak up about it and slowly distance ourselves from you because we really just don't like the things that you've done. But because you were so insecure about it, now you put together this some type of grand plan that the Legion of Doom put together to undermine you. No, I think that genuinely they saw patterns of behavior and just didn't really want much to do with you, and then now you got outed for your really shitty behaviors.
My friends made their decisions with the information they were given. They were quick to assume that everything
right?
Red
So
said
can
were
I
my shared
speculate the other
thoughts,
side?
but they weren't. My friends never saw Red and I argue, didn't know we lived together, never knew I cheated on Red, and couldn't have known how our relationship was beyond what they saw during the half a dozen times we traveled every year. They decided that this was the culmination of some long series of wrongs I've committed against them to further myself.
I mean, they looked at the
I am not a perfect
screenshots,
person
you know?
by any means, but to claim that everything I've ever done with my friends, for them, shared with them, felt with them, was all
I need
fake
to
is wrong and
address this really
unbelievable.
quick, chat.
Where are any of the screenshots of me bad-mouthing, backstabbing, or sabotaging them? They were not rungs on a ladder for me to surpass. I have never had real friends until I found them.
So I want to point this out, right, because she tries to frame this. My friends made their decision with the information they were given. So she's trying to basically say, oh, well, they didn't have the full story, so they couldn't make a full decision. Wrong. Sometimes you can have part of a story, and that is enough for you to say, you know what? This is bad enough that we're going to continue, right? I used a comparison last time, but I'm going to give it again. So if you see somebody with a bullet hole wound, do you need to know which gun and which bullet shot them to know that they have a bullet hole wound? No, of course not. You can know that they have a bullet hole wound, right? So it's the same kind of thought process. You can look at patterns of behavior that happen over time and say, you know what, this is really bad, right? This needs to be called out. And that's what they did. So you can't say that, oh yeah, because they didn't have all the information, they couldn't come to the logical conclusion. Newsflash, in every story, there's always more information. There are always more things to be found. So this is just, this is a nothing burger. Literally, it's a nothing burger, right? Gunshot wound, whatever the fuck it is. But you get what I mean, Chad. There's always more information. So basically, you're arguing without 100% of all the information, you can't make a decision, right? That's not the case. You can make a decision with parts of information that show a pattern, right? So I really hate this argument a lot. And where are the screenshots of me bad-mouthing, backstabbing, or sabotaging them? Go and look at all the screenshots. It's literally you sabotaging and undermining them. Talking about Silverville being your competition. And how she, hates you and stuff. That's bad-mouthing. That's literally bad-mouthing. So, how about you show me screenshots where you didn't do that instead?
They used their status in the community as some of the biggest vtubers around, ambushing me in the middle of the night, to publicly out the person they were falsely convinced was some kind of evil mastermind. They all did this together, so no one was going to question their group's corroborated story. It was okay to ruin me and ignore our history together because they were convinced they were doing it for the sake of friendship. If you asked questions, or asked for more evidence, you were banned, blocked, and silenced, because how dare you question those grieving in this difficult time? The public wouldn't have known any better unless I gave the full context of what really happened in this document, rather than what was vaguely told to them through recollection and hurt feelings.
The problem here is the public wouldn't have known any better unless they give them full context of what really happened in this document. Number one, and I say this with all honesty, and I don't mean this to insult anybody, but 99.9% of people are not going to take the time to read a 1,000-page document. It's the truth. They're really, really not. So you did yourself a disservice by doing that in such a big way, right? But also to say, give the full context of what really happened in this document. While this document helped you with the Nanolith stuff, it did not help you with the rest of everything else. And I truly believe that. I do not think that this document was a net positive for Cinder.
Bao lost
What do you
out
think,
on
chat?
a vtuber model with Nanolith, the artist who wanted to cancel it in the first place, and who convinced her it was my fault. I decided to pull out of my unplanned performance in Numi's concert because of my own anxieties, and I was a bad friend when I made the choice initially not to be there for her.
But again, the whole Numi thing was just
I
miscommunication.
lost my friends, my career, countless opportunities, and my reputation to millions of people has been ruined, permanently. My
Because
name
of
has
your
been
actions.
dragged through the dirt and has become an insult synonymous with insincerity and betrayal. I'm avoided being spoken of like I'm Tuber Voldemort now, and some people are pretending like I never existed.
The thing is,
things
that
are
you
not
need to
equal.
understand.
The damage
You
my
did this to
friends
yourself,
have inadvertently caused to me is irreparable and immeasurable, all over conjecture, lies they were fed, things I never knew happened, and opinions I did not agree with. Whether they knew the truth or not, they all perpetuated lies about me to the public, and my life has been forever altered because of it.
This feels like, again, you're saying that they inadvertently caused me. You need to understand that you did shitty things that you were not taking accountability for, even to this day, even in this document.
Despite it all, I still forgive them.
This is
Yumi
insane.
said on her stream
This
that
is
talking about
insane.
things is always the better option. The pivotal thing my friends didn't
That is
do
an
was talk to
insane
me
line.
or read about anything, never hearing what we had to say about Nanos and Shy Lily's claims. Even Bao on her stream was left questioning the motive behind things. Everything
we
that
all were.
happened circles back to poor communication, from everyone.
I think right here talking about things is always a better option. It is always a better option, but sometimes you can't always make that the option. So I really, again, I hate these bad faith usage of stuff. Oh, well, they said this one thing this one time. You have to understand there's nuance in everything, right? So Numi did not mean, of course, your situation, right? So I really just dislike how they constantly continued to do these non sequitur like fucking arguments. Oh, well, they said this one thing this one time, so that always applies to everything. Like, how about there's a reputation? My friend said, no one double checked with her before believing the accusations. I mean, that might be the case, Victor. And again, we've already heard their reasoning, and you're allowed to disagree with it, but we've already heard the reasoning, right? But what I really hate this is meant to paint her as a victim, right? She is trying to paint herself as a victim while shifting blame the entire time. Like, dude, you fucked up. And it feels like every time you said you take accountability, you go on to deflect that. So again, I'm going to go back to this. I literally just don't think you grew or understand what you did wrong.
Both Red and I didn't
It goes back to what
communicate with
Butt
Bao
said, right?
about his
Butt
problems
was
with her
so
in
mad.
December
He's just like, take
2024.
responsibility.
I didn't communicate with Numi about performing in her concert, and how I felt about it before I cancelled on her. If there were ever really any problems Nano had with us, she never communicated it. Numi didn't communicate with me about her concert, only trying to plan things through Red, and confided in Bao about how she felt about me cancelling. Bao didn't communicate with me about her feelings of isolation, only expressing those feelings to Numi privately. Shy Lily didn't communicate with me about whatever problem she had with me and resorted to petty actions instead. No one communicated with me or Red before choosing to make everything public, ending in my cancellation.
I think the problem Lily had with you was she heard this evidence from Nanolist, and that's kind of where things started, right? So I don't know if there was some problem beforehand, but maybe you just rubbed her the wrong way. But there are two things, Chad. So number one, we have to put here, right? So it's an asterisk. Number one, better communication can always happen from everybody, period. Absolutely agree with that. Number two, though, Shy Lily doesn't have to communicate if she has a problem. Should she? Absolutely. But she doesn't have to. It's not a requirement. Just the same that you don't have to communicate certain things, but you have to understand you still own those actions and those responsibilities, right?
I don't think Nano's actions didn't start out malicious. She wanted to find out if what Red said was true, and Shy Lily used that against me. I do not believe Nano ever shared the full, true story of what happened between her,
yeah, that
Red,
might be the case.
and I with my friends, and
Yeah, that might
instead
be the
chose
case.
to protect herself and lie about everything. It's hard to believe Nano put her own document together, and it's heavily evidenced that Shy Lily did. Nano sat
Again,
back
why
and
does
let
that
Shy
matter?
Lily
Why do
take
we
the
keep
wheel
pointing
for
this
her
out?
after knowingly lying about what happened between us. When you consider that Nano's and Bao's documents were planned together and posted simultaneously, it was on purpose to put my betrayal of my friend first and foremost, even though Nano said she didn't care about Bao.
Just again, like, why does it matter that it's heavily evidence that Shy Lily put out or helped with the document? Maybe she did. What does that prove? I fundamentally cannot wrap my head around that. Are you like, oh, like, she was malicious? Most people are going to do that. They're going to come together and talk about their problems. As far as I remember, Lily stated she already confronted Cinder before privately. Was it a liar? Cinder purposely ignored that. We still don't know anything about that. We're still waiting on something about that. We've never received confirmation from anybody or any additional information. I think that I think Cinder like kind of addressed it, but she thought she was talking about something different.
After viewing the entirety of Red's DMs with Nano and having the full context of their conversations, it's very clear that Nano's entire document was maliciously and deceptively written to push a false
Wrong.
narrative to the public on which everyone else's claims could be based on, while using emotionally triggering language in its accusations throughout. With the biggest vtuber, Shy Lily, supporting her, no one would question Nano's claims, even my friends.
I think that there may be a bit of truth in there because Nano did withhold information, but you need to understand that regardless of who is behind it and who is talking about it, that doesn't take away from what you did.
When put under scrutiny, there are so many details purposely left out, giving the freedom to tell whatever story they wanted that the DMs that were shown vaguely supported. Screenshots from conversations over 2 years presented out of order, missing context, and mixed and matched to fit a narrative. Even going as far as to boldly edit a screenshot to remove a message.
I mean, I don't want to assume
Claims
that
were made without evidence, and straight-up lies were told, meant to be believed by the public who wouldn't know any better. Some of the claims in Nano's document don't even match the screenshots provided as evidence.
So partially addressed it by using it for another subject, that means she didn't address it properly at all. I mean, it's a solid point. The thing is like a walk. I agree with you. Like, first her document was primarily Red. Did this so Cinder knew and approved it, which is the case, right? So Cinder knew and approved a lot of things by her own admission, right? And some things she didn't know, and I do believe her on that. But the point that I want to get to here is she still continues to not take any responsibility for the things he did, and instead try to disarm. It's like, oh, well, Red said these horrible things about Bao, but this is why he thought that way. And so that's why it's okay. And that's fundamentally my problem with all of these arguments here.
It's like no one actually read the screenshots provided and either just read what was written, or just listen to the large voices telling everyone what they said happened. This document was falsely written to paint Nano as a victim who had no agency in her choices without showing any of her guilt.
I mean, that's fair.
And Red and I as evil,
That's fair.
manipulative people who only wanted to use Nano for our own gain, sabotaging every project she's ever cancelled, and cherry-picking exactly what needed to be shown to make that case. Everyone
Yeah,
was
Nano
told
definitely
that
has a little bit to
everything
answer
in Red's
for.
messages had to be my thoughts and feelings as well, for all the blame to be put onto me, as if he isn't his own
Exactly,
person.
you're his
Only
boss.
3 total screenshots of my own words from 2 conversations over a year apart from each other were shown. The only manipulation here was to the evidence in Nano's document, and to the public's perception of me.
Nonetheless, so you are responsible for your manager that you have a hand in. So just take the responsibility of that. Like that's what, when everybody says if you just apologized and moved on, we'd have been okay with that. And honestly, if she just released the document, said, "Hey, guess what? I realized that Red said and did some things that were wrong. I'm over him, right? And I take responsibility for that. I'm really, really sorry. I know that I threw him under the bus before to try to disarm that, and I fucked that up. And that's it. I'm not going to try to disarm that. I'm not going to try to go through here and undo any of that. I take full responsibility, and that's it." But we didn't get that. We got the first part I mentioned, but then all the disarming was just, it undoes all of your apology, you know?
Neither of us sabotaged any vtuber's projects with Nano. As you've seen from our messages, we've always praised Nano for the work she
your
did with
intention
others.
was to, sorry.
I've always
It might have
supported
not
my
actually
model
went through.
sisters, and I platformed them myself on my stream, even if I could also understand the reasoning behind Red saying more Nano models means they're less special.
Wait a second. Even if I can also understand the reason behind Red saying, so you're saying that what he said was okay. I also understand the reason. You need to denounce this. You need to understand why that is wrong. That is not a statement you need to support. Yeah. Oh, I understand the reasoning. Why don't you say, even I can understand the reasoning, but I understand that is wrong. Denounce bad behavior. Denounce bad behavior.
In the case of the exclusivity deal in January 2025,
Red is like you're
asked
undoing,
Nano
dude.
not
It's
to work
crazy.
with Bao, Cotton, or Silver Veil. Nano said she had a model planned with Bao that he didn't know about before, and Bao probably didn't know about it either. Nano offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for payment of her own model's rigging. They negotiated
Absolutely,
and made
Scrap,
a deal
it really
that
is.
was never shown to the public. To argue that Nano was manipulated in any way is crazy. Nano was just as complicit in their deal as Red was. She had no problem asking him about and talking about the drama around Bao that her document claimed she wanted nothing to
It
do
still
with,
doesn't mean you
and
didn't
then offered
influence
to
her.
cancel Bao's model herself. I had nothing to do with this happening and had no knowledge of it until the documents were posted. Red and Nano are the only 2 people that could have told me about this, and neither of them did. There's nothing to show for it because it didn't happen.
I can't prove a negative, and that's totally fair, right? I think Red owns that part. But what you do own, at least in this whole section, right, is you employed Red. He is your manager. You have to own those actions, right? The other thing of this, too, is both can exist simultaneous, right? Oh, they negotiated a deal, but that doesn't mean that he still was an influence. So, yes, her making that deal was wrong, but you need to also understand that the influence that he put on her is because of the reason that happened in the first place. Both can exist simultaneously. They're not mutually exclusive.
Nano lied and pushed all of her agency of her own actions onto Red. Then Shilely and my friends took Red's agency away from him and his actions, and then blamed everything either one of them did
she
on
was
me.
at least
Nano used us as a
minimally
scapegoat for her canceling Bao's model
not
when
on
she was
top
the
of her
one
manager
who
like
wanted
she
to
should
do
be.
it in the first place. She cancelled Silver Veil's and Cotton's models in November of 2023 and blamed it on us. And when she said she was going to take Silver's model back, she didn't, because she was healthier and less stressed. She cancelled 7 models in September of 2024, avoiding accountability for herself and implying to those clients that it wasn't her fault, it was my fault.
Yeah, he's Cinder's employee, exactly. And I agree with you, Potato. That's pretty much been the entirety of this document, right? Nanolis was clearly manipulated, influenced to make certain decisions, but Nanolis owns those, the result of those decisions at the end of the day.
I don't know if the 10 cancelled projects talked about in Red's DMs with Nano was everything she ever cancelled, or everything she blamed us for with her document, but it's all he ever knew about. Nano was clearly capable of thinking for herself
Red
and was
needs to be
always in control
absolutely
of her own
removed.
business decisions. She repeatedly overextended herself and overbooked too many projects that she couldn't handle, again and again. If Nano was able to cancel on some of the biggest YouTubers out there, bigger than me, she could have chosen to cancel plans with us, or stopped working with me altogether if she really felt the way it says she did in her document. But not once did she. Instead, she said she just wanted to do Cinder stuff. We didn't hold any power over Nano.
That's
We
untrue.
didn't threaten her, we didn't blackmail her, and we didn't manipulate her.
This is the
We were her
problematic
most loyal,
statement.
supportive, sympathetic, and repetitious clients who genuinely cared about her.
I feel like that her not recognizing the power and the influence that they did have over her, is kind of like, it's kind of at a touch to me, right? They do need to understand the power that they did influence over her. I mean, not even counting they did influence her, but the power that they did hold as well, right? They were essentially the big reason why Nano blew up, right? And so, in a way, she did owe them a lot as well. Also, not doing work for them, she probably felt guilty. We already know Nano is a people pleaser. I think you need to acknowledge that you do have some kind of power over her. There certainly is a bit of power play in there, right?
Even if Nano genuinely had anything against us the way her document explains, which she never, ever showed or expressed, she could have aired her grievances with us and parted ways, evidenced
Yeah,
by our
that's true.
acceptance of
She could
Akira's
have.
messages.
Yeah,
But instead,
absolutely.
she found herself in this situation, and as soon as it was advantageous
Yeah,
for her to
exactly,
do
potato.
so, she conspired to cut all contact with us.
And then
use
talk
us
shit
as a
about another
scapegoat
creator.
for her own actions under
You
the
know?
guise of abuse after one conversation with Shiley. It didn't matter who we were to her, just that she would have been caught without blaming us and using the manipulation excuse. She carved a path to the best outcome possible for herself and came out of this with more support than ever.
Again, I do think that they could have handled this behind closed doors, but you know, she might have looked at all these messages over time and decided, God, I ain't doing this anymore. So obviously she owns that decision, and people disagree about that to the end of time. You know, should they've handled it privately or not?
As stated in this artist's now
There was-
deleted
she did
tweet,
bring up something
Nana
to her,
removed
Wolf,
herself from
one time.
direct conversation, and used emotional language to attack and rally rather than actually caring about fixing the problem. Nano has shown herself to be an entirely self-serving and opportunistic person pretending to be meek whose word means nothing. Given the opportunity to further herself or gain something to her benefit, even at someone else's expense, at the biggest YouTuber's expense, or even if it's at the expense of people as supportive as we were to her, she'll take it.
I mean, I don't know about painting her as like this horrible fucking person, but I do agree that she definitely needs to take some ownership for the fact that there were screenshots not included. You know what I mean? I do agree with that fact, right? Nanolist should have put everything out there, but I think this is definitely a speculation for sure, right? And only you can decide if you want to agree with that. Do I agree with it? I don't really think so. I mean, again, as much as Red talk shit about people, as much as Red would always like be like, oh yeah, like you're so amazing, you know, you're only mom that we want. It just really feels like you influence them, you know?
The public was lied to about what really happened between myself, Red, and Nano.
Now we're in a
Nano
breakdown.
wasn't manipulated, she wasn't a victim, and I didn't betray Bao or any of my other friends. Nanolas betrayed me, and in the end I was nothing to her. It really was just business to Nano.
Bro, you're
and I
playing
were
such
her
a
most
victim card
supportive
here.
and loyal clients over 4 years, paying for her to be taught how to cut art for model rigging in the first place, giving her over $100,000 to buy her new house, building our
I don't
careers
think
side
you
by
gave.
side.
I think that was
And this is how she
money
thanked us.
she
No
earned.
matter what Nano did, she will continue to be supported by the people she worked with to cancel me, and by people that want her artistic talent. I will continue to use my art and models from Nanolas until they can be replaced.
I do think that, again, you're trying to paint yourself as a victim, giving her over 100,000. No. You did. She earned that money, right? Giving implies like you just like donated that to her, right? She earned that money, right? You paid her for her services, so I don't know if this is, I don't know really like this statement personally, but what I will say is that I'm sure that you feel betrayed 100%, right? But you still need to acknowledge how you were the devil. Red and you, because again, Cinder did agree to a lot of the stuff that Red said. They did have conversations about it. She admits that in a document that you were the devil on her shoulder about other people, right? I personally, again, you can disagree with me. This is my opinion. I think this was a horrible choice. I think that if you have such a qualm and problem with somebody, continuing to use their model is a bad idea. I think she should have come back when she had a new model ready to go. I mean, yes, you paid for it, so I get it. My opinion, I would not have used it. Personally, for me. If I had such a problem with this person, I wouldn't be using their stuff. Me personally.
I used to look up to Shilely. But now, I don't know how anyone can. The L she holds on her forehead must stand for liar, because Shilely was the first person to do so. She had her own grudges against me before this all started, and in true narcissistic fashion she lied to and manipulated Nano to avoid accountability, turning her against me. She's Shilely, so of course Nano was going to believe anything she said. The only thing done to Shilely was that Red dared to speak about what she was guilty of doing, and thought we'd have to consider her competition for her petty, unwarranted behavior towards me. She still expected her own section in my apology though, as if I had anything to apologize to her for other than not knowing she was talked about. She probably just wanted a concession from me for some narcissistic sense of victory.
Holy shit, dude, that whole paragraph. I'm gonna put in my notes. Charlotte crashes out, or Cinder crashes out heavily on Charlotte on speculation. So again, all this stuff is speculated. I'm gonna tell you guys something, and I haven't been talking about this much, but I'm gonna see it now since we're here, and I think it's very relevant. Charlotte does not strike me as somebody that lets people talk shit about other people, right? I genuinely believe that Shy Lily is not a person to take this lying down. I really don't think so. I really don't think Shy Lily is going to take this lying down. Personally, I think that when TwitchCon is over and time settles, I think there will be more. That's my guess. That's my gut feeling right now. But this anger is just projection. This anger right here is all based on speculation. It's rough. That's a rough read right there.
Wants to claim she sucks at Discord. And Bosca told me that Shilely rarely uses Discord, only for business meetings and stuff. I guess that part was true, because this was all just business to her. She had no problem using, understanding, navigating, organizing, and communicating with a dozen or more people in Discord consistently over 2 weeks when it came to canceling me, but for some reason didn't have the balls to respond when I tried to resolve things between us. From my own experience, her sucking at Discord is an excuse to avoid accountability for her to not put in the time and energy to talk to people she doesn't feel are worthy of her time, including her friends. Something I was attacked for. I really don't like they continue using like these little phrases sprinkled in, because it doesn't help. But see, you're telling me that somebody doesn't like to use Discord or only uses it rarely for business, but then the second that something happens where you need to communicate, you're not allowed to use Discord. Like that makes no sense. Like, even if Shy Lily hypothetically was this mastermind that communicated with other people and talked about stuff, why is that problematic to have a conversation with multiple people that had bad, I don't know, I'm trying to think of the right word, bad situations or bad experiences with Cinder? Like, you're getting all of your facts together and straight. This is just crazy. So, yeah. So even though I'm talking to you right now through Twitch, because I rarely use YouTube, and I start using YouTube, that means I hate Twitch. Like, that's crazy. This is such. These two paragraphs are literally like cray. I'm sorry. Like,
Cray crashing
I'm
out.
confident Shy Lily wrote Nano's document for her.
I mean,
used
even if
Val
she
as the
did, why is that
emotional
problematic?
centerpiece, and told whatever story she wanted to tell. She hid behind the scenes and kept her hands clean of involvement, staying out of the drama until it came to dunking on my tweet and making sure I'd stay down. She became the hero, defender of her friends, and turned me into the villain.
What
Shy
if
Lily projected
hypothetically,
her own actions and behavior of
hypothetical.
narcissism, manipulation, jealousy, and avoiding accountability onto me, and convinced all of my friends of it too while manipulating everyone to believe everything I've ever said was me lying through my teeth with words like honey. She threw her morals out the window, lied, and claimed I was trying to deplatform them when Shy Lily was the one eager to deplatform me. Shy Lily is deathly afraid of losing relevance, and she gladly conspired to take out the person she felt she was losing relevance to in her own.
Right. I want to stop here a second. She became the hero defender of her friends and turned me into the villain. But what if there's a hypothetical world where she was actually just defending her friends because of the shitty things that you did? It's just like,
I would like to point something
this jealousy
out.
is
Cinder keeps
crazy.
referring to how it was just business with Shy Lily. If I'm not mistaken, didn't Nano's model get cancelled by Cinder and Red?
Yeah,
because
Cinder
it
was the one that
just
said
businesses?
that. Yeah, Cinder was the one that said that.
Shy Lily is deathly afraid of losing relevance.
I mean, we all are
and
afraid
she
of losing relevance.
conspired to take out the person she felt she was losing relevance to in her own passion project, and
What?
pushed my cancellation to be done as soon as Bao was out of surgery with Nano's career-ending evidence.
What?
No one was going to distrust Shy Lily's word or side against
What?
her. Her celebrating my cancellation on her stream was justified in the eyes of the public. She misled, all while admitting to the slander that started this. Shy Lily didn't care about accountability. She was ready for blood, and she got it.
She felt like she was losing relevance in her own passion project. Well, what kind of statement is this, dude? Can I be honest, chap? Lily never needs to worry about that shit, right? She is constantly gonna be one of the best. Now, we all do fear about losing relevancy. Don't get me wrong, and I'm sure Lily might consider that as well, but there is no reason that Lily would even give a fuck. Like, this is such a... She cares about B-Card. It's her passion project. But to say she felt like she was losing relevance is insane. Just because you were part of it doesn't mean that she felt like she was losing relevancy. Just because she was passionate about it doesn't mean that she felt like she was losing relevancy.
It's very easy to lie about someone when the person being
That's
lied
crazy.
about is the only one who can disprove them, and everyone was manipulated to believe anything they could say in their defense couldn't be trusted. Twist what really happened to fit a narrative, then repeat it over and over again until it's believed to be fact. Cinder took no accountability. Cinder knew everything. Cinder betrayed her friends. It's just business.
I mean, the thing is you didn't take accountability. You didn't know everything, but this sentence was definitely... Okay, I get her point here. You didn't know everything, Cinder, but we never expected you to know literally everything, right? Cinder betrayed her friends. Well, I mean, you did, right? You shouldn't have talked shit. It's just business. That was your own sentence. Add that last part to the notes. Which part? Yeah, which part? Yeah, 3 of those things are entirely true, though.
And no matter how many times they claim
I mean, you're the one
Cinder
that
did
said it,
this
not
and
us,
Cinder
but...
did that, it doesn't make any of Red's actions my actions. Any evidence shown of my
That
actual
is true.
involvement was near non-existent.
That's
Just
not
because
true.
they corroborated their stories and told them loudly and emotionally doesn't make them true. If you need to present your evidence dishonestly, out of order, out of context, even doctoring it, and then make
Doctoring
claims
it?
that the evidence doesn't even show, then maybe
What-
that
what was-
evidence isn't
what was
reliable,
doctored?
and the real story is different from the story being told. This was a witch hunt, and everyone involved just wanted to move on from it as soon as I was gone.
What was doctored? Did I miss something on that? What was doctored, chat? Here's the thing, right? Yes, not all the actions were your actions, right? But again, fundamentally, you continue to try and dissolve the fact that Red's actions are actions that you're responsible for. It's your responsibility to know you were negligent. I don't think she has. Maybe I don't remember since it's been a few days, but I don't think she said anywhere that she does not admit her responsibility for being negligent. I think this whole ending part right here, whole ending section of the breakdown is I would say makes very strong speculation and accusations with no proof. Doctor was Nano not complicit? Okay, I mean, okay, yeah, I guess if they didn't include everything, that would technically be true. But yeah, I mean, out of order, out of context, Nano definitely fucked up. Yeah, Nano definitely fucked up. I would argue that it's more likely that she knew a lot more than she admits to. I agree with that. Yeah, the document's full of mentions of herself, of the depths of discussion she ever redacted. Yeah, she also said she knew little things in it. So I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm going to put that in the notes, if you don't mind. Yeah, I'm going to put that in her notes. I think that's a fair point as well, Potato. You just actualized it in a sentence better than I did. So there is the end of the breakdown, chat. Now, what I want to do, the Silver Veil Effects section is really, really long. So I want to do something a little bit different. I want to skip to the Aru section and the Spite section, and then we'll come back to the Silver Veil section. Is that okay with y'all? Or do you want to go straight into the Silver Veil section? I feel like for pacing, it's better to like have this stuff like in front of me where I can like see we're moving through it in a timely manner. Is that okay with you? All right, so we'll go to Aru's because this one's a little bit shorter. Yeah, I think that way it just breaks it up a little bit better for me. So anyway, Aru's tweet for reference, here it is, posted after the apology. Now I put a tune about this until I saw Cinder's apology while I was hurt to the extent others were. Clear now that it was lied to and used. Not treated as a friend of it as a tool. I first met Cinder during a Twitch Rivals tournament. I'm going to read this since it's been a while. Yeah, I know it says that, Darth, and that's why I'm asking if chat is okay with that. I've read this document in order, so that's why I'm asking chat if they're okay with that as well. Which I think is fine. I don't think there's a lot that weighs into this particular part. Most of it references back to each other anyways, so... Yeah, they're shorter. So, I was met Cinder during the Twitch Rivals tournament and really looked up to her. We hit it off message a lot, and I got even closer to TwitchCon 2022, where I spent most of the day with her and Red. At one point, she noticed those mutuals of Silvervale, someone I admired since meeting her at PAX, and asked if I could introduce her. I thought she was just a fan, just like I was. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do, chat? I'm gonna be smart. I'm gonna be smart. We're gonna TTS this shit. Let's be smart.
Cinder invited me to go with her to Silvervale's meet and greet, and it meant a lot to me. As someone who didn't grow up with many social invitations due to being homeschooled in a foreign country, that gesture felt special. But looking back, I realize she only invited me because she thought I could give her access to Silvervale. After I introduced them, Cinder pushed me to ask Silvervale for a collab. I'm someone who rarely initiates collabs. I prefer to build friendships off-stream first or let things happen naturally. Still, I went out of my comfort zone to help because I believed she genuinely admired Silvervale. Now I know that wasn't true, and realizing she actually harbored resentment the whole time makes me feel completely used. I wasn't a person to her, just a connection. I did message Silvervale about the collab the first time, but when Cinder followed up again, I brushed it off because I didn't want to pressure her. Over time, I started noticing that Cinder didn't treat me like a real friend, more like a means to an end. Sometimes she made it clear IRL that she didn't even like me,
yeah, I know Ari
and I
did
can't help but
reply to
think
this.
it's because I
We're not
didn't
gonna
push
get into
harder
that
for
today.
the collab.
We will get into that on future news, though.
By 2023, our interactions had nearly stopped. Still, I tried to keep things friendly in DMs, IRL because I didn't know how to stand up for myself or set boundaries. That's changed now for obvious reasons. It's hard to say, But Cinder's apology doesn't feel genuine, especially not towards Silvervale. The truth is, Cinder isn't the only one who makes others in this space
300
feel
pages
used
to
or
go.
small. People like her, Yaki, and others made me feel that the best choice for myself was to step away from tubing entirely and made me afraid to build new connections. But
That's
as I
sad.
said yesterday, there are good people in this space, and
That's
they're
true.
the ones worth holding on to.
No, not the
Don't
Yaki
let the
stuff.
bad ones stop you from being your genuine self.
I don't understand why we got a whole Aru section, by the way. You know
To
what I
my
mean?
community,
Why did we get a
I
whole
think
Aru
I'd like to try
section?
coming back to tubing. When we talked about it last night, hearing how much you all love the tubing streams honestly hit me hard. It made me sad to realize I
miss
gave up
Aru's
on something
VTuber
I
streams.
love just because of the shitty awful people who poisoned the space for me. To the friends I pulled away
Yeah, that
from
was
because I was
crazy.
trying to protect my peace, I'm sorry. I'd love the chance to reconnect and rebuild those friendships. I started tubing because I believed in the joy and creativity of this community. It's heartbreaking to see that spirit dimmed by people who take advantage of others' kindness. Hold them accountable. Call it too. What I went through wasn't nearly as intense as what Nanolis experienced, but I do understand how hard it is to say no to a friend, especially when they make you feel like you're the only one who can help. I truly hope everyone affected by Cinder can heal and move forward. And I'm sorry for any negativity this situation has brought up from my side as well.
So there is that tweet, right, chap? Posted after my apology, right here. So let's go and look at that one. Aru did have somebody to say after Cinder's apology.
All the kind words really mean a lot to me. I've been reading messages from friends, acquaintances, and especially my community, and I'm so thankful for the messages about
The worst
possibly
book ever
coming
written.
back to tubing. I've genuinely cried reading some of the replies and they've affected me very deeply in a very good way. I love you all very much and
Oh,
thank
Aru
you
has
for
such a
everything.
good heart. I love her so much.
That
so
said,
sweet.
I do want to address something, especially for the Pyro pups who are hurting so deeply right now. I understand wanting to defend her, but for those asking, why post this? Why stir things up? She didn't do anything wrong, she was just trying to network. I want to be
I think
clear
there's
that
a
the
limit.
entire reason I spoke up
Yeah, I
in
think
the
it's a
first
limit.
place was to show that it wasn't just Red behaving this way. I
Right.
only understood her motive with me after Silvervale shared her document. Then, seeing her apology where she shifted all the blame onto Red, I felt it was important to step in. Not just to support Silvervale's story, which honestly spoke for itself given how many people were affected, but also to point out that her apology wasn't honest. Even while holding
we knew
deep
that.
hatred towards Silvervale, she still used me and likely others to try and force a collaboration with her, all while pretending it came from a place of love and respect.
I don't know, maybe this is just like a big VTuber thing, but bro, I don't want to collab with people unless I know them. Like, maybe that gets me less opportunities as a whole. And to be honest, I'm okay with that. I don't want to collab with people unless I actually know I'm going to vibe with them. Because I want to make good content together and I want to vibe with you, you know? It doesn't make sense to me to collab with people like on a big scale, like that you just really don't know. I don't get that. I really don't get that.
This wasn't Red's idea, and it wasn't something he pushed. Pyro pups
Right.
and everyone affected by all of this. Again, I truly hope you find healing. I know how heavy it feels right now, and it won't be easy, but I believe in you.
Yeah, that's why
Keep
Silvervale
holding
didn't
on
do
to
many
that flame,
collabs.
that kindness, and that
BT dubs.
positivity. It's not going anywhere. Trust that you all got this, and the entirety of the tubing community is supporting you.
Ara took the opportunity to speak out against me in live, claiming they used her as a tool to get Silvervale, and that's all she ever wanted from me. I mean, that's how she felt, right? But let's hear your
I met
argument.
Rutu during a Twitch Rivals event
Let's
in
listen.
September of 2022, and I met her in person with Red at TwitchCon the following month. At the con, she mentioned that she knew Silvervale while we were sitting by the shoujo booth. This was the first time I learned this, and I didn't notice they were mutuals like she claimed. I told her I was planning to go to her meet and greet the next day. I had nothing against Silvervale at the time this happened, and I wasn't motivated to meet her by deep hatred like Haru claimed. I chose to invite Haru to come with me because I was nervous to see her myself, but I was going either way. Red was with us, but he stepped away to the side when we saw Silver. While Haru, Red, and I were waiting in line, or right after the meet and greet, Haru was the one who suggested the idea of a canine collab between us two and Silver, even though she claimed I pushed it onto her in her tweet. Since it was a verbal
conversation 2 years ago, I don't have any evidences other than Red and I both being able to corroborate it. Oh no, trust me, I completely understand Potato, 100%, and it is a great way to grow. Don't get me wrong. I just think I feel differently about it. You know, collabs are great, but I get turned off streamers for every streamer's collab. Sure, it's gotta be balanced. So, Chad, I have a question for you. It's kind of a simple question. Who are you gonna trust, Aru, or Cinder? That's really what it boils down to. Who are you going to boil this down to, right? Now, I will give you some context to this. Number one, we have Cinder, who has been shown to push her collabs, lie in apologies, lie throughout her whole document, etc., right? Also, Red was there, who is a very manipulative person. Are we going to believe Aru, who, by the way, only literally collabs with fucking Games Cage and, like, 2 other people, and who has a fantastic reputation, and is also known as being a very, very nice person overall. So who are you going to believe? Like, I have a question for extra context. Aru hardly ever pushes for collabs, so why the fuck would she be the one to do that? I'm sorry, I don't believe you. I fundamentally just don't believe you, Cinder. Iris Red told the exact same thing in Nano May 2023. I wanted to ask Silver if the 2 of them and Cinder could do Wolf Girl collab together. So because Red told this as well, because both of you who are narcissistic liars, we're supposed to believe both of you. But I'm not believing anything that fucking Red says. Ever, period. This is a bad argument. It's the, well, trust me, bro. Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, I mean, collabs are good and bad, right? It all depends, but everybody looks at it differently. I mean, I think when you get burned enough times, Potatoes, you become a little bit more closed off, right? So sometimes you don't want to do collabs, and I would say probably Silvervale is probably a good example of that, right?
After the con, I asked Haru about
Why does
the
this need a
idea to see
section?
if she was serious.
Why does this need
and
a
she
section?
happily asked Silver about it.
You know?
At the start of December, I asked Haru again about the collab to check if she'd heard anything about it. She said let me message her right now, which she admitted was a lie in her tweet. Haru never said anything else about it and I didn't ask her again. This in no way changed my friendship or view of Haru. She said by 2023 our interactions nearly stopped, but yet we continued to message each other on and off over the next 8 months. I even
Sorry, my sound went out for a second. I even asked her voice in one of my lore videos in May of 2023 in which she was hesitant was being part of it, so... Yo, Belfry, thank you for the 10. What the fuck? Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Sorry, my sound went out for a second. Thank you so much, Belfry. Everybody give a big W to Belfry. Belfry, you get 1 crab. 1 crab. She's using hard to get close to Silver. I mean, it feels that way. Especially if she's, like, bothering her about it again. You know what I mean? So... Alright, let's keep going. Thank you, Belfry. I appreciate you. Oh no, don't tell me my TTS is broken. Oh shit. Oh no, I think my TTS broke. Alright, well, I guess I'll read it myself. Let's see. Even asked her to voice one of my lore videos made in 2023, and when she was hesitant about being part of it, I reassured her I still wanted her to be. I was around that time Aru fell out, VTubing and we grew apart. Last messages in our DMs were from her asking about doing the It Escape Room at TwitchCon that year. Although I never replied to her directly, us and a group of friends did plan and do the Saw Escape Room for that year when it was organized in separate Discord servers. So, yeah, I think the document fucking broke her. Holy shit. Let me try one more time here. Hold on. I might have to relaunch my program. We'll see. Oh, that's sad. Yep, she broke. Yeah, the TTS needs a raise. Oh, shit. Yeah, let me close this. Hold on a second, chat. I'm sorry. Yeah, I kind of need my TTS for this one because it's just, it's so much. It's so much. Yeah, let me get it 07 for you, Laura. By the way, again, about free, thank you so much for all those gifted subbies. I really, really do appreciate you. Thank you so much. I gotta pull up a folder doc. All right, let's relaunch and see if we can get you back up. Oh, 07 for you, Laura, working overtime. She's like, I'm done. This is too much shit. I can't keep going. All right, let's try again.
Pog online poggers.
There we go. All right, here we go. We're back at it. Let's go, Elara. W for Elara. Okay, thank you. Let's keep going.
I have no idea what she's talking about in her tweet when saying,
Yeah, in
Cinder
ours said
made
apparently
it
this was
clear
a
that she didn't
lie by
even
Cinder,
like
so...
me. I would see Aru at conventions and events, and every time I've interacted with her I always treated her as my friend. She hasn't messaged me, and I haven't messaged her. But now it's because I was always just using her to get to Silver Vale.
Well, she might have felt that way.
I messaged her about the collab she had the idea for twice, ever, almost a year before we stopped talking. Silver had no obligation to do anything
her whole
with
point
us,
was to show
and I
that
didn't hold the
you
fact
have
that
a
the collab never
tendency to
happened
do things
against
outside of Red's
her suddenly
influence.
thinking she'd like to come back to tubing, in the same tweet she lied about me when it was popular to do so, is extremely opportunistic. Below are the entirety of my DMs with Aru.
So what basically her point of talking about it is, was it opportunistic? Absolutely, because everybody was talking about it. But you're trying to paint her as a bad person about talking about something that was relative to her. She had an experience with you, and her whole point of showing that information was to show that you did this type of behavior outside of Red's influence. So I think that that is very important to acknowledge. And that was the point of the tweet. But another thing too is you leaked somebody else's DMs. What happened to the sanctity of DMs?
And all dates and times are in EST. I've censored any
What happened to
private
the sanctity of
information or
DMs,
names
chat?
of people who aren't directly involved. Screenshots that include messages that were in any of the documents are highlighted with a red border. Dates, and important messages within any screenshots, are highlighted in yellow.
Cinder, hi Aru, you're super cute. I don't know how to talk to girls. Aru, oh my god, I have a huge crush on you. Also, I have no idea how to talk to girls, so we can learn together. Cinder, Pikachu, Shockface, it's really nice meeting you during the tournament. It's great being able to talk to you for more than 2 minutes now. Aru, yeah, it was so hectic and chaotic. You did a great job keeping it together. I had so much fun too, by the way. I love your model. Also love the character you used for your ASMR video too, the pink hair. Your style sense is just chef's kiss. Cinder, you're so sweet. I think your model and face, he is so pretty. Are you on PST time zone, by the way? Cinder says I'm on EST. Aru says, oh, okay, I'm on PST. Hope your day's good so far. I just woke up. Yeah, I think she lives in California. Cinder says, I feel that. LMAO. But we do be on the content creator sleep schedule. Aru says, happy birthday, Cinder, so we can just send your message. Cinder says, thank you, Aru. Aru says, Cinder, would you ever want to be able to play games together off stream? I don't know if you have time, but if you ever want to, please let me know. Very friendly. Yeah, I guess so, Kinner. I guess so. Cinder, of course, I've been crazy busy. I'd love to when I get some free time. Aru says, hello, Cinder, how you doing? Cinder, I'm doing pretty good. I hope you're doing well too. I've been well. I'm wondering if you'll be at TwitchCon this year. Cinder, I will be. Oh my god. Aru, will be too. That makes me so happy. Cinder, let's meet up. I will cry. Aru, yes, I'd love to. Cinder, I'm so excited. Aru, yes, I hope there's a VTuber meetup. Will you be at the Twitch party? Cinder, I'd love to be, but Twitch denied me because I was the front page here and Takeover Week. Aru, what the fuck? You're one of the biggest VTubers on the platform. That makes no sense. Cinder, that's sweet of you to say. They said I need to wait for my growth to stabilize, but it's pretty consistent, so I'm kind of confused. She didn't get partner when she started. I was able to reply a couple days ago. There's also a chance I can get it before the con, but I know how long it takes for them to go through apps. I'm not expecting to hear back for another 2 months like last time. It's okay, I can still meet up with everybody outside the party. Alright, I'm still gonna ask my Twitch manager if there's a way to bring you in. You get partner in no time. I'm praying it's before TwitchCon. Cinder, Cinder, that's so kind of you to do for me. Oh my god. Ara says, hello, Cinder. I'm sorry, but it's kind of weird, but I'm commissioning somebody to make this. My VTuber, I was wondering if you can make the other person. If I can make you the other person in this video. I don't want to hit in the category. It's over. It's okay, by the way, no pressure. It seems like Ara's very friendly. You know, seems like everything's fine, right? Cinder, yeah, of course you can't apply, dude. Ask me. Oh my god. Ara says, hello, Cinder. For October, would you like to play Portrait Assistant together? I think one of us can stream it to Discord. Cinder says, that sounds fun, but how would that work? Not a single player. Ara says, I spoke to Blank, kissed him, and Blank played it, and he said, hey, so what we did was Blank play the game and stream the game to me on Discord. I just watch her play. That's what we did. There may be easier ways to do it, so I have no clue. Cinder, I see where we both streaming, though. Do you know? In a weird to be down to hang out with you after a stream with you. Ara says, I'm not sure. I can ask Blank if you want to play something else. Although we can do that together. I just thought it'd be fun since it's spooky season. Cinder says, no problem. I haven't seen the game yet. So that works for me. I'm always down to play anything anytime, though. Ara says, okay, it's really scary. And I'm awful at scary games. So I can't play it alone. Cinder says, I love scary games, although the jump scares usually get me every time. I'll be right there with you so we won't be alone.
Everything is in chronological order, and all dates and times
Oh,
are
whoops.
in EST. I've censored
Messages
any
during my
private
Twitch,
information
my
or
trip to
names of
TwitchCon.
people who aren't
Okay, well, I'm gonna
directly
take a sip of this
involved.
drink since that's the wrong
Screenshots
DTS.
that include messages that were in any of the documents are highlighted with a red border. Dates and important messages within any screenshots
Oh, yeah, this
are
is a Halo
highlighted
song.
in yellow.
It's the metal version of it. Yeah, Ara just sounds like they want to hang out. I love scary games. The message we just read up here. Ara says, Cinder, please protect me. Are you watching House of Dragons at all? Cinder says, I got you. I'm not, but dragons are so damn cool. I wish I had time to watch more a bunch of things. Gonna try to manage my work better so I have more free time soon. Ara says, I see it's definitely difficult. Thankfully, it takes Sundays off just to make sure I can catch the latest episode. Out of curiosity, what are some of your favorite shows, like anime, IRL, anything? So she's trying to get to know her more on a friendly basis. Cinder says that's good. For currently airing shows, I've been trying to catch up with One Piece. Also try to catch Survivor when I can. I've been watching that one since I was a kid with my parents. And my whole family is always so invested in every season, even nowadays. Ara says, Cinder, where are you? I want to give you a hug. Cinder says it'll be the 5 p.m. meetup. Probably a picture heading down to the lobby. Ara says, okay, I'll be down at 10. Cinder says, hi, pipe girl, where are you? Ara says, are you okay? I missed a call from Ara. Cinder says, yes, I'm on blank, sorry. Ara, oh my god, I was so worried. Okay, have fun, please stay safe. If you need me to get you, just let me know, I'll come right away. Cinder says, are you good too? Ara says, yes, I'm okay, we're still at the party. Cinder says, they took us to some party bus, LMAO. Ara says, LMAO, bro, I ain't going on any party bus, I'm just telling you. No smoking guns besides, the nano stuff.
I asked Teruyu
I don't think
if
there
she
will be
wanted
anymore.
to come meet Silvervale with me. I was going to the meet and greet myself either way.
Sure, absolutely. So again, LMFAO. Cinder says, I'm at blank. If you need anything, Ara says, okay, I love you, stay safe. Cinder said, love you so much too. Cinder says, I'm back, it's safe, no worries. Sorry for getting drunk and wandering. Ara says, why are you apologizing? I'm sorry for losing y'all and not getting kissed. Cinder says, no, it's okay, everything happens so fast, LMAO. Cinder says, would you want to come meet Silvervale with me at 2:30? Ara says, of course, I'll go with you. Cinder says, I'm really nervous. I think you, remember you meeting her before. Ara says, yes, I met her before. Oh my god, you're so nice, don't worry. Cinder says, you're the best, oh my god. Ara says, that's you, what time do you want to go meet up? Cinder says, whenever you're free. Ara says, okay, I'll be free in 10. Ara says, okay to post this. Would you want me to put an emoji over your face? Cinder says, I'll full service right now. Emojis would be great. Ara says, let me know when you want to meet. Okay, so, and that was the image of the meeting together, right?
The image of us meeting Silver that Teruyu posted later
This
that
is what
day.
Ara posted.
I did not make my own tweet about meeting Silver.
So there it is right there. This is Silver's reply to Ara's tweet. That was adorable. It's amazing meeting both canine girls, right? I mean, this is such like a basic just response. Like what is this response even included for? This is just like any VTuber that sees that they went to meeting and you take pictures. I'm like, oh my god, you're so cute. Thank you for visiting, etc. Right? So like, what is the point of this? Ari, let me know when you want to meet. Meet at the gamer subsmooth. I want to see Blank too. They walk over to me, Shoujo. Ara says, I'm away. Where do you want to meet? Cinder says, into the line to see Blank. Just saw Blank. Ara says, I'm away. Cinder with a picture. R says, if you want to still do the haunted house, we can go. I can ask Blank if she wants to go with us too. Yeah, we're also going to R and Spite sections. We're going to do the Silvervale section last. Yep. So R says, I wanted to ask if it'd be okay to bring you to the Genshin party tonight too. And I said it was good, so we can do the haunted house or Genshin party. And Blank will be going too. They said bring towels and swimsuits if you want to use a pool and a hot tub. Cinder says, what time is the party? R says 8 p.m. Cinder, I think I might be too tired to party tonight. Okay, if you want to do anything, let me know. Cinder, it's so nice hanging out with you. A deception, thank you for giving a sub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Kitty. Oh, I'm sorry, 5 gifted subs. Holy shit. Wait, I fucked that up. My bad. Thank you for the 5. Thank you so much, Deception. You get a like party. Thank you so much, guys, for all of your support today. I'm going to try to do my best for you to get through this document. So thank you again so much. It's so nice hanging out with you. I love hanging out with you. Cinder says that's a party. R says I'm on my way there. It's a really nice area. I know Blank is there. So they're just talking about like they hung out. They had a good relationship. They did some parties.
I messaged
etc.
Ruru
Nothing
on
crazy.
my way home from TwitchCon if she was actually planning to ask Silvervale about a collab together, which she did. I said, were you still thinking about messaging Silvervale? Because the collab was her idea.
Again, how much can you believe that? You know? Yeah, it's a fun. It says Cinder. R says you want to do a haunted house tonight. People are dipping on the soup. Cinder says, oh my god, we're in there having lunch at Yukaki. I'm so excited. R says, I'm so sad I love Gyokaku. Make sure to get the chicken froggy. It's so good. Cinder says, it was so yummy. I wish we knew about it earlier. We would have went there together. Your flight was okay. Cinder says, are you still thinking about messaging Silvervale about a wolf girl chat? I'm not sure if she really wants to, but I'd love to do more with you anyway. We should plan our spooky collab when we recover from the weekend. What is this proof? Are you like, oh, well, I didn't ask for it. She asked for it. Like, this is so stupid. This is so, like, high school bullshit. Who cares? Yes, let me message her and ask if that's okay. Yes, I agree. Let's plan something. Cinder, can we just wait a bit if you're still recovering? If you have a daytime in mind, just let me know. My schedule's pretty open. Right now, I know I pooped from this weekend, but I still want to do lots of my friends still. Or it says, sounds like I should be down to play games together once your schedule clears up. Doing a message. I can't even read this. I don't think I can even blow this up. Yeah, I don't think I can make that bigger, chat, but basically it's just Ari message Silvervale. Silvervale said something along the line. They should be able to play games once your schedule clears up. Let me just blow up with that. Let me know. Actually, hold on. Let me try this. Hold on. Yeah, let me try this. All I see from Silvervale says, like, that'd be a ton of fun. I've been really busy lately with the con peeps. Something up, but things here have been something down, probably calming down. It's hard to read. Hopefully it's down here. I can't remember. Oh, okay, it is down here. I couldn't remember. Screenshots of R's DMs of Silver that she sent me. Silver never gave her back to R about this, and R never brought it up to me or Silver again. That's amazing. See you. So wondering if you ever be down to play some games off stream. I couldn't remember. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I was trying to do my best for you. Totally understandable if you're busy though. Cinder and I were talking about how fun it'd be to have a canine night. Again, if you want to play some games off stream, if I had time. I mean, it's not really a collab. That's just hanging out. I want to make that clear. So wait a second. Why does she keep saying collab? When it's clearly not a collab. It's play some games off stream. That's not a collab. That's actually hold the fucking phone. Wait a second, chat. That's actually a big point. This was never a collab. Never was a collab with Silver and Aru. Was a off-stream hangout. That's actually a really important point. So, to me, that actually solidifies more than anything that Cinder looked at this as a collab and used that terminology on purpose. Yeah, very, very interesting you just gloss over that. Yeah, collab with you every Wednesday night chat for community night. Laura says, it'd be a ton of fun. I've been really, really busy lately with the comp prep and stuff. But been calming down lately. So, Cinder says, I love this. It's so good. LMAO, Ari, would you be interested in playing Labyrinth with me and Blank? Probably be around November 11th and 13th. It's hard to pinpoint a day this moment since Blank's corp. But she has to get approved, but the game looks fun and spooky. Ari says, I would love that. Cinder, awesome. I'll keep you updated. Let me know what time works for you to play Mortuary Assistant when you want to make plans. Ari says, okay. I looked at my schedule to play. I'm so excited. Cinder, me too. Ari says, how's the 23rd feel for Mortuary? Cinder says, I can do that. Free all day. Hi, Ari, would you want to reschedule for something this week instead? Ari says, yes, please. Cinder says, when you're free, I have a few things planned this week, so we can work something out. Cinder, does tomorrow work with you? Ari, yes, what time are you thinking? Cinder, maybe 6 p.m. EST. Ari, sure. Cinder, do you still want to play Mortuary Assistant? Ari says, yeah, would you want to? Cinder, yeah, I can make a call with you and you can share your screen. We can stream at the same time and have our video. Ninja links up to get our reactions. Ara says, perfect. Cinder says, I'm so excited to hang out with you and chat again. Cinder, can you send me a PNG or model for a thumbnail? Ara says, yes, give me 5 minutes. Cinder says, take your time. Sends a PNGs. Cinder says, you're so cute. Ara, I'll stop. Can you use the thumbnail you make as well? Woke up so late. Cinder says, yes, of course. We can push it back if you need to. Ara says, Cinder, how do you use Video Ninja? Cinder says, you want to click your camera to OBS. Video source should be VTube Studio Cam. And hit start. Generates a link at the top of the screen. Guys, by the way, this is 2022, so this was the ancient days of no VNet. So that's why they're using video. It generates a link at the top you can give me, and I'll give you mine. This item is browser source, and OBS, turn off the green screen, and chroma key both of us up. Yeah, thank you, Chad. I appreciate that. Yeah, no worries, Shoujo. Ara says, okay, is it possible to push it back to 15 p.m.? My time, I just start 15 minutes. Cinder says, no problem. I was planning to go live earlier and just chat anyway, so we can start when you're ready. There's her thumbnail. Ara says, perfect. I'll start at 2:15 and we can play around 2:45-ish. Cinder says, sound good. Ara says, Cinder, I'm so sorry. Is it possible to push it 3:15? Cinder says, yeah, no worries. Just let me know when you're all good. Ara says, okay, thank you. Cinder says, so are you ready? Sometimes it's weird on your end, so let me know if you have to flip it. Ara says, okay, I'm ready. Cinder says, can I have your link? Ara says, yeah, is there a way to make it transparent? Cinder said, just switch it to green screen and chroma keyed out. The Mortuary stream was funny as heck, really. Yeah, it's really sad with the context though, right, Ram? Cinder just switched to green screen and chroma keyed out. Ara says, can I call? Cinder says, sure. They call. Ara says, I had so much fun with you, Cinder. Oh my god. Cinder said, I had so much fun too. You're so nice hanging out with. Ara says, LMFAO, is this your ASMR? Cinder says, yeah, tweet about it. So wild. Ara says, haha. This is probably referring to, you guys know that viral TikTok where the guy was like looking at the screen, and he's kind of like just like crashing out, and it had Cinder's old like PL in it. It was like a very viral post. I think that's when that happened actually. Yeah, I think that's when that was. Just for context. Here's a video that we collab. Between the messages above, Ara and I had one other collab with a couple of our friends that was playing that group chat. Oh my god, I haven't seen Shiki in so long. Does Shiki still stream chat? God, I forgot about Shiki. Shiki's still around. I'm asked, she was okay with me getting a scab of us together. This is for the messages above. Cinder says, hi, Ari, would you be okay with me getting a scab together? Ara says, oh my god, I would love to. Cinder says, do you send me references? Ara says, yes. Cinder says, you're so pretty. Ari, since the PNG, so they have a reference. This stream is 18 plus. That's very much indicated in my rules.
Almost 2 months after TwitchCon, I asked Ruu if she'd ever heard from Silvervale about the collab. In her tweet, she admitted she never actually asked Silver about it again,
That's my rules.
And neither of us brought it up after this. 2 days earlier on November 30th, 2022, I messaged Silver on Twitter about hanging out off stream, and doing so reminded me of the collab with Ruu.
Oh my god, that's you, my love. Cinder says, no, stop. I'm looking at artists now. Sending a couple looking up. What do you think of this artist? Says Cinder for this scab. Artist says, I love them. Cinder said, just submitted it. Cinder said, I was approved. Artist says, I'm so excited. Cinder says, hey, Ari, have you heard from Silvervale about doing a Wolfie collab with us? Artist says, let me message her right now. Cinder said, no problem. I'd love to collab with you again soon. Either way. Artist says, Cinder, I literally cannot wait to hug you. I love you and miss you so much. Cinder says, it's gonna be nice to see you all again. Try not to cry. Cinder says, happy birthday, Ari. I hope you have a wonderful day with lots of cake and ice cream. Can't wait to see you soon. Sends another message a few days later. Cinder says, yeah, I want to check in, see how you're feeling. Ari says, I'm terrible. Cinder says, I wish there was somebody I could help you feel better quicker. Ari says, I love you so much. Cinder says, quick, our skip came back. I hope you like it. Here's a transparent version for you to use right there. Ari says, I'm gonna fucking scream. I love it so much. Oh my god, let me PayPal you the half. I love this. What the fuck? I'm gonna get this framed and printed. Put it up in my room. I'm crying. I love this so much. We look so fucking cute together. Cinder says, I'm so happy to have art with you. I don't know why. I'm blue, but it's so cute. LMAO. I kind of like, this is where the blue started, right? Like unintentionally, this might be where it started. That's a gift. Don't worry about that. Ari says, I love it so much. I love you, Cinder. I love you so much. Cinder says, you're so cute. I love you so much, Ari. Our goodbye was awful timing, but I love being able to hang out with you again. Arya says, I love you so much. Can't wait till we can meet up next event. Cinder says, I'll let you know what cons I'll be at next year. I mean, we'll be able to plan another fun weekend another time. Arya says, sending you so much love, Cinder. I'm sorry shitty people are vocalizing their jealousy of you. You're slaying and more successful than all of them. Anyone who sees you knows she has nothing but wonderful things to say about you. I love you so much. Oh, that eats like milk, bro. Cinder says, I love you so much, Arya. I love you. Thank you so much, Arya. I love you. Alright, so Cinder, my love, I'm trying to get the gang together, hang out, play games or something. We'd be down to do something like next week or so. I miss everybody. This says, oh my god, I love you. Says, once everyone's back, I'll message and make a chat. Cinder says, sound good to me, and I had a couple of other things planned for next week. I'll make you know exactly when I'm free when I do. Ara says, okay, once we have a chat, we can all plan a time that works. How you doing? Cinder says, yeah, I can't wait. Hang out again. I'm actually doing super well lately. Hope you have been too. Ara says, Cinder, my love, how are you doing? Cinder says, I'm good. How are you? Ara goes on to say, I'm good. I just miss you. I hope you're doing well, Cinder. Cinder, I love you so much. Don't put things in jars. Ara says, also, Cinder, is it okay to post art of us together on Twitter? Ara says, this one. Cinder says, yes, of course. I'm sitting on so much art I haven't tweeted yet. Ara says, okay, I'll tweet it tomorrow. Ara says, I'm crying. I miss you, Cinder. And of course, there's that art. Cinder says, oh my god, I love this. This one has Numi and Bao in it, by the way. Ara says, I miss everyone. Grab. Cinder says, would you want to voice some short lines for my new debut lore video? Ara says, I would love that, Cinder. Cinder says, there's parts of my video where I'm overcome by negative thoughts, and I figured it'd be fun to get my friends involved, to be the voices in my head. Kind of like hate comments. I have some examples if you want them. Just like a personal, like, preference, why would you have your friends play the part of negative voices in your head? just, maybe that's personal preference, but, like, why would you do that? Art says, oh, I see the vision. Cinder says, here's a whole lot I came up with. You can choose some from here or come up with your own. I don't want my friends to be associated with negativity. It doesn't matter. It's just a personal comment. Cinder said, just keep in mind, I'm sending everyone to ask to participate for the same list. If you could do a few to avoid too many duplicate lines, that'd be awesome. Here are all the lines, by the way, chat. I'm not going to read all these, but, you know, talking like, your voice is annoying, what a joke. Fuck you, you suck. Exactly right. Art says, I got you, Queen. I record 5. And you can choose whatever one works best. When did you need this by? Cinder says, thank you so much. No deadline, just when you can. Art says, listen, I don't really know what's being told behind closed doors by Yaki, so considering all that's happened, would you still want me to voice on your lore video? The Yaki stuff was crazy. If you don't want to answer, that's okay too. I just want to make sure everyone seems like everyone has an opinion on this situation. I mean, I think it's really fair to check in with a friend and be like, hey, you know, this drama's coming out. Are you okay with me being involved? I know I've said the same thing when I got involved with, like, drama as well. Cinder says, I'd still love to have your voice be part of it. I'm sorry it's meaning to check up on you sooner, but I'm sure you were going through a lot and getting bombarded with DMs. I love you and hope you're okay too. Ara says the debut was incredible. The new outfit was amazing. The animations were so fun. I love the entire vibe. You're amazing. Cinder says, yeah, I still love to have your voice be a part of it. I'm sorry I was meaning to check up on you sooner. Oh, I'm sorry. I reread the wrong part. Cinder says it means so much to me. Thank you so much, Ara. Cinder says we'd like to do an escape room at TwitchCon. It's this one. Here's the escape one for it. So I don't know, chat. I don't know, chat, what this is supposed to paint, but I know that it shows that Aru and Cinder were kind of like friends at one point. But I can see how Aru would be like, okay, so with the context with Silvervale, right? It feels like you were only trying to get closer to me because I knew Silvervale and I was okay with messaging her. So like, if you're trying to refute that point with the context of Silvervale stuff, I don't know why this section was even included. Like, what? Why was this here? They're really trying hard to forge all this alleged hate and merciless comparisons of the VTubers like Silvervale in her own character lore, when it largely born from her own unhealthy insecurities. Yep. Absolutely. Again, there's so many times where she goes on to say, like, oh yeah, like I was harassed by comparison, but like, how are you harassed by being compared? Like, if people compared you, bro, that's just part of life. Like, I'm sorry, I hate to say that, but bro, that's just part of stuff. That's just part of shit, you know? Sorry, like, it sucks, but that's how it is. Yeah, and the reason that I actually wanted to read this first chat is because most of this is actually in the Silvervale section. So that way we can just skip it when we get to it. Anyway, we're gonna get to the we're gonna go up to the spite section, which is a little bit longer, right? It's about 100 so on pages, but this is a important section as well. So again, here is Spite's tweet, and of course, you know, again talking about the comparisons that they obviously had. So let's go.
I'm very sorry to Spite for the harassment she's gotten over the years for absolutely no reason other than being similar to me. I know how it feels to be called a copy, or inferior version of someone else when you know it's not true. I disliked Spite for what I thought was her copying me, and I was harassed for being similar to her too, just not nearly to the degree I was with Silvervale. I never reached out to talk things out with Spite, and I should have. I'm sorry. I've never condoned or told anyone to harass any other creator, even if I've ever held anything
Yes, I know that
against
you
myself.
don't like being harassed. Oh, so yeah, I disliked her and she was copying me, and I was harassed. But you know, it wasn't her getting harassed wasn't to the degree that I was a Silvervale. What? You? How do you prove that? What did you? What? Oh, why did you include that line? Oh, she was getting harassed, but not as bad as me.
I
Bro,
like when talking about
main
Spite
character
in
syndrome.
my apology. I knew Red had talked to Nano about her in 2023. He had gone as far as to ask her not to work with Spite. It was not something I had anything to do with, but I was okay with it after he told me Nano agreed. I lied so I wouldn't make things worse for myself and admit to more than I was being accused of at a time when everything was crashing down for me. I'm sorry to her for being unknowingly excluded from working with Nano because of how I felt about her.
And that, okay, so listen, chat, number one, I was not something I had anything to do with, but I was okay with it. So, you can't, it's a contradiction. What do you mean? Had nothing to do. It's not something I had anything to do with, but I was okay with it after they told me about it. So you had everything to do with it. Well, you put like 20 letters in between contradicting yourself. Oh my god. I'm sorry for unknowingly excluded from working. That is such a problem though. Unknowingly or knowingly. Holy shit. Here we go.
I believe Spite was contacted by Shylily and compelled to make a public statement about me. It's made up of allegations without evidence, and is purely based on conjecture. She's profited off of these baseless accusations since making them against me. If Spite was never shown the screenshots of Red asking Nano not to work with her, which I feel Spite would have included in her document, then she made her statement over one screenshot of Red's DMs talking about
wasn't
her
it
from
already
May
included
of
in another
2023.
doc? So why did she need to?
At no point have I ever stolen or copied anything from Spite. Besides Red, I've only talked about my grievances with Spite to a handful of friends. Following her on Twitter is the extent Red and I have ever been watching her, and I haven't cared about what she was up to beyond mid-2023. I moved past all of this a long time ago and I wish no ill will towards Spite.
So wait a second. So she profited. What do you mean she profited? She didn't profit off anything. The Pyro Pups were so fucking devastated by your shitty ass behavior that they supported somebody that deserved it. Oh my god. Besides, I've only talked about my grievances with Spite to it. So you admit right here, I'm putting this in the note, Cinder admits that she talked negatively about Spite to other creators. So you literally admitted that you badmouth Spite to your friends, not just Red and Nano, to other friends as well. So now you have other people that you've just drawn into this. You unnecessarily drew people into your grievances with Spite. How can you possibly look at the evidence of Silvervale and Spite and all the other people and be like, oh, but I'm not jealous and I have no ill will, and I'm really, I wasn't trying to undercut people, bro. The patterns don't lie. Like,
Every topic is separated and is in chronological order.
What
and all dates
allegations
and
did she
times
make?
are in EST.
Didn't she just
I've
point out
censored any private
stuff?
information or names of people who
I
aren't
made a
directly
reminder on
involved.
Spite's document, though. I need a
Screenshots that
refresher.
include messages that were in any of the documents are highlighted with a red border. Screenshots that are directly of or taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border. Dates and important messages within any screenshots are highlighted in yellow. Quotes from my apology are highlighted in gray. Red's own comments on anything being presented are labeled and highlighted in blue. Any sections based on speculation are labeled in pink.
This is so dumb. This is so dumb. I want this next section of me, chat. I actually put a note for today to point it out. This is so dumb.
Copying Spite. The first thing I want to show is the evidence that I didn't copy
And now I'm gonna
Spite's
prove that I
designs
didn't
or
copy
outfits
Spite.
at any point, including the Blue Fire merch artwork I have of myself. Original design December 16, 2020. My original character design was finished. My reference sheet also describes my blue flames.
So just because you have blue flames back in this thing, what does that have to do with Spite? You don't own blue flames. I'm now going to prove that I own blue flames before everybody else. Like, all right, here we go. Finish Cinder reference sheet. The blue flames were hardly a major part of your design initially. Of all the first emails this came out that I messed up big. Oh my god, it was just around the text edits. Fix it on, found the files here. Please note the HE files did only belong only to you and the artist or creator live 2D model. As expected, the ones on post folder are okay to share on your social media. Would you be able to use a black silhouette or the first drawing in a YouTube video to advertise to new accounts? Yes, you can make a black silhouette to advertise. Thank you for asking. Of you like how the final reference turned out and enjoy your new character. Good luck with your journey. Wish you both big luck. Thanks for trusting me to create something so important. I'm truly honored. Your blue flames are not a major. Holy shit!
Jump scare you?
The blue flames are not even a major part of your design, as they were with Spite. Posted my full reference sheet on Twitter for the first time. This was back February 9th, 2021. Didn't Spite, let's see, I debuted August 15th, 2021. That means I think Spite debuted about a month or two after me. So here's that tweet. I made her account on May 2021. I'm done. I'm stretching before I crash out. I'm stretching before I crash out. So technically back here, I included this tiny little blue flame. So actually Spite's copying me.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Literally, she's literally trying to argue that she came up with it first. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta stretch.
Emotional damage!
VTubing explain. Look, I've already read this part, so I already knew I was gonna crash out, but I gotta be biased here. I've known Spite since she started. We were very good friends when we first started, right? Like, we definitely drifted apart over time, but that doesn't mean that I have any less love in my heart for her. I am a huge Spite fan. I think that she is amazing. She inspired me to push myself harder when I first started. Like, I was looking at the stuff she did, and she was just an inspiration, like truly and honestly. I've collabed with Spite a few times. We have history, at least minimally, right? So, I mean, we're not as close as we used to be, but you know, we've talked here and there, right? So, I'm biased, 100%. But legitimately, does this not look like she's trying to be like, well, I had blue flames first? Like, am I wrong?
I posted my PNG model that I was using to stream from June 15, 2021 until my model debut a year later on June 25, 2022. It had an alternate blue version I used sometimes
the big thing
too.
here too is a pattern. Can a pattern be proved that you did or didn't copy her, right? In Spite's original document, I felt like she proved a pattern, right? My first ever VOD to YouTube, studio with the upload date. Okay, as far as I could tell, this was first time Spite ever posted her character design on Twitter. My model said that so you can base it off this, please. Again, just being like, oh, well, I didn't copy her because I used the color blue first. Like, that doesn't exonerate you of a pattern.
Outfit, this
as
was
far
when
as I can
first
tell.
brought the idea of my demon design to Nano. The idea came from seeing Fruit's evil alternate design a year earlier in December of 2020, and I knew I wanted to have a similar outfit since then.
So again, this is all news, so we are gonna read this. Cinder, hi Nano, I just placed this scab. I'm excited for it. I also wanted to ask you do you do character design at all? I mentioned having a new demon outfit designed for Cinder, and was curious if that's something you might want to work with on together. I think it'd be cool to have a model from you with the new and original designs like 1 and 2. It's not urgent anymore, so I'm not sure if you'd like to start if you're still interested. Also, Cinder copied Fruit! Confirmed! Oh my god. Anyway, Nano says, thanks for the scab. By the way, it kind of feels sad, or feel kind of sad I'm not helping to pay it. I guess I do character design. I'm currently working on commission. I guess mid-December I'll be free. Cinder says, don't feel bad, it's a gift for you because you've been so sweet. December would be perfect. I absolutely love your work, and I'm so happy you're able to help me. How much of your character design so my cost? I'd also like to hang out and play a game with you sometime if you want to. So again, here's Fruit's old body versus current new body. I still do my old uniform. Wow, bro, this is so old school. I kind of miss this. I kind of miss this Fruit, you know? This is like, I was into VTubing back then. This is when I, like, first started. Fruit and Zentrea. This is like a blast from the past. Anyway, I still do my own old uniform, and I used to control Undead Army. If you see me wear it again, I do have quite a mean look, which is the opposite of me. Demon's design was started back on this date, which is 2021, December 13th. I made a Google Drive folder of concepts I think would look nice for Demon design as Cinder. I'll include my current reference sheet for you too. I know it's a neat design with what I like about them. Please take your time and have fun with it. I look forward to see what ideas you come up with. So this is what eventually evolved into the Hellhound, right? Here's the drive. I'm debating whether or not I want the flames in this design to be orange like normal or purple to be more unique. Just want to mention that to you to keep in mind. The idea so far. Cinder said, wow, this really fast. Parts I like and some things I like to change. I was playing around the colors. I think the orange color scheme's better, but the purple was really pretty. I just don't want this design to look too different. I did a quick edit to it in peace to try and show you what direction I like to go in. I really want to keep the fire aspect in the design like the ears and tail. Here's all the references I gave to Nano. She's showing she didn't use Spite as a reference, but again, that doesn't prove anything. You didn't copy somebody. but again, we'll continue.
The original demon design was finished about 4 months before my original model debut on June 25, 2022. This version of the design never became a model.
2/27/2022 demon form. Okay, this one never actually became a model. It eventually became the Hellhound model. You can see the inspiration down here, right? This was finished in February 27th, 2022. Quite a bit after Spite had debuted at that time, right? Right, and it finally was updated and debuted. Okay, so this became the Hellhound.
The demon design was updated and the model finally debuted on this date.
Alright, cool. Again, you don't
Red
own the color blue,
the
so like,
references for my summer
this is just
outfit
weird.
in their DMs before I had even debuted my first model on June 25, 2022. It was designed to cover my already designed bikini outfit to be safe to use on Twitch, which you can see the straps of on the model's neck and hips in the image
I don't know
below.
how you can admit that you had a problem with somebody, but then you're like, oh yeah, but also I totally didn't copy them and I had like no other issues. Like, but you talk shit about her to your friends. Like, how am I supposed to believe you? Like, in any capacity, especially when you admit that freely. Yeah, I mean, look forward. Again, I've said this, like, if you want to support her, that's fine. But I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how you can look at all this evidence and be like, oh yeah, like she's exonerated, you know? It's just kind of crazy. Red, here's the shirt and shorts references. Nano, we'd like the idea of the metal top with the rips in the boobies, but don't like the rips on the straps. We like the idea of the bottom of the shirt being ripped or torn in some way. We don't like how it looks in this image. Cinder wanted me to ask you to be okay with designing a metal or spray painted version. Your eye symbol to put in the shirt. That's your icon. And for the shorts, we don't want the threads on the bottom that are over the legs. We like the rips being on the seam side of the skirt. The color can be a little darker and less washed out, and Cinder thinks having them on bottom can be cute. There's Nano's, version of it.
Spite said she worked with her model artist on her new outfit.
Right.
There is no fire in Spite's ears in this image of her, but they were on her final model when it debuted.
Okay, who cares? On July 20th, I'm a model woman. I worked on a comfy girl goth debut. I wrote to my t-shirt, G-string, in spiked wrist cuffs. 2 weeks after Cinder debuted, similar outfit include the earliest images. I find a Cinder with this outfit. I received many negative comments about my design from people assuming that I copied her when I debuted 2 weeks before. I got cut off. And Cinder just a bunch of horrible things. So wait a second. So we're using the argument that the date of the debut is important, right? She's like, oh, well, I had the blue flames first. But now you're going and saying, oh, well, guess what? I debuted this 2 weeks before, but it doesn't matter because she didn't have, flame in her ear. So, like, which fight do you want to take? Do you want to use the dates or not use the dates? Like, what are we going for here? I'm so, like, thrown off by that.
I described what kind of artwork I was looking for to the artist. I asked for it to be partially grayscale but with bright colorful highlights and details. It's public knowledge who made this artwork, so I've chosen not to censor their name here.
Hi, Clickjaw. Sorry it's taking me so long to get back to you on this. I love to work in a t-shirt design. That's a bit of a short notice, but do you think you'd be doable for mid-December? I can get your references tonight, and could you quote me a price for a commercial piece like this? Thank you. Clickjaw says, I'm glad to hear back from you. It's gonna be a pretty tight schedule. Again, you just leaked the DMs, so like, oh, I didn't censor their name, but it's okay if I just link the DMs, you know. Do you have any idea of the style of your t-shirt art, like black and white, color, sketch, style, graphic, art style, etc., and some references to design you like would help too. Here's a drive folder of references. I've included some of your work. I like what character references. I like the idea of doing graphic art style, personally grayscale, but with bright color highlights and details. Also, like the inclusive Japanese text for Cinder in the design. The logo has to include on for reference. Can you give me a quote for a commercial piece like this? Thank you so much. Oh, I see this as a style I'm pretty familiar with. Haha. We can probably do with some kind of fire design for you for the price. RB blank and with 1.5 commercial price. It'd be blank in total. That'd be great. You can send me invoice whenever at blank. Great. Okay, I'll send it to you soon, but you don't have to pay up front. Usually take payment after it's done. Sounds good. I can't wait to see the sketch. I clicked also, was wondering if you had any updates for me. Says, yes, I was thinking about the commission. It's already starting up previous work and most already started sketching now. Awesome. Thank you so much. So this was after her debut, though. You know what I mean? Like, this was after Spite's debut for this. So when you try to go out of your way to... If you were worried about that comparison, right? Wouldn't you go out of your way not to have some stuff? You know? Yeah, like, even with the dates, if you want to get real specific... Spike did post previews and screenshots of stuff earlier. That's a great point, Kisan. Thank you for pointing that out.
After receiving the first draft, I decided I wanted to try something with my blue flame coloration with a limited color palette instead. Another artist I was working with on merch art was making something with my normal orange flames.
Hey, Cinder, to the initial rough draft for your merch art. I was thinking a lot about different ideas, my expressions and poses. and all came together to this poster composition. The colors are not found, it's mostly to distinguish the characters, but each will have their different theme colors. Let me know what you think so far. I think it's be really cool composition for a poster. I'd love to put a pin in it and work on this together after if we're able to, but I don't think it really fits what I was thinking as a t-shirt design. So if you try something with my blue flame correlation with a limited color palette instead. Sure, I can set that aside for now and focus on blue theme with color composition. That'd be great. Here's a picture. Okay, here are two more prototype design options. This is the Dawson that never ends. Yep. I came up with a new composition. It's still rough. Which one do you prefer? Cinder says, I think I prefer the second one, but we can change the expression to look angry. Cinder, my fire gets hotter and turns blue when I get mad. I know it's early, but you're thinking of adding the text and any background elements at all. And you think it's maybe possible the art finished before the end of the week. Thank you so much. Clickdraw says, great choice. I was hoping you would pick that one. Yes, I'll be adding some more fiery effects in the background and Japanese text on the bottom. Maybe like you're sitting on it. I was thinking about angry expression too, and that does go well with this. Yes, my aim was to finish by next week, and I should be able to do that. Also, I usually communicate on Discord, so it would make it much more convenient for me to send files and messages. So we take that here. Here's my Discord ID with 2 uppercases. Sounds great. Audio on Discord. Why is this part included? Why is this part included? Hi, Cinder. I mean, I guess she's trying to show they didn't mention Spite, but that doesn't mean that you can't look and then draw those things from that inspiration from Spite. Hypothetically, right? Again, I'm not saying that is true, but hi, Cinder. Thank you for adding me, says Click Draws. I'll be drawing your art over the weekend and update you on the progress. Cinder says, thank you so much. I'll be looking forward to it. Cinder says, hi, Click Draws. I was wondering if you had any updates for me. Click Draws says, Cinder will be working on it over the weekend. I had a good idea. So there were a lot of changes, so I'm just cleaning that up and I'll show it to you pretty soon. To make it simply, seems like there are more receipts than there actually is. Yeah, it's just like, it's the gamble that I mentioned on day 1 of coverage. It's a gamble to put so much information that you hope that people will just not take the time to actually look into it, right? You just give so much stuff that doesn't matter. Click says, okay, this is really rough, but this is the idea. I changed the post sketch from before a bit, so you're sitting on a flame throne. Change the facial animation to look more angry and to stomp with a paw print soap. Also, a lot of just placeholders like the text. I just got a base shape so far, and I'll be adding more detailed line arts and tones, as well as color adjustments that fit the style. Cinder says, thank you, Click Jaws. I like the new direction of it. Can you make the text a bit bigger at the bottom? I'd also like none of the art to get cut off by the edges of the frame to fit better as a t-shirt design. Could you extend the flames and edit? Could you extend the frame and edit the flames a bit? Click says, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I already thought about it. Look good as the shirt, hoodie design and with the generic size seen on other merch. Well, let me know which product you're going with. I've seen hoodies without the front pocket, so I'm going to go better with this. And yes, I'll be working more on everything, including the flames and text to make it finished quality. Cinder says, thank you. Click says, okay, letting you know I'm getting close to finishing this artwork for you. I'll be able to show it to you tomorrow. Click says, hey, Cinder, your merch art is finally complete. Cinder says, thank you, Click Joss. I love to see it. I will wait for the weekend, so I'm sorry I'm slow to reply. Click says, yeah, I know you're having a little break. Hopefully you will like this one. Here's the art. Took a long time. I could work forever on this, but thank you for waiting. Cinder says, oh my gosh, thank you. This looks incredible. Thank you so much.
The artwork was finished for the merch drop that launched on December 25th, 2022. Okay. The reason why a blue fire design was chosen was because my whole first merch drop was themed around my 2 fire colors. I suggested the limited palette because I thought it'd be a good look for the clothing it was planned for. When it was done, I recognized that the finished piece could be mistaken for Spite, but I really liked how it came out and didn't want to change it. Any major changes to the art would have delayed the entire drop too.
When I saw this art piece, for like a split second, I thought it was Spike. I think I said that last time I went through the document, but I thought that was legitimately Spike. When it was done, I recognized that the finished art piece can be mistaken for Spike. So you were aware this whole time that there could be a comparison to Spike. She admits that she was aware of that, by the way. So I want to throw this out there, chat, so you understand that people compare you to Silvervale, and you know that's problematic. But you acknowledge that this could be mistaken for spite, but you didn't care. Even though you say that you acknowledge how it felt. This feels backwards to me. You say you have empathy, but in a practice you don't.
I submitted my commission request
You know,
to design my Heaven Hound outfit to the artist. The request form was opened on August 9th, 2023. It's public knowledge who designed this outfit, so I've chosen not to censor their name here.
So again, the artist goes on, I'm accepting my con request. Here's the stuff for that. And here was the design that she referenced, and a bunch of the stuff, right? Looks like she had some fan art that kind of like had something like that. A bunch of AI art. Bro, AI art. My dealings with the artist up until the design was actually started on 1/4/2024. I don't know why we're including the angel outfit, but this is Eepaby, so I'm gonna say Eep. Eep. So Eep says, hello, Cinder. I'd like to know if you're so interested in the commission. Only thing I have is some urgent projects I need to attend to. I'm able to give you a specific date for when we can begin. After things clear up, we can start right away. No invoicing right now. I'd just like to ask when that time comes. Please let me know if it's okay. Cinder says, sound good to me. 4 months later, Eep says, hello. I hope you're enjoying the holidays. Hey, are you so interested in that commission? That one looks AI. That really looks AI. It actually says AI right there. It says, tweet by blank AI. Maybe it's just cut off. It doesn't matter though. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't even say that. Maybe it's not AI. Cinder goes on to say, like, yes, Eep, I hope you did too, and yeah, I'll still like to work with you still. Eep says, what do you say we get started at the beginning of January? It's been quite busy these next few days. Cinder says, that sounds good to me, and yes, all the time. Yeah, it just looks like AIR. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? I just don't like AIR. Eep says, well then, I'll get back to you soon and wish you a happy new year. This is just something I point out because people are gonna like, oh, Cinder uses AIR as references. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know how people are gonna be. Eep says, hello, Cinder. Hope you've been having a good new year so far. Regarding the outfit commission, did you have any changes since you explained your idea in that Google form? All right, so they're talking about everything. It looks like it got officially started back in August 2023 and moving forward in January
the artist
2024.
contacted me to start my Heaven Hound design, and we worked on it over the next few months.
Cinder says, not anything of right now. Eep says, sorry for the delay. Would blank be okay with you? Cinder says, sound good to me. Eep says, alright, I'll just send the invoice. Thank you. I'll get back to you with a few ideas. Cinder says, thank you, Eep. I'm going to skip down here because it's easier to see. After working on the past few months, the baseline design was almost finished, which was about 3 months later. Eep says, hello, here are a few experiments. I made 2 versions of the armor bra, one with them a bit more dangerous. I concluded that as we have the dress over it, wouldn't be a problem. But let me know which one you like the best. Cinder says, I really like how it's coming out. So here is the Heaven Hound Cinder. Yeah, and with just that coverage, that would have been problematic. So I see how that would be a bit of an issue, right? I designed a Greek goddess outfit on stream. On April 24th, I designed a Greek goddess outfit on stream. I'm a service VTuber, so it fits my lore completely. Mentioned I may or may not be getting a future Greek goddess design because it fits my branding. About 4 months ago, Cinder debuted a Heaven Okami inspired outfit. It was white and gold, resembling Greek goddess in the background. For debut, she also included Greek columns. This plan felt like nothing I could come up with to be slightly original to me. I wanted nothing is completely original. I still wanted my own identity. So, and I feel like these are different enough, right? So, but by going by the dates, this does look like this was started long before I ever did anything like this, right? And these are very different. So, but by the dates, it does look like that Cinder would technically be in the clear on this one because it was far before Spite drew this one on April 29th in 2024. Whatever you're watching, guys, please report on appropriate platform. Bullying and viewing without consent. What do you mean bullying and viewing without consent? Who's bullying what?
The
This is
final
a
design
bot, right?
and reference sheet were completed. This model debuted almost 7 months later on December 15, 2024.
Here, so here's a full screen shot of everything with the reference. What do you think? I think it's a bot. Cinder says, I love it so much. Thank you so much for your patience with me in the design. Eep, I don't remember if you did already, but if not, can you send me another invoice for the time you spent on this? I think it's a bot. I'd love to work with you again on another design soon, or even update Pyro Pop rap sheet. Thank you for your hard work. It came out amazing. I'm so excited for it. So Cinder is technically in the clear on this particular model, right? It does have the dates. They line up, right? First time Red brought up an idea of a comfy gamer pajama outfit, which was in the analysis stuff back in 2023. However, just because you bring up the idea doesn't mean that you own that idea, right? I debuted an outfit that was a hoodie and side bangs. April 20th, I debuted a new model for my model mama. I got a hoodie with a cute design on top. April 4th, here is, of course, her new model. This is her new base, by the way.
Red asked Nano about doing a pajama outfit to debut alongside the release of my AFK flavor on April 4th, 2025.
Okay, I mean, again, like, you are in the clear on this one, right? But, yeah, it's got to be a burner account. It might just be trying to automate certain base words, or Twitch's automated system would be like, wee woo. Again, like, so you already admitted that you knew, like, you already had problems with her. How are you exonerating yourself? Screenshot you've already seen talking about the pajamas with the AFK, right? Back on 123, 2025, Red gave our references to Nino in our project server. Any ideas for this? I'll talk about the sleepy outfit. Redacted says sleepy outfit ideas and refs. So there's kind of two outfits we want to mix in one model, so we need them both design. We need to design the ESP. The model is a much of a rush. First, messy bedhead. Maybe hair covering one eye. Messy short hair, messy hair up in ponytail or bun. Orange pyro pup. Have cure. I don't know that word. Have something with hood that only goes to waist or shows midriff with zipper down the front. Black or white tank top underneath thin straps. Blood or red gym like short shorts. Some kind of socks or thigh highs. Orange pyro pup slippers. I get messy bedhead. Maybe eye covering one eye. Messy short hair. Messy hair up in ponytail or bun. Orange or blue pyro pup. Whatever this word is, with hood with zipper down the front. Orange Pyro Pup bra and panties underneath. Pyro Pup slippers. If Cinder wants to change anything listed, I'll edit the message. So there's a bunch of references. I'll try to start somebody today. Cinder says, thank you, Nano. Red says, hey, Nano, do you have time to start on this tomorrow? Starting on January 22nd. Or, I'm sorry, 26th. My bad, 26th.
Here's the final model design. Our full outfits weren't shown in Spite's document. The only similarities between our outfits are that they both have hoodies with zippers, shorts, and hair over one eye. Spite only showed these outfits close up next to each other, because when zoomed out, it's much easier to see there's no basis for this accusation. Here is the image she used in her document.
Interesting though about this whole section I want to point out? She doesn't refute anything about the dates. She just provides the dates. When did Spite debut this outfit, chat? Can anybody give me that date? Yeah, can anybody give me that date? I mean, again, she doesn't refute anything because she's been like on and on about the dates, but April 2024, and this was January 24, 2025. I mean, here's all this stuff, right? So I guess you could be like, well, according to these references, I won the case, but they might have actually looked at that model and pulled these details. Maybe. Again, that is all conjecture, right? So take that with a grain of salt. But I mean, when you do look at these next to each other, you know, there are some similarities, right? It doesn't feel like she really refutes the heaven one, the heaven hound one. She can explain, right? But this one doesn't feel like she super refutes it, you know what I mean? Anyway, let's continue.
Here are the two instances Spite pointed out in her document when I tweeted at or around the same time as her own events. The first being one of my debut teaser tweets, and another an ASMR tweet. Debut teaser
here's
May
those.
12th, 2022. 2 days before my teaser tweet, Red messaged me when he made the teaser image.
Okay. So here it is. Red senses. Cinder says, ooh. Red since that, I like this one without the hair. Or this one. Cinder says, I look angry. Red says, that's what they look like in the dark. No other facial features. Cinder says, Red says, I like this one best with the glowing hair. Yeah, that does look better. Just again, like, in context where you already admitted you got problems with spite and stuff like that. It just feels like, how in good faith can we believe you? Cinder says, me too, looks really cool. Red says, your hair always meant to glow too. Cinder says, do you think it'd be better on Friday? I'll do it better on Fridays. Red says, I don't know. Friday or Saturday. Cinder says, okay, that carpet like this for Twitter. Red says, that's fine, just don't so it doesn't get cut off too much. Red says, I tweet about her debut happening the next day. There's that one. May 13th. This was May 2nd or 12th. I posted my debut teaser. I couldn't find anything to show when I posted it since I did because despite it was a Saturday in a month before my planned debut date. I mean, how does this look like this?
In my apology I said, the first thing, Spite, mentions, in her document, is a debut teaser in 2022 that was apparently posted on the same day as her original debut, which I honestly don't know if at the time this was intentional or not.
Yeah, this is
I don't know
I
when
remember.
I first discovered Spite and it could have been after she debuted.
What does this have to do with anything? Why did you include this? Put that on the counter, chat. In that section, she tries to deflect accusations of copying Spite by saying the similarities aren't significant enough. But Potato, what's crazy is how much she acknowledged, or like she has problems with the Silver Veil stuff, right? So yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't read your whole message. Like you said, right, it's just hypocritical. Spite and Nuts of first ASMR stream. Okay. Post the Art Tashi and Cinder on Twitter to advertise my ASMR channel is trying to keep up with. This was 2 days after, so really it just feels like you were looking like, oh, ASMR. Oh, time for me to make ASMR. I mean, again, that's very facetious. Don't take that seriously, Chad.
I had been working
that doesn't
on
help
few
your
new
arguments.
ASMR
You're trying to
videos
just prove
before
my
this
dates.
post was made since it had been almost 2 months since my last upload. I always kept up with my 1 video per week ASMR schedule, but since debuting as Cinder, I hadn't been. 2 days after this post, I uploaded a new video, followed by 2 more over the next couple weeks. My tweet had nothing to do with Spites.
I mean, that's fine. I just, again, I feel like if you're trying to just prove stuff by dates, by everything, like you're not making yourself look good, right? Like if you want to put a narrative and you want to prove something, right? You have to be able to take that narrative and whatever your point is, prove that point. So she keeps doing this stuff by dates. It's not really like helping her, right? Yes, I understand that. Yes, you put out stuff every week, but at the same time, like this did come out 2 days later. So if you're trying to draw a comparison, it technically makes you look worse.
There is one tweet I found that I know I made in spite of her. This was after
great.
6 months
Oh,
of what I
wonderful.
thought was Spite copying me, and being compared to her and harassed for being similar. It was wrong and petty of me to do this. January 10th, 2023, Spite announced her
I'm
new
leaving.
outfit
Stream's
debut.
over. Bye. Bye, everybody. It's over. All right, stream's over, y'all. Yeah, go home. Go home. I need a moment. I need a second. Well, let me get this straight. Let me get this fucking straight here for a second. Hold the fucking phone. So you're telling me that you made some tweets in spite of her. So you're telling me that, oh, well, I did it this one time, but even already lied about a bunch of other stuff, gaslit stuff, and it was only just one time. Bro, please trust me on the 1,000 other ones. So you're trying to tell me that you copied her. I'm sorry, you did this one moment. You actually admit that you did this in spite of her. Spite for spite. Funny, haha. You literally did this to her, but you want us to believe every other time you didn't? Nah, bro, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Dude, literally a big trust me, bro. Find announce a new outfit debut. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Okay, all right. 100-day David, debut posted my blue merch artwork. Wait. Wait a second. Is she saying she posted this to spite her? So she already admitted that she knew that it looked a lot like spite, and now she's admitting that she posted it to basically spite her. And you expect me not to believe that you don't view people's competition? Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Let me pull out my controller for this because we're about to fucking game. We're about to fucking game. Wow. I tweeted this when she went live. There was that one. Right now, the goddess of Ellis arrived. Find below. 2023. By copying me speculation. I'm proud to go. All right, here we go, chat. Here we go. I can't wait to put my notes about this on Twitter.
I would also like to show my point of view and why I thought Spite was the one copying me back in 2022 and early 2023,
oh my God, dude.
which led to Red asking Nano not to
Even
work
if she
with
did,
her.
why does she?
We were
Why
the
does
only
it
two
matter?
prominent Hellhound or
Why does it
Cerberus
matter?
themed tubers at the time all of this occurred. This section should be considered speculation, the same as Spite's entire document was about me. Everything presented here could have been sheer coincidence, and I don't have any evidence proving it was otherwise.
So
Before
here's
June
the big difference, though.
2022,
Here's the big
Spite's
difference, right?
designs,
You
with the
admit,
one on
you
the right
admit,
debuting on May 14th, 2022.
you admit that you did these things to spite her. So you just admitted to everything you did. You're telling me that oh, there's only one moment, not all the other ones? Nah, bro. Nah, you're cooked. You're cooked. This is crazy. This is actually insane. Oh yeah, no, I totally did it. But guess what I did? Yes, I'll be posting the notes. I'm gonna ask you a new question after the whole deep dive. Are you planning to post the notes you have? Thinking that the whole document, at least a short version of them. I will be posting it on Twitter, absolutely. I'll also be make a YouTube video. And post it on Twitter probably is my plan, but this is literally, chat. This is the powder situation all over again. Literally, it's like, oh, you're copying me. What? Okay, number one, why the fuck does it matter? If it loosely like resembles you, I'm sorry, but get the fuck over it. Like design stuff just happens to coordinate sometimes. You are looking so deep into this. Literally the powder situation all over again. It just shouldn't matter. But why is it problematic? Just be better than them. Stop being like so insecure and jealous. Like just outperform them. Like, why does it matter? Oh my gosh. The same thing I told Powder. Why does it matter? Here's this design. My original model debut. Okay. Okay, so Spite. So this right here to me, chat, proves this Spite was trying to be friendly at least, right?
Spite came into my chat to introduce herself and gave me bits, so she knew who I was. This was the first and only time she was in my chat. Here's my VOD showing this.
I mean, at least she reached out to you and tried to extend an olive branch. Look at this, Cinder Hellhound waifu. Hello, great job. Let's go. Really excited to see another Hellhound here. LOL. Let's fight the fan. It's okay. You did great. Boy, of course, I'm doing great. I'm excited to meet you. Hell yeah, the voices. I have an amazing stream. I love. I'll be lurking. I mean, like, it seemed like she was being friendly. You know, Spite's new model debut. The center documents worked on 7/20/2022. There are no ear flames on Spite in this image. And oh, they're like, it could have been the one that's like right after. Oh my god.
Brother,
My debut teaser, which happened to be to post on the same day as one of our model debuts. My 2 model debut teaser for the one above. Oh, I see. When it follows, it zooms in sometimes. Okay, I gotta fix that. Yeah, I gotta fix that. Sorry, let me get back up here. Thank you for the follow, by the way. This was on 5/14. This was bro. Just because this image didn't include it doesn't mean it wasn't in there. So you're trying to insinuate she copied you. Like, bro, there's so many people that have flames in ears. You don't own the flames in ears. You insinuating that she copied you? Like, that's crazy. I bet you I could find proof of spite with the fire ears before that date. You know what I mean? I'm like 99% sure. I bet you I could find something.
I had an animated version of my hellhound running to the right as an alert on my stream. I had it on my pre-debut streams as well, but you can see it at my debut here in both colors.
Why does having blue flames you you don't own it? Nobody owns it. It's not a big of a deal. My pussy eating me to art of her 2 Cerberus heads running up to the right. I know it's used for her alerts too. Oh yeah, this is, what are the name? Riot and what?
Spite
I forget
posts
their names.
animated art of her other 2 Cerberus heads running to the right. I thought she used this for her alerts too, but I couldn't find any clips of it to prove that.
Who cares?
Hers
Who
also
cares?
has fire in the ears, on the paws, and a brightly colored tail.
Who cares? On top of this too, her Cerber pups have always been a huge part of her lore. Since day fucking one, they have been part of her lore. I forget their names. I thought one of them was Riot. I literally did that first and it was shown with the dates like right, exactly. It's contradictory. Maybe we forgot the names. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought one of their name was Riot. Chaos and Riot, that's it. Thank you.
My PNG model that I was using to stream for a year from June of 2021 until my model debut in June of 2022.
If you're trying to,
and its alternate
let
blue
me
version.
back this up a second, chat. So she said, oh, I'm trying to prove that it didn't copy somebody. Well, oh, by the way, I purposely put out some stuff to spite them because I noticed that they look kind of like me. So let's say hypothetically, we go, okay, you didn't copy it, right? If anything, you proved something even worse than that by proving that you treated somebody as competition and was spiteful towards them. You literally said in your stuff, I didn't mistreat people. I wasn't bad towards people. What do you mean? Spite outpost on artwork of a new design better model artist. Okay, here it is. I just showed my e-girl clothes. I wasn't joking, but I said I have a real spite model outfit in my closet. The design is based on my IRL persona, which is true. She posted a video of her with those clothes. I think I remember that. Because I was like, oh my god, I love your wardrobe. That was on November 17th, 2022. And at the same time as the new outfit debut, she also started using fire emoji in her Twitter name, which she hadn't done before. The Snapchat was from this date of the Wayback Machine shows her without it. Okay. So do you own the fire emoji? Like, what is this meant to prove?
Writing.
Here's 2023.
Nothing. Drawing conclusions.
You just trying to be like, well, I always have blues, so I was like copying Spite.
I've always had an alternate blue fire color toggle as part of my design. It was on my reference sheet and the biggest and most well-known gimmick of my original model.
I just don't get her
used
point.
It frequently on
What's
stream.
she trying to prove here?
This was before editing and changing model layer colors was a built-in feature of Tube Studio.
Chat, when did Cinder debut? Chat, when did Cinder debut? What is Cinder's debut date? It's very important, actually, chat. I need to know this. What is Cinder's debut date? It's really, really important. It's actually really, really important. Her official debut on December 13th. Oh, June 25th, 2022. Is that's correct? June 25th, 2022? Boom. She just lied to you. She just lied to you, chat. She just lied to you. She lied to you, and I'm gonna tell you how I know that. Give me just one moment. Give me like just one small moment here really quick. One moment, chat. She debuted June 25th, 2022, right, chat? June 25th, 2022. You see that right there? Let me show you something else. My video on how to change VTube color stuff, July 9th, 2022. I was already changing colors well before July 9th, 2022. The first stream I did that was months before. Months before. You could change. I heard about that, if I even remember correctly, at the end of 2021. That is a lie. You've always been able to do that since she debuted. That's a lie. Before editing and changing model colors was built into feature VTube Studio. That is factually incorrect. Because I was changing my model colors far before that. That's entirely untrue. Yeah, I had my model color changes way before her debut date. June 25th. you made this like, you made this fight here. Always had this, right? But this is actually untrue. Yeah, that's factually untrue. I will go and find something. It'll take me a little bit of time. I'll go and find something where I changed my model color way before that. Yep, yeah, I was even doing something like MIM and all that stuff. I made a post emphasizing my two fire colors, 2022. Right, so you use alternate red coloration on her new model, which she continued using from then on. I don't know if this is the first time she used on stream. I could be earlier, but it's earlier, so I find her posting about it. Yeah, no, she used the red coloration way before that. Way before that. God, give me one moment. Give me a moment, actually. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, give me a sec, chat. I can confirm on June 22nd. Yes, I can confirm on June 22nd. That was the first time that I made the alternate color of my model. June 22nd was the first date that I made an alternate color of my model. So it was 100% available before then, because I know for 100% fact the recolor, the first person that I saw to use for recolor was Spike, and I asked Spike how to do it. So Spike was using recolors before SINDER even debuted. So this is not the earliest case, and I can promise you that from DMs that I have. I posted about my two different colored shirts. So Spy was actually doing all colors before SINDER even debuted. I mean, Spy debuted on June 20th, so really who's coming? Right. I mean, you can always argue that as well, but I just want to point that out because Spy has been using alternate colors since before SINDER even debuted. I wonder how well known the color change. It wasn't that well known, Mizu, but nonetheless, I mean, she still lied to you in the document, right? She's like, "Oh, you can do that. Wasn't built in." That's factually wrong. You could do that. Anyway, here's the color. So again, I think she's trying to be like, "Oh, well, Spike copied me," but that's not the case. I can factually tell you that Spike was doing recolors even before she debuted. And I did my first recolor in VTube Studio just a day after Cinder debuted.
Red's first conversation with Nano about Spite was 5 days after Spite's post above. He asked her not to work with her, and Nano gladly agreed not to. Red only told me about this after it was done. It wasn't something we talked about beforehand, but I was okay with
And
it.
that
Nano
morally,
never said
that's so
anything
fucked
about
up.
this to me, and we've never talked about Spite. I share the feelings Red expressed here since he was the only other one who knew how I felt.
Right,
What
and
he
that-
said about
I mean, lots
negative
of people have
comments
alternate
I
color
was getting
models.
was true.
You act like you own, like, having multiple color models. Like, Shy Lily has a pink one. Also, I need to make another, color palette. Guys, if I make a blue color palette, am I copying Spike? Will I get yelled at if I am blue? Will I get yelled at? Anyway, let's continue here. The fact that you're okay with it is the problem here. That you continue to like act like it was okay.
This was not included in Nano's or Spite's
I'm
documents at
copying
all.
Cinder.
Since they didn't
That's what
say
I'm
anything
insinuating,
about
Mango.
it, I chose not to either. I lied about not knowing about Red's conversations with Nano about Spite to try and not
Yep.
make things worse for myself, but I still accidentally alluded to it because of the mental state I was in.
Yeah, right here.
This was what I said in my apology. Once again, I had no involvement or knowledge of Red bringing up Spite to Nano in 2023. My only personal involvement with excluding someone specific from working with Nano was Silver.
And again, we know this to be untrue because she actually just stated that she was aware of what Spite was doing and did something to actually spite her.
Cinder was upset over what we both thought
This
was
right
Spite
here in
copying
itself
her.
It's
I saw
enough for
Spite
you to be
interacting with Nano,
morally
possibly
reprehensible.
with the intent of trying to work with her. I went to Nano
You know what I mean?
myself and asked her not to without talking to Cinder first.
What's in
This
the
was
same
about
shit you
one
did to other
person and
people.
one artist they never worked with before who was fine with agreeing to it. As far as I know, it never actually affected Spite.
How can it
I
affect
have never
Spite when
talked
you
about
already
Spite
took away
with
their
any other
opportunity?
artist, and I'm sorry to her that I asked this of Nano.
Sorry,
This
I
was
worded
the
that- I
first
worded
of
that
4
wrong.
total times
Yeah, I worded
with
that
3
wrong.
different artists I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all presented in this document.
Yeah, let me restate what I just said there. As far as I know, I've never actually affected Spite. How would you know? Because you took away opportunity from her. She would never get that opportunity, which was the point. So how would you ever actually be able to confirm unless Nina told you specifically they reached out to you? What the fuck? Oh, well, I don't. As far as I know, it never affected them. That doesn't mean it's not true. You still went through the acts of taking away an opportunity from them. Thank you for the bits, Reductive. Again, we've already seen these screenshots. I started the conversation as we were asking Nina to do this like I would any other time. Was this Spite? Oh, damn, I never said something anything like when Cinder X Spite. Again, screenshots we've already seen. But why is this part not being pointed out more towards? Like, this is so fucked up. Like, why are people not pointing to this part right now in the document? Like, she literally actively did things to undercut Spite. And on top of that, took away opportunities and knew what she was doing, was aware of her, and decided that she wanted to treat her badly with her tweets or whatever, right, to overshadow her. So, like, how are people not talking about this more?
But then tell Nano I just wanted to ask if you're okay with being one Hellhound exclusive. And I feel really bad asking you something like this. Nano and I have never talked about Spite. Here's me searching Spite in my own DMs with Nano.
This is a very misleading statement. Nano and I never talked about Spite. But you did, because Red talked to Nano about Spite, and you agreed with it, so you talked to Nano about it. You know what I mean? Like, yes, you didn't directly converse the words with Nano, but through your manager, who you employ, you shared those words and feelings who related for you, so by proxy, you talked with Nano. Stop trying to split hairs. You spoke with Nano about it. I feel so bad. He was probably like, man, my girl's crashing out.
The only other time Red ever talked about Spite with Nano was in the middle of another conversation they were having about Silver Veil. Red, Spite only came up in this conversation because of what Nano said about being moved by Spite. I was talking shit about her with a trusted friend, but I didn't lie to Nano about anything I said. I told her what I believed to be true. I'm sorry to Spite for talking about her like this.
I was talking shit, but I didn't lie. Oh, it's so much better, guys. I didn't lie, but I was just talking shit. How was that better? How is that better? How is it better? I was just talking shit. I wasn't lying because that's what I thought was true. So, because I thought it was true, it's not a lie, right, chat? Oh my god. Like my VTubing arc, I'm being moved by Spite and I enjoy it again. We've seen this, right? We really can't say anything about Spite. Already seen all these screenshots. You know, again, talking shit about her. Oh, it isn't what I thought to be true, so it's not a lie. Getting this whole Spite part is what makes me not like Cinder. If anything to me, chat, I would ask of you, if you support Cinder to this day, are you okay with this type of behavior? Do you forgive her for this type of behavior? Personally, no. I feel like this section is so damning for her. LMAO, true, Cinder is copying me. Like Red said, Spite came to my chat to introduce herself and give me bits, which is true. I just feel like this section in particular, how could you avoid this and want to be like, oh, I support her? Again, guys, if you want to make a decision, you think her apology is enough here, that's your prerogative. I disagree with you, but I'm not here to judge you.
Spite's tweet that Red refers to in his DMs with Nano. It was posted on the same day as her ASMR announcement I showed above.
There you go. Spite, I want to be very clear. All three of my model designs were never based on any other character since Cerberus himself and inspirations from Gothic girls. Culture, I clearly add a lot of creativity to one of my designs. I'm proud of them. I mean, like, I remember talking to Spite about her design, and how she was so inspired. And I found that so endearing, right? Because Spite was so passionate about her lore and stuff, you know? Like, I always said, I remember even after I debuted, and when I met Aya, I'm like, you know what I look up to when it comes to lore? Spite, dude. Her design is so good. Her whole thought process and lore is amazing. Her design was so well thought out with her lore. Like, I really, really just look up to her in that regard. I remember having that conversation with Aya about how much I love that Spite did that, which is true. I mean, she's just saying that, yeah, guess what? Like, you know, I never strive to copy anybody else. Ultimately, I'm too busy focusing myself, putting myself in gross content creator. I'm just doing my thing. And I would argue that even by Spite's own actions to this day, that still stands true. Spite has always just been doing her own thing, you know? Spite collabs with who she wants to collab with. She's just doing her thing in her own lane. And I respect that so much about her. As somebody that gets involved in drama and I'm not really in my own lane, I respect that a lot about her, you know? I think this went on to damage her, Cinder's reputation even more, this document.
As I stated in my apology, I was very possessive and protective over my design and its details before and around the time of my first debut. My fire and its colors changing effect had never been done on a vtuber before and were my most unique design aspect.
That's
I was
not
stressed
true.
and worried I'd miss out on capitalizing on those features first
That's
since
not
my
true at all.
debut took a year and a half to happen after my character design was
Before
finished.
you even debuted,
Spite
we were doing
included
color
an image of the
changes.
messages from Neon Tales on January 25, 2023 in her document where she talked about an incident we had over my design.
Before you even debuted, I just proved this to you. We were doing color changes. Before you even debuted, Cinder, we were doing color changes. I want to make that clear, chat. I'm going to say that one more time really loudly. Before Cinder even debuted, we were doing model color changes. Like, literally, like, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Let me see if I can find something really quick. Give me 1 second, chat. Can I have like 1 second? Yeah, just 1 second. I want to show you because I want to give you some proof on that. Yeah, I want to give you some proof on that too. You know, I think it's more important to put proof behind my words, right? So, yeah, give me just 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna go grab something really quick. One more sec, chat. I'm almost there, I promise. Yeah, I'm almost there. Okay. Let me close this. Perfect. Here we go. So again, chat, I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
I just want to thank you for investing the time to go through this with a fine
absolutely.
comb. It's really
absolutely.
relevant.
I mean, it's very important, right? That she's like, oh yeah, you know, the color change I was very possessed of. Never been done in VTubing before. My most unique design aspect, girl. No, it wasn't. This is from June 25th, right? I want to show you something here really quick. This is from a conversation that I had with somebody about some color changes, right? 24th of June 2022. Oh, that's what I thought. I wanted to mess sometime too. This is in regards to color changes, right? June 26, 2022. Again, I already established you know, 1 day before I was already working on this stuff, right? Thanks for your help. I was able to make a dark elf version of me. And I made it. So we were already aware, even before the day she debuted, that I was working on these color changes. So, guess what? That was a fucking lie. Nobody'd ever done it. Bullshit. There you go, chat. There's the receipts, by the way. Yeah, I got you. I got you. There's the receipts for it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, I think it's important to point out an inconsistency like that, right? Despite including image of her messages from Neon Tales, she talked about an incident we had over my design. You popped to my feed. I can't say I love your design. I had a rather odd question, I suppose. Do you have any messages from the VTuber SINDER regarding your design? Missy out of nowhere, but I'm only asking because I made an OC like a while back. I accused of her and others stealing her design because my dog girl had flames in her ears. Her and her fans claimed she was exclusive to her design. Is this actually Neon Tales? I was wondering if there's anything similar to you happened to you. I'd like to clarify myself. I'm not seeing your design looks like her. I was scrolling, saw your awesome design. I saw the flames here in the ears, have flashbacks. So myself, oh no, so I guess there's a curiosity gave me the best of me. All right, anyway, let's continue.
The situation she's referring to happened in September of 2021, 4 years ago, and 9 months before I had debuted my first model. It was very early on in my career and the first time I had experienced someone copying me and my design. This was settled between us and we both went our separate ways
it was about
afterwards.
Neon Tales' apology.
This is all I said about Neon Tales in my apology. I was wrong about the year this happened, which goes to show my composure at the time of writing it. My debut was June 25th, 2022, but this happened on September 10th,
so there
2021.
is a hard confirm of her debut date.
Neon Tales is.
Yeah, Lily had a
pink at one
toggle,
point
like, back in
posted a
February.
hellhound dog for one of their upcoming ASMR videos, and it was undoubtedly created using me as a reference. This was right after my debut, and like I said, I was very protective of my design elements being unique to me and I overreacted. Shortly after, I apologized and they agreed to adjust the character design and I thought the matter was settled.
Just
I
showing a
wasn't
pattern
going to
of
say
insecurity.
anything more about this than I did in my apology, but since Neon Tales' own tweet about this situation had almost 500,000 views when I took this screenshot, before it was deleted, I'd like to go over her claims about what happened. Here was the link to her tweet.
Yeah, do you remember we sitting at a time following to attack me because I made an ASMR roleplay with this Hellhound OC and copying her? How about when she was actively liking tweets calling me names? Of course, we don't remember because she made me delete every tweet regarding it happened to me. Girl behavior is not new. Smaller creators are myself just intimidated in silence, pretending like it never happened. You probably remember this, right? This person said you're cringe, and Cinder liked it. This was the artwork she presented to the public. It was used for ASMR video uploaded on July 19th, 2022. All right, let's keep going.
However, this artwork of her Hellhound character is not the one there was a problem over. September 9th, 2021. Here is her original quote tweet about this character design on the Wayback Machine. In her messages to Spite, she called this character a dog girl when she called it a Hellhound girl here.
Hellhound girl is finished, unsure what to name her. How do you know that though? Yeah, how do you know that? Well, unless it was included in the messages, I guess we'll see. I'm skipping ahead.
Here is the original artwork. It is not the art she presented in her tweet on April 26, 2025. I was upset with how overall similar this was to my design, not only because of the fire in the ears.
This is not helping your argument, by the way. I was upset that they had the fire in the ears, so I got mad about it. Here's my original design for comparison, take from a ref sheet. You're just proving your patterns of jealousy. I'm putting this in the notes, by the way. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in the notes. Cinder proves patterns of jealousy and insecurity. He also falsely claims dual colors. Also falsely claims dual colors were not available. At
Cinder
wrong
out
dates.
here looking like Nintendo and Game Freak.
Here's my original design for comparison, taken from my reference sheet. But these are totally different. You know what I mean? Like, they're totally different.
I don't know why she didn't post the actual artwork there was a dispute over in her tweet, other than to try making me look worse, because the video with the correct character artwork in it from January 4th, 2022 is public on her YouTube channel. This is what the design was edited to look like after we settled things.
These look like the same character though. It's the same character. Why does it matter? They both have the t-shirt, they both have the collar, and they both have the flame in the ears. Why does it matter? I'm sure that when she made this tweet, she meant, you know, like, hey, like, this is the character, this is what you were copying over. Again, this it's Cinder syndrome, trying to split hairs over something that, oh, well, this was in the exact ASMR thumbnail, even though it was the exact same character. Oh my gosh. Splitting hairs again, chat. This is the same character. You know what I mean, chat? It's still the same character at the end of the day, so... Oh yeah, but it wasn't technically this video, so the other one. Even though it had the exact same character on it. Oh my gosh, the splitting of hairs is crazy here.
In her tweet, she claimed I sent my entire following to attack her, because she made an ASMR roleplay with this Hellhound OC. I made her delete every tweet regarding it after it happened, and states smaller creators like herself were just intimidated into silence. First of all, I didn't send anyone to attack her, and this was long before she made an ASMR roleplay with this OC. She made her tweet that the character design was finished on September 9th, 2021. September 10th, 2021, sometime after seeing Nyan Tail's tweet, Red messaged an artist friend of ours for advice about it since they dealt with a similar situation in the vtuber scene recently.
Here's a Red conversation between the artists.
This was their entire conversation.
Looks like the artwork on some of my Innovate Convention badges from 2002. That means they copied Cinder retroactively. Red, hey Blank, what ended up happening with that situation about with somebody claiming Blank design? They go on to say, I'm gonna just say Anonymous. Anonymous says meet her statement people, so what's up? I kind of got forgotten afterwards why. Red says, another big VA just posted a new Hellhound OC. Knows and follows Tashi and follows Cinder within the past month. Just unsure about what to do. Also like your new PFP. Anonymous, wow, what the fuck? That's the name obviously copied. What the hell? Red the Hellhound. Glad you like it. It's funny because they present it that way, but the other one was first. Looks like Cinder, she worked at a strip club, SMH, blank, right. You know what I mean? Like, one was before the other, so...
It was after this that our friend acted on their own and commented on Neon Tail's tweet to defend me, with another couple of our friends
Oh wait, am I
joining
wrong in that?
I
Whose
messaged the
was
friend
first?
Red reached out to after they commented on the tweet.
Wait, did Cinder post a ref sheet before this one? Okay, even if that's the case, right? This is so different enough. Why is this problematic? Why you have fire in your ears? Congratulations. Yeah, I would argue these are different enough. I mean, the slit right here is kind of like, okay, sure, but you're clearly different characters. You know what I mean? Do they seem to have like, like some similar inspiration? Sure, but it just feels like insecurity. A Cinder says, "Oh my god, thank you for saying something." After seeing it, really got me down. Anonymous, you're fine, girl. Copycats everywhere. We should definitely step up and comment or at least DM her to tell her to change her character design because it's too close to yours. Cinder says, "Thank you for the advice." Blank, of course, cutie. Guys, we need... Look, listen to me right now. Listen to my words. We need to stop... We need to get rid of this behavior, and we need to call this shit out. If you're not doing it at the level of small Lola, it doesn't matter. It should not matter. There's so many design elements that are just similar overall, or overall aesthetic. People that go on about this stuff, it's crazy. It's too much. It's too much. Unless you're like small Lola, copying design elements, plus a voice, plus like, you know, a few other things like, you know, taglines and stuff. Okay, that's one thing, right? But this right here is just way too much. In a group chat with the same friend, Red, and another friend. Yeah, it's just insecurity. Boils down to... Their entire thing boils down to insecurity and ego. Cinder, really appreciate you guys. I'm not the best at speaking up for myself, so thank you so much. Blink, it's fine. Don't worry about it too much. This is the first time. It will be the last time things happen. Yep, Red Sedge.
I never sent anyone to attack and harass her, or retweet the post or any of the replies. What I did was like my friend's comments and at some point reply myself, although I have no clue what I said back then.
It doesn't make you look bad though doing that, you know?
I messaged Neon Tails that same night to work things out privately, where I allegedly made her delete every tweet regarding it after it happened.
And yeah, I'm sorry to miss you before replying to your tweets. Yes, this should have been private. Emotions are high and active before thinking. What does that mean? What? Wait, so she made this sound like a lot less than it actually was. And then she's like, oh yeah, but you know, emotions got better in my thinking and stuff. This should have been private.
I just
so it doesn't sound like it was a small deal.
Mondell Fox had flames in the ears in 2013.
Yeah, I guess she's suing Nintendo. Emotions are high and active over thinking, but I can't apologize for defending myself or my character. But if this artist and meteor hellhound looked like mine, I can't blame you for how it came out. But knowing me, I feel like you would have been able to see the similarities too. Especially since it ended up looking more like a me than your references. Be willing to have some of your artist devise a character to differentiate her from Cinder. I'm sorry, just got a hand up. We can move past this. Ja, I want you to know right now, this is too much. This right here is too much. Yes, I think this could have been resolved privately. Could have been gone a lot differently if I had gone all down in DMs. My intention was never to copy you, and I stand by that. Yeah, it looks differently from my reference, but that's because I asked for blonde hair or pink colors. At the time, my friend had asked me to do more girly characters because I do a lot of dark, evil roleplays and such, showing the outfits that have inspired, as well as my bad girl OC. But obviously, this character would never be the main focus of my channel. She will appear in 3 audios the most. There's really no skin on my back to get some changes if they'll appease you, to be honest. I'm not obligated to, and honestly, several people advise me not to, but I'm not going to have beef with you because I can. I mean, that's a good response, chat. That's a solid response. It's not really worth it. They request my artists have to alter the outfit. They're under no obligation, but they're like, you know what? I'm gonna do right by you since you're clearly upset by this. Very mature. I request my artists alter the outfit. Thanks for the hearts, y'all. And at the end of the day, this means we can all get over it. I'd understand and appreciate that. So it sounds like something happened where she kind of lost her cool, which isn't mentioned, by the way. This was part specifically, would you request a change? just so there's no confusion. Cinder says, I'd say the most unique things about Cinder are the flames inside the ears and the tail design, regardless of outfit. That's the biggest thing. I mean, it's really not. You're way too overprotective and
you
insecure.
should be careful with what artists give back to you in the future. It could lead to another situation like this with someone else, and it sounds a lot worse reading it back now than I meant it back
Summary,
then.
on analyst stuff was good, everything else is bad.
Only the artwork tweet until revisions were made, followed by
That's
her
the best I
saying
got
I'll
for you,
remove
Dragon.
my tweets if you remove yours, which I agreed to.
Also, can you just say this is handled? I want to ask for an apology because that's not really what matters to me. But I've done my best to convince you and others that on my end, this was purely misunderstanding. I love giving my artists creative freedom, and I don't want any more of your fans attacked me for that. I mean, she kind of acknowledges that happened, right? Yeah, I can do that. I agree this is a misunderstanding. And I do apologize for all this stupid Twitter drama. Really, I do. I don't know what other artists you work with, but you should be careful with what they give you back to you in the future. It could lead to another situation like this with someone else. Yeah, that doesn't sound very good. Be able to remove the art until the revision was made. Yeah, so again, Cinder going, oh, well, you know, this exact thumbnail wasn't the one I was talking about. It's still the same character, you know? Neon Tails goes on to say, I hate confrontation. Artists are so sweet. I hate returning stuff for asking for alterations. So I see what you mean. It's like when you get your nails done and the lady puts it in crooked food. You don't want to say because you feel bad. I remove my tweets if you remove yours. The only reason I ask this is because if I remove mine. I ask it is only because if I remove mine. Anybody who doesn't know how we talk, it will look like an admission of guilt. That's true. And really, I don't want to have to argue with anybody else. And that today is that semi-agreeable. I agree that I'll just remove all the replies. And I preferred it in that way. Actually, sounds good. Glad we sorted this out. I'll be sure to give approval for the changes my artist has done with them. Yep. Like I said, this character is a small part of my channel. Alterations aren't that big of a deal. Will you still make a statement or you prefer all of it was swept under the rug? I completely understand. I appreciate it. Honestly, I hate getting involved with drama. Okay, but I definitely learned a valuable lesson. Thanks for understanding and working with me on figuring this out. I make a public statement, however, everyone that would made rude comments, I have connections with, and then it can also be discussed privately with them that you prefer. They just saw a resemblance to my character and came rushing in so fast, and I felt like I had to stand up for myself, which is wrong for me to do publicly. I've never had this happen before, so it caused a lot of stress for me. Well, to be completely honest, you're not responsible for your friends who said that bad things about me. They're all their own people. The only thing that upset me was your fans who came up from your retweet and said bad things about, and then you're liking his tweets. I didn't retweet anything on your post. The only thing I liked was blank tweet, which my reference sheet linked. Is that what you meant? I would never deliberately send people to attack someone else for me, regardless of the situation. So she's upset that Neon Tails brought it back up after all of those years, but you got to remember, it was still relevant. Like, they're showing a history of the bad things that you've done. Her tweet was a response to my tweet, which in turn, whether you meant to or not, indirectly, people who follow you can say things. But it's clear now that your attention wasn't hurt me. Plus, side is just a nasty situation in general. There's that one. I was reply to me, part of the thread. It's easy to miss, so you don't know. Then you didn't know me, didn't change that. Cinder, I genuinely apologize if there's some supporters of mine who commented harsh things towards you due to that reply. We're on like page 750, something like that. We're towards the end. Chunky, how are you? I got never receiving that resemblance of panic thinking things are ill intentions. No. We're on page 750. Sorry, something like that. 750. To be honest, I wasn't reading our replies, but should have noticed. I can message her about the misunderstanding. Thank you. I mean, we are influencers. Our diehard fans always become fiercely protective of us when we get upset. It's a given. But nothing that can be fixed with a statement clearing it up. Can I request to know what you say before then? In regards to liking the post, I actually have one screening, but this is what I was referring to. This one. Okay, there you go. I would say it's the most hateful thing that was said inside the end of the world, but just for reference. I would say something like there was a misunderstanding in regards to elements of my design being used for elsewhere. We've spoken privately to clear everything up. We all make mistakes, and it's important to own up to them in order to learn from them. I do know blank, and I'd like to tweet. And I had liked it during the heat of the moment, but quickly unliked it because I knew it was in bad taste. I don't condone this behavior, and it was appropriate for him to say. That wasn't appropriate for him to say, sorry. I mean, any part kind of makes it sound like you're blaming me. It does. It does. And to the blame thing, it's understandable. Like I said, it's not the end of the world. And your cringe isn't exactly going to throw me into a depressive episode. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I was referring to myself. Actually, like I leave that part out. That's how it reads. Sounds good to me, so it's all sorted now. Or I asked if she deleted her replies too, since I'd already had, after she said I removed my tweets, if you remove yours. I would say so. It's all sorted now. I would say so. Thank you for talking this out and understanding where I was coming from. Yeah, until so of course I'll keep in touch with the edits. Hope we won't have any bad blood going forward. The same respect to Elias, fellow content creator, just made a tweet to clear everything up. We'll be deleting your replies too. I deleted them. Let me know if I missed any. Just look like they're infused on the replies tab. Can you give me a screen for them, please? Actually, give me a second. Third thing, just let me know if you need them. Okay, now I got them all. Just delete the ones into your post. But I still didn't see the ones that replied to yours because they already deleted yours. My bad. I appreciate you. Thank you. No problem. Hey, I know it's been a hot minute, but I just got the file sent to me a few seconds ago. Here's the original. This is what I was sent. The artist was on break for school or something, so it looks longer than we'll live. Like, but hey, that's fine. Thanks for getting back to me. I appreciate it. Of course, I probably should have let you know she was busy, so I didn't get ditched altogether. Yeah, it took a while. At least I got it. I think she's upset she brought it back up again. So, like, the SINDER was dealt with, but this person brought it back up because it was relevant for the pattern, right? So sometimes you bring up stuff and be like, well, this was settled, but I want to bring it up because it plays into the pattern of behavior, which would, at least to me, that's what I think was Neon Tail's intention. What do you think, though, chat?
For more proof against the claim that I sent my entire following to attack her.
Yeah, I don't know
her
how true that
original
is.
tweet from September
That was
9th,
that was a bit of an
2021,
exaggeration,
before
right?
my friends commented on the 10th. You can see it has 3 comments.
The point here, though, is that an exaggeration does not clear you of wrongdoings. And we see this argument again. Well, this exact thing didn't happen, so they're not trustworthy. Well, that doesn't take away from the things you did, right? This is very fundamental to this whole document. Unfortunately, is yes, maybe this exact thing didn't happen. It didn't happen to this scale, but that doesn't take away from your actions.
And here's one of my friends' comments on their post a day later on September 10th, 2021. Their tweet was posted at 5:50 p.m. EST, but this snapshot shows the time in PST.
Yeah, exactly. It's like when Numi's concert.
Now had
Good
8
point,
comments.
Dutch. Exactly. Numi's concert is a great example of that. It was settled, but it just shows the pattern.
And searching on Twitter for replies to Neon Tales from September 10th, 2021 to September 11th, 2021 shows 2 total comments, both from friends defending me. There were a handful of negative comments on her tweet at most, far from her claim that it was my entire following.
So again, to your point, Cinder, it wasn't her entire following, right? But you were still shitty and you need secure and overprotective when you should have been, so does it excuse your behavior?
Regarding the size of my entire following, she also said smaller creators like herself were just intimidated into silence. I did not intimidate her into silence about this, as is shown in our DMs, and when this happened, we were both creators of similar size. Here is her YouTube channel size from September 14th, 2021.
That doesn't mean anything, right? Like, just because you're similar size, she might view herself as a smaller creator. This is such a nothing burger point. You probably felt intimidated because you were just a larger creator, period, right? So I feel like this is a nothing burger, right? The entire situation with Neon Tales was sorted out years ago, and then no reason to be brought back up. And again, I explained why it needed to be brought back up, right? So Fire Pups are going to be in high alert. I'm sure. Like I said, I don't think Lily's gonna take it lying down, in my opinion.
I am aware I did not and do not have the exclusive right to have fire on my character design, specifically in my ears. It is my most iconic
No,
feature,
it's not.
but that doesn't make it only my feature. Your
It's
vtuber
not your most
character
iconic
design is
feature.
something that represents you, and in an IP-driven world, your design is very important to your brand. When someone adds similar details to their own design, or their design looks very inspired by yours, it can feel personal, like they took part of you for themselves. As I grew,
Hey, maybe
I
they get
became
DMs.
much less concerned about other tubers using fire elements like mine. I've seen many new tubers with fire in their ears, and many adding the swirl too, but fire with a swirl has always been a common
Yep.
trope. While it'd bum me out when everything around that detail looked as if it could have been taken from me,
It's my
I
brand.
recognized that
My
I probably
brand.
inspired a lot of people to design themselves that way. I do not and have not held it.
Why, again, why are you so protective over this stuff? Like, I fundamentally don't understand. And I can be a jealous girly too. I get that, but like, why are you so bent out of shape about it? You're like, oh, like it's IP driven world. You do realize that there's lots of designs that are extremely similar. You know, like it's inevitable. You weren't
I do
even
not
like
and
on the
have not
first line
held
of
it against any
VTubers.
tubers who have fire on them, in their ears, have it change colors, are hellhounds, or have any other design element they share with me after moving past my feelings about Spite
I want to
in
point out something
2023.
here really quick.
My friends would sometimes come to me about tubers they'd seen that they thought were copying my fire features, like hair, which made me feel justified in feeling bad about it, like I wasn't alone. Nobody likes to feel
have bad
like someone
friends
is
if they're
copying
supporting
or
that
ripping
behavior.
off something as personal
know?
as their tuber design. Not me, not Spite, and I'm sure not Silver Veil either.
So, like, one thing I want to point out here as well, Chad, is like, you know, Cinder debuted back on June 25th, right? 2022. I'm going to be real with you. That's kind of like late into the whole VTubing game. Like, most VTubers, like bigger VTubers that a lot of people know, started back in 2020. When I came in August 2021, even I was considered like on the tail end of the grand part of VTubing. So, like, my understanding about wanting to protect your IP and you don't want people to copy you, right? Why are you so bent out of shape when you were so late into the VTubing game anyway? Like, even more so, you have less of a justification, not that you had one anyway, that, like, because you were so late into everything, because there are already so many established brands and VTubers, etc. And again, that's just going on if she actually had a bone to pick, which she doesn't have anything to stand on. It's crazy to me. Well, I thought this was you were interested in fire too. Yeah, there's been a lot of fire canines popping up lately, specifically ear flames. Cinder says Sunday. Again, why does it matter? Why is everybody so bent out of shape about this?
At some point before I took the screenshot above, this friend deleted a message that I replied to, which is shown in this image from the day these messages were sent. I don't know when or why they deleted it. The hour discrepancy in the time of these screenshots was because I was at an airport in CST at the time.
Maybe someday people will learn how to be original someday. I mean, maybe they deleted it because they felt bad about it. I don't know. Like, when did you take the screenshot?
I have friends with fire on them,
You know?
friends with fire in their ears, and friends with fire ears. It never bothered me to have that in common with them. Here's an example with one of my friends
What?
from March 15th, 2023.
What? Example from 2023. So we're just gonna ignore all the things that happened before then? Oh, brother.
Brother, this guy stinks!
It never bothered me to have that in common with them. Well, judging off the fact of how you treated people throughout this whole document, it clearly bothered you. What do you mean? Contradiction. Cinder says, no, thank you for sharing for me. Your looks are badass. I love the blank on your blank. Anonymous thing I'm so excited for it. I'm still gonna do it, but blank designed it. And we're flame sisters now. Oh, true. This, by the way, this doesn't prove anything about flame ears or fire ears. You blanked out too much. My VTube is out. We have the matching fires. Hell yeah, it looks so good. You could be talking about the tail for all I know.
Hey, come here. Look at me.
You know what I mean?
Hey,
Like, this
look at
proves
me. What'd I
these
say?
screenshots don't
No.
prove your
Come here.
point.
Look at me. Hey, look at me. No.
If you're gonna include screenshots, make sure they back up your point, guys. If you're making a Google Doc keep, make sure that you put screenshots that are actually relevant to your point. Putting a time with another friend on April 1st. I'm almost done with this
I
part.
remember having another conversation being happy about another friend having fire ears, but I think it was in person last year since it wasn't in our DMs. Here was another one of my friends coming to me on December 15, 2024 about a similar design they were planning to one of my outfits, and I was excited for them.
No, I'm excited for you. Just want to tell you because I know it feels like people copy you a lot. You just inspire a lot of people. This was a personal thing from a bit ago. But anyway, I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Cinder says, I know you never do that. Please don't worry, you're so sweet. What is this? This whole section actually made her look so much worse. I'm sorry, chat. I'm really, really sorry. This whole section made her look a lot worse. Make me back out and follow Cinder after what happened? Not at all. Peace, poet. Again, I told everybody, you do what you want, you do what you feel is best, but looking at the stuff, I don't know how you could look at her and be like, yeah, I want to keep supporting that, because she's done some bad stuff to people, and she doesn't take accountability. Alright, chat, let me stretch and we'll get started with the Silver Veil section. So I want to make this clear, chat. This section is quite long. It is about 300 pages, so this is where we're going to be spending the rest of our time, right? Obviously not finishing it today, but this will be our conversation through, I believe, the rest of this stream, and then also on Tuesday and potentially Wednesday as well. Yeah, this is a big section. However, we did read Aru's stuff, which is included in here, so we can skip by that, so that does help. All right, now I stretch. How dare you have boobs and be a female? You copied me. You copied me. How dare you have elf ears? You copied me. I genuinely feel like, chap, you do not need to be a public-facing figure unless, one, you have somebody that can filter stuff for you if you have a lot of personal issues, or B, you don't have the ability of emotional intelligence to deal with insecurity in those types of things. Like emotional intelligence.
How dare you have massive
huge
boob
part of
like
that.
100 other tubers
Yeah,
Cinder stare.
How dare. You don't have emotional intelligence. You need to put somebody between you and other people in a professional manner, right? Emotional intelligence is so important. Let's continue here. So, Silver Veil, here we go, guys. We're on the final stretch. VTubers out here stealing each other's lags of noses. Wait up a nose, what are you talking about? My nosy is very pronounced, look. My nosy is very pronounced, thank you. Alright, here we go, chat. Alright, my statement on Cinder in Redacted. This is Silver Veil's document, right? You guys remember that? Here we go.
Silver Veil and I have never been friends. There were 3 reasons I tried to make some kind of connection with her throughout the years. I have been endlessly compared to and harassed about my similarities to Silver Veil that ate at my insecurities ever since I started my tubing career. These comments were true, but I believed Silver Veil bought into them and disliked me for it. If Silver Veil and I could clear things up, be on good terms, and to be able to publicly acknowledge each other, it would have helped to end the harassment both of us were getting for so long.
That's... I'm done. I want to make this very clear. So this word harassed, right? We have seen Nanners acknowledge there were comparisons, right? But harass, I need proof. If you have proof of this, Cinder, include it in your stuff. But number 2, you are the one that says that, oh, if we could clear it up, be on good terms, and be able to publicly acknowledge each other, it would have helped to end the harassment both of us were getting for so long. No. Let me make this fucking clear. You decided that was problematic, nobody else. You decided that was problematic, nobody else. You don't get to decide that for her.
Any creative
Silver
or
came
business
before you
endeavors
anyway.
Silver Veil and I did together could have been very successful and benefited us both. I've gotten countless requests from fans asking for this.
And
Red
guess what?
had
She
lots
can
of
say no.
ideas of potential things we could have done, and I was always open to working together with her. I genuinely sought a friendship with someone I was repeatedly told was very similar to me in our personalities, likes,
Again,
and interests.
It doesn't matter though. She doesn't want to work with you. She doesn't want to work with you. Like, you can't force somebody to be your friend. I don't give a fuck if they're a part of your business endeavors or whatever, creative. If you guys are not going to be able to work with each other, or you don't want to work with each other, you can't make people work with each other. Like, why do we not fundamentally understand that? You don't have to work with somebody if you don't want to work with them. I mean, guys, I'm gonna be real. Sometimes, like, I've hung out with somebody and been like, just the vibes aren't there, and that's okay. That's totally fine. We don't work together. That's okay. That doesn't mean that I hate anybody.
Silvervale was never obligated to do any of these things,
Thank God.
and I never felt that she was.
Then why did you act the way you
I just wanted
did?
to get along. For so long I held out hope that we could talk things out, but
What?
she showed me through her own behavior how she really felt about me due to no actions of my own. My pursuit to fix things between us turned to mixed feelings, and after she repeatedly gave me reason to, I grew to resent
What?
Silvervale by the summer of 2024.
Gave me reason
The
to.
never-ending harassment for copying her, and other circumstances around her didn't help. In the times I confided in my friends about my experiences with Silver, they'd all agree
Bro,
with
what?
me and tell me their own stories
Number one,
about
I just
her.
wanted to get along. You do realize that by existing and not having a problem with somebody, you're getting along, right? Like you wanted acknowledgement. No, this was all about narcissism. You wanted acknowledgement, right? But the thing is, you were getting along by you guys not having beef. You're getting along. But on top of that, repeatedly give me reason to. Okay, prove it. Prove it. You know what I mean? I confided in my friends about my experience with Silvervale, and they all agree with me and tell me their own stories about her. So again, because other people also felt the same way, you're allowed to be shitty towards them.
Contradict self-check, deflect blame, check lie, check.
Yep.
It was Silvervale's dislike of me and her actions towards me throughout the years that informed mine and Red's opinion on Shy Lily's and her feelings about me before I was cancelled. Silver wouldn't acknowledge
Nobody
me
has
by
to
name
like
when
you.
I betrayed her, ghosted
Why
my
are you
messages
framing this
for
in a
months,
bad way?
and got her model from Nanolis at a very suspicious time. A similarly petty
Oh
pattern of
my
behavior,
God.
without any communication. Here are some of the things
Here are the
I said
actions.
about
Yeah, it goes to my
Silvervale in
messages.
my apology.
Got our model from Nanolis and very specific. These are the actions, by the way. Silvervale's disliking me and her actions for me. So let me ask you, number one, if somebody dislikes you,
I think
Bro,
Cinder
shit happens.
pretends
People
to
don't
be
have
like
to like
Silver
you.
and she's bad at it. This is 1,000,000% narcissism and deflection.
yeah,
She saw
nobody
dollar
has to
signs
like
and
you, right?
clout and got mad
As
when
long as
she
they don't do
couldn't get
shitty
it.
things to you. Yeah, as long as they're not doing shitty things to you, nobody has to like you. Like, oh my gosh.
I grew more and more resentful of Silver over time, between the constant belittling of myself,
It feels
a
that way,
controversy
enemies.
around my first waifu cup, and other incidents, even though she herself never interacted with me directly. And it was also that fact that made me insecure, like I wanted to know if she believed all of these things or not. It really felt as if she didn't like that I even existed in the same space. Silver was completely undeserving of this treatment, and it was my own insecurities that led me to making this choice.
Absolutely.
I became unapologetically evil towards her due to no direct
Yes,
action
absolutely.
of her own. I was so wrong for letting everyone get in my head
Yes.
about all these malicious feelings. I'm so sorry for any
Absolutely.
opportunities I've
Please
taken
don't
away
say
from
that
you.
you're backing up on this, because that would be an absolute shame. I was overly apologetic. You had one job. You had one job, just to not back up from your sincere apology. Oh
I was
my
overly
god.
apologetic because of the severity of the moment.
Oh my
I
god.
chose not to go into detail about any of my interactions with Silver, and even said there wasn't any between us when there was. I felt awful about the feelings I had about her, calling myself unapologetically evil when I
Yeah,
wasn't.
so guess
I did not sabotage Silver
everything I
Veil.
said, that was
I
a
agreed
fucking
to
lie.
ask Nano not to work with her on
Yeah,
models
can we get that
anymore,
redeemed? That was a
where
fucking
Silver
lie.
lost nothing, and I apologized for the opportunities I took from her, when there really wasn't any. In doing so, I gave Silver Veil the ability to fill in the gaps in the story however she wanted. Despite apologizing to her for evils far beyond what I've ever actually done, it didn't stop Silver Veil from confidently lying about me when she finally had the chance.
Let me read this again. So, I'm so sorry for any opportunities I've taken away from you. And I apologize for the opportunities I took away from her when there wasn't really any. So, let me get this straight. You're not apologetic for your actions. You're just like, oh well, guess what? No opportunities were taken, so it's fine. That doesn't excuse the actions that you did to potentially take away opportunities. Oh well, no opportunities are actually taken away, so it's fine. That doesn't excuse your behavior. That's so crazy that you're trying to justify that.
Silver said that she wanted her community to be fully informed about everything, so below is my full experience with and around Silver Veil, ending with a breakdown of her document, and a showcase of all of the lies she told on her stream.
Oh, here we go.
Throughout the start of the timeline, I'll place the screenshots of Red's retelling of events to Nano from May 2023 to show that he wasn't lying to her. They're highlighted with a blue border like his commentary.
Oh,
that
okay, so now,
conversation is also
I placed the screen of Red to tell
just
Vince
like
and Nano
it
to
was
show
in
that he
Nano's
wasn't
section
lying
of
to
this
her.
document.
So again, we keep doing this thing where it's like, well, I wasn't lying. I was just talking shit and making up stuff. That's not lying though. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah, just because I'm talking shit doesn't mean that was bad.
Everything is in chronological order, and all dates
I'm adding
and
that to our
times are
notes.
in EST. I've censored any private information or names of people who aren't directly involved. Screenshots that include messages that were in any of the documents are highlighted with a red border. Screenshots that are directly of or taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border. Dates, and important messages within any screenshots, are highlighted in yellow. Quotes from my apology are highlighted in gray. Red's own comments on anything being presented are labeled and highlighted in blue.
Great. I'm
This
on with
isn't
them
an
Cinder just
apology
my
document.
parts.
This is a blame shift project, and Gaslight
Yeah,
Beast
right,
is trying
right.
to build up
Right.
hype around her return and make herself seem like a victim.
So I'm gonna put this in notes. One of the time Cinder just my parts as not lying, because they told what they thought was true. On top of this, they also justify, talking bad mouthing, but not lying. Sorry, I want to make sure I make that clear. So, thank you for the bits and the follows, guys. I do need to adjust my button press on the follow. Anyway, here we go. Accusations of copying Silver Veil. Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
I have been accused, compared, and harassed for years by people thinking I copied everything
I really
about
want to see a lot more
Silver Veil,
proof in this
including
chat.
my personality,
I really
voice,
do.
and even my laugh. I was never going to address this publicly, but I'm taking this opportunity to lay everything out and show that I didn't copy her. A quote from my apology: since I started streaming I have been ruthlessly compared to Silver Veil, being called the discount version of her. I was accused of copying her design, copying her personality, even copying her laugh of all things. And there was a large number of people who were die-hard believers in the fact that I stole all of these attributes maliciously for my own
I
gain,
still would love a
citing
lot
the
more,
art I posted of us together,
like
calling
backing
her
to
an
that, you know what I mean?
inspiration, when in reality this was referring to the decision to become a hellhound.
Cinder would not, Brigade Warrior says, Cinder would not act like that if Silver was more direct. I don't know where you're getting this insinuation from. The problem with that argument, though, Brigade Warrior, Cinder would not act like that if Silver was more direct. Number one, Silver doesn't owe Cinder anything, right? She doesn't owe her a conversation, etc., right? But also to excuse somebody's behavior based on the contingency of them being quote-unquote direct is a fallacy, right? Like, you're responsible for your behaviors and your actions, right? Her insecurity Cinder owns that, right? You're in charge of your own mental health and how you deal with your own problems, right? We need to acknowledge and show that, unfortunately, here, Cinder did not treat her insecurities the best thing. Could have been treated better, sure, maybe, but that's not anybody else's responsibility except Cinder's, right? She's in charge of her own mental health, period, at the end of the day. There's more instances like that, but Cinder refuses to follow, acknowledge, or interact with Cinder at all. Because as soon as Cinder copied her, it sucks because she didn't. And again, I don't know why this is even included because I want to see more proof of people saying, like, the harassment, right? We did see Nanner's tweet, but where's the rest of it, right? Where's the rest of it? Yeah, and plus, like, now we know more context about Silvervale dealing with all that vShoujo shit, you know?
Before November of 2020, what I knew about Silvervale was as much as I knew about the only other Western tubers at the time. Almost nothing. I knew who she was, but I didn't watch her content. It was only after vShoujo debuted and Silver rebranded did I start following her. November 15th, 2020. Okay. My original VTuber concept based on my ASMR
I want to see more evidence of that other than what Nanner said.
I was waiting to work with the artist Red and I contacted to design my character in December. I was originally going to be a cherry blossom wolf girl.
Cause Potato, we did see that comment that Nanner's put on a tweet. She was like, yeah, you know, throughout all the years, you know, Silvervale's been compared to you, etc. Vice versa, right? So I do want to see more proof of this harassment. I'm going to put that in our notes, right? So where is proof of harassment of comparison besides Nanner's tweet? Silver never rebranded. She's always been a wolf girl. So again, here is the email timeout. Tashi's VTuber persona. Tashi is a wolf girl who wants to make friends and people around her be happy. You know, again, Okami, Cherry Blossom Spirit. She's talked about this kind of stuff with her history, right? Talked about how she wanted to be a Cherry Blossom. She saw Silvervale and was like, nah, I don't want to do that, right? I mean, at the end of the day, she could have moved forward with this. Like, she had this obsession with it being different, right? So, or being insecure about her design. So, talking about lore, dislikes, likes, motif, personality, etc. Right? vShoujo was announced. This is Silvervale's original design and description on vShoujo's website. She's always been, you know, Okami's Sakura spirit. Ventured to Earth out of loneliness. Spawn realized that fluffy ears are not common in the human realm. Helped in hide some under a pair of cute headphones. And yeah, it was ultimately Cinder owned the change, right? Yeah, and how was even, like, quote unquote, let's say hypothetically this harassment happened. How was that Silvervale's fault? You know? He is delicate, blend of lewd and wholesome, loving to spread joy and good vibes. But he makes her happier than meeting her new friends. She has a terrible sense of direction, very forgetful or childlike sense of wonder, is known to melt hearts. So again, this is you know, this is like old school Silvervale, right? Now I want to pay special attention to listen very carefully to the time frame this happens. Listen, chat.
The same day,
the
Red
same
emailed
day,
the artist that was designing my character that we're changing our plans. Red references Silver's design above in his message. In my apology I said, the only time Silvervale was mentioned in the original designing of my character was when we explained why we were pivoting to something else, and there were no references of her character involved.
The same day! Bro, they were on it, you know what I mean? They were on it. I'll tell you an update for you. We haven't changed of plans. So recently, you've been seeing a lot of new VTubers with Cherry Blossom aesthetic popping up. I mean, again, if you want to change direction, that's fine.
You're
that's
blaming
okay,
me
right?
for something that you did to yourself.
We didn't mind it that much. It was overdone concept because we have confidence in our following rise among the crowd. However, a new VTuber agency called vShoujo was announced today with talents like Blank, Silvervale, etc. Why did you blank this out? This is such easily accessible information. Now it turns out Silvervale's concept, when you tell from her character design, is that she's an Okami Sakura spirit with a ton of the same trait styles she just happens to have. Here's a link. If you scroll down, there are talents to read it, click on your own. I've seen this new company, and I know it's a long shot right now. But when I have any to see me your exact traits, to see the talents and hopefully one day joining, I think long term. I mean, that's fine. If you want to change, that's okay, right? But again, what does this have to do with Silvervale? Why? This is such a non-important part, right? Like, hey, guess what? Silvervale had a design. It was somewhere I went in a different direction to in. Why does it matter? So where am I going with this? An afternoon, we stress about what to do. Have a character design, we have a backstory, working with the artist, how we switch things up now. We came up with a really good idea, it's kind of a 180. A cute hellhound girl who's kicked out of hell for being too sweet and kind. When it's your departure from what we gave you, we're sorry, we don't know if it's a fiery bondage. I only say bondage you because I like the idea of chain spikes. How is chains and spikes considered bondage? Shit, bro. Everywhere I go outside, then people must think I'm part of fucking bondage. It's something you have experiencing drawing. Give us something you agree to help with. It's interesting you're going to drop the project with us. Very last minute, but we fell in love with the idea of a wolfy girl with animated fire in her design. We haven't seen or found a VTuber concept like this anywhere yet. I'd like to know your thoughts on this. We're still willing to accept our commission. We can submit a new application for Tosh with a new design in mind. If you're interested, we still request starting with you in December. Really excited about this, almost like a fire was ignited. We'd be so thankful for your help. Sorry for the last minute overall. Thank you very much. Okay, and again, very understandable if you want to do that, you know?
She's been following Silver this entire time, from Silver joining Shoujo and doubling down on the wolf thing. So she knew about Silver's wolf model and her Okami model as well. So instead of changing her model to something different to avoid that comparison, Cinder decided to follow through on the Hellhound model and blame Silver for a choice she herself made.
That's a
and
good
Silver's
point.
to blame. Jesus, the ego on
That
her.
is actually a fantastic point. I'm gonna copy this. Actually, that's a great point. I didn't even consider that. So like again, just to kind of put this in more like layman's terms, right? So Cinder knew what was going on with Silver Veil's design, right? And ultimately decided to go through even with her own thing, even though she was worried about comparison. He says, oh, well, guess what? I'm still going to go through it and just do opposite design. So ultimately it was her choice to continue through that. That's actually a good point. I didn't even think about that. She had time to change. Absolutely. She was still in the conceptual phase. Because again, it says, we get to submit a new application. We still request to start working with you in December. This went back on November 24th. So she did have time to change, right? For Silver Veil and Silver Veil's V-Shoujo re-debut. V-Shoujo debut and Silver rebranded as a Cherry Blossom Wolf Girl. Also avoid copying her because they know basically the opposite at a time. We've seen the screenshot, right? The details of Cinder's character were finished, so they worked with this person, and here's the new stuff, right? Hellhound with a heart from heaven. The Cinder to VTuber hell with me. Cinder to Hellhound is person Tashi. Cinder's a fire girl is banished from hell for being too nice. She was cursed to be a half-human monster. Again, so adjusting the motif, adjusting the personality, likes, dislikes, abilities, etc., right? So, I mean, technically, they did have time to move away from it, right? But their design is so different enough. I wouldn't even compare them, you know? Like, even in my mind, I never compared Cinder to Silver Veil. You know what I mean?
The original name we had in mind was Ember, but thought it was too generic. Red came up with the name Cinder by combining Sin with Cinder. Sin relating to hell, and Cinder to fire, which made Cinder the Hellhound, and I liked the wordplay aspect of it. It had nothing to do with it sounding like Silver. The name Embers was going to be reused for my fan base, but we scrapped it and didn't have a fan name until much later. Personality.
Again, that's such like a
my
loose
original character sheet from November 15, 2020 above, and Silver's description on the Shoujo website, that Silver and I inherently share a lot of personality traits.
I think that's my big thing too. It's like I never inherently like compared them, so it's harder for me to wrap my head around that point.
Our tag, #CinderDoodle, came from it sounding like Snickerdoodle, relating to my love of sweets, but also to drawings of me. It was intended to be used for my own artwork. I'll show below too, Cinder's Doodles. The other idea was #Cindraw, like #Drawshi, but I didn't like the way it sounded. Our choice had nothing to do with Silver's art tag being #DoodleVeil.
Who is comparing Cinder Doodle and Doodle Veil? Who is comparing these?
Were given to the artist to design Cinder. None of them are of Silver Veil. Cinder's bangs are based off of my hair Earl.
This has nothing to do. Yes, I'm glad to see your design process, but what does this have to do with you actually being compared with each other? Sample the hair ingredient. Colors black to red. I really like this shade of red. Been showing a reference, maybe a little bit of lace to soften her design up a bit. Lacy thigh highs, most sweet, cute. like the whole leather and lace theme that I referenced. I could color with a chain, maybe other chains incorporated in an outfit or wrapped around her. This looks a lot kind of like Cinder-esque, like a final design, sorry. I love her to have more of a cutesy outfit to balance out some of the harder elements. Maybe a ruffle blouse like this. I like the fitted skirt with the laces, maybe. This is skirt instead. Yeah, this looks a lot like her final design. Lace strip in the bottom. The ribbons also hella cute, but I'm not sure they work in design. I have too many ideas. I'm going to show in like fruit, my personal favorite, redacted. Symbols of your work we like, specifically the girls that are drawn in. Other VTuber design we like, showing some stuff for like Mori, etc. Right? Okay. Yeah, it is actually a good tag, but again, I would never compare those together. So what I'm looking for in this part is a lot of proof of comparison and harassment as well.
My
it even still has
design
to justify your actions.
I've never held changing my original design from a Sakura wolf to a hellhound against Silver. I was thankful for it.
Why would you?
Since Cinder was a much better idea than what I had before.
It had nothing to do with that.
Led me to calling her an inspiration soon after this.
Why do you feel the need to clarify that you never held it against her? Why do you feel the need to clarify that? Why would you even have a reason to? That feels weird. Maybe somebody said that, right? So, finished in a reference sheet. We've seen this one. And we've seen this already. All right, here we go. Referencing Silverveil. Here we go.
When my character design was finished, I then needed to get stream assets. Red and I looked over all of the popular tubers' credits at the time to find artists we liked who we could work with. That included Silver Veils. There's a handful of things that I referenced from Silver throughout the years that aren't included in this document, such as emotes and 3D models. December 20th, 2020. We liked Silver's chibi art on her Twitch panels, and her stream alerts. Red messaged the same artist that made hers for exactly those things, citing Silver as a reference. He got to know this artist and they became our friend. They were the only artist in the tubing space we really knew at the start of 2021, and happened to be mutual friends with Silverveil.
Why did you drop a 1,000-page document but you felt like these things weren't needed? I mean, they probably are. I mean, we're already at the point where we're 1,000 pages in, so we actually don't need it, but why do you include this? Nurse, thank you so much for the subby. I appreciate you. You get confetti and a skeleton. Thank you, Nurse. I appreciate your support. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I need your support after reading this fucking document. Yeah, just walk and move on. Anyway, you know, some mutual friend. Hey, Blink, my girlfriend and I are talking to a bunch of artists right now for a VTuber debut next spring. We're totally both in love with your work. We found you through Silverveil's credits. And I know your commissions are close right now, but I want to ask if you know when, if we'd be open again. We'd be super happy to work with you and we continue our character reference sheet. If you'd like to see if you're interested, thank you. Hey, I feel super honored. Thank you. I'd love to know what you guys would be interested in. So I can tell you if I'm able to accept your commissions anytime soon. Hey, again, long day. We're really glad you like Cinder. We really like the Twitch panels, alert box images you made for Silver. We'd love something like those. We're also looking around for stream overlays, so that we're shopping around for those right now. I mean, it's fine, right? You went to somebody that you like their work. You want to work with them. They happen to work at Silverveil. That's fine. That's cool.
After I had a character design, I had planned to draw a series of fan artwork of myself with different YouTubers I liked, looked up to,
and this is the one she
or
posted.
were an inspiration to me in some way, and post them using my hashtag SINDERDoodle tag. I had 4 planned, started 3, but only ever finished 1. I chose to draw Silverveil first because I thought our designs looked the best next to each other.
That's fine.
I was going to draw Fruit because she was an inspiration and reference I used for
I
my
love
design,
Fruit.
and Bao because she was one of my first inspirations to get into tubing aside from Holomyth. In my apology I said, I was genuinely interested in pursuing a friendship with her, and drew fan art myself of us together.
That screenshot from Red, she planned to do her and Blank drinking tea, splashing water, head, etc. But here's the other references showing like Bao, showing Fruit, so cool. I mean, that's awesome. Yeah, I love Fruit. I love Fruit so much, and the fact that all those accusations made against her, I went out of my way to make sure I covered that. And I'm really glad that we were able to prove her innocence, you know? Like, even on a personal level, you know?
I posted a picture of the artwork I was working on. I drew it on paper, scanned it, then finished it on my tablet laptop.
So here's that tweet showing the artwork that they worked on. And here we go. This is where Mama Veil started commenting on stuff.
I posted the finished art. I called Silver an inspiration because she inspired Cinder's creation. Without her rebranding into a Sakura wolf, Cinder wouldn't exist.
Sure,
I used
absolutely.
hashtag CinderVale because I thought it was a cute way
What's up,
to
Lum?
put our names together that went with the art. Me saying
Yeah.
maybe we'd be part of the same pack was about my ambition to be part of Shoujo at the time, the big, new Western tuber group. After it was posted,
You kinda
Silver's
dodged a
mom saw
bullet.
my art, liked it, retweeted it, and commented on it.
Yeah, you kind of dodged a bullet on that one. So, I think that she gets upset because I think Mama Veil, didn't she like unretweet it or something? I don't know.
This image is from the Wayback Machine, archived
I don't
from
remember.
the same
Anyway, let's
date,
look.
since this original tweet was deleted. I don't know why this would even have a snapshot in the Wayback Machine at all, or why the page is in German. I had under 5,000 followers at the time. The only reason I have this post's link to even find it on the Wayback Machine is because Silver Veil did, and she showed it on her stream on April 30th, 2025.
That's how I feel. So anyway, here it is. Alright, cool. Thinking there's that original one.
By the next morning, Silver's mom had deleted her comment, unliked my tweet, and unretweeted it. Red
Okay.
messaged our artist mutual friend and
Yippee-ki-yay.
told them what happened and asked
Here's,
if I
thank you for
did
giving us
something
a
wrong. I had no way of
Giving her some love,
contacting
guys.
Silver
Thank you
or
so
her
much.
mom to ask them directly, so Red brought it up to them thinking they might know. They pointed out the hashtag CinderVale tag as the problem. I came from the cosplay community and I know what a ship tag is.
Absolutely.
Tubers have art tags, meme tags, general tags, and more. I did not intend for the tag I used to come across as a ship tag with someone I haven't even met, and it was
that can
stupid
happen.
of me to not have even thought of it. I deleted the tweet right
Yeah,
after
absolutely.
and never used hashtag CinderVale
I mean,
again.
it's a mistake, right? But here's the thing, chat. Silver's mama deleted her comment and like my tweet and unretweeted it. Can I be so real, chat? Who the fuck has time to pay attention to this shit? I genuinely, like, I do not have time to care about who retweeted, unretweeted, this and that. Like, is it cool that stuff happens? Yes, but like, bro, like, who has time for this shit? I'm a full-time content creator. Like, and I think at this moment, was she at that point too? I don't know. But like, who has time for that? That's crazy. I used to have even more time on my hands before, and I still didn't do that shit. I'm a real retweet the original post and I retweeted it, and we were like, what happened? Red team with the artist. Like, something weird just happened last night. Silver's mom retweeted and replied to Cinder's chibi art. Another reply was deleted and the retweet is gone. Did she do something wrong? Why is everybody so insecure about everything, dude? I'm not completely sure. Why would you ask me? The elite says, why would you ask me? But it might be because of the ship tag. Perhaps like I feel uncomfortable with myself as some VTuber that don't know at all would create a ship tag me. And then to be honest, I'm just assuming here, so I can't help. Oh, sorry, just bringing up conversation. My bad. Even this dude's like, why are you asking me, bro? Guess we didn't realize that about the ship tag thing. Sorry to bother you with that. No big deal. Sorry. I don't worry. I was just surprised. So anyways, every day is going well. I think you read yours too. Anyway, they did DM, and ultimately that did prove to be, I guess, the problem, if I remember correctly. But nonetheless, like, why are you so obsessed?
Later that day Silver messaged me directly, and I completely understood where she was coming from. I made a mistake and I was so upset with myself that this was my first interaction with her. My DMs with Silver Veil.
Yeah, so, Silver says, hi, I've been really busy past week. Didn't have a chance to reach out, but I loved your art. I just had a little bit of concern with the forced ship tag. Feel like it was a little off-putting and a bad taste considering we don't really know each other yet. I hope you understand. Chat, I'm gonna post a question. Is there anything wrong with this first message? Yes or no? Is there anything wrong with this first message by Silvervale? Yes or no? Let me know what you think. I'm gonna stretch a second. My shoulder is tight.
Remember, she isn't obsessed. It's completely normal to constantly think of a stranger and timestamp everything they do. It's totally no obsessive.
Right? I don't. My opinion, chat. I don't see anything wrong with this. Like, you know, reaching out like a ship tag. Yeah, you know, you made a mistake. It's all right. Yeah, it happens, you know. And she reached out in a very gracious way. Didn't concern with the forced ship tag. Felt like it was a little off-putting in bad taste considering we don't really know each other yet. Hope you understand. I mean, like, because she was very kind about it, you know. I mean, I don't like ship tags either. I get where she's coming from. Would I DM somebody about it? Personally, no, not really. But Silver is with 100% within her right here and very gracious about it. There's nothing wrong here. Even just seeing that screenshot by itself, just this, there's nothing wrong with this. This is okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry I didn't intend for it to come across that way. I sincerely apologize for upsetting you and I hope you can forgive me. I deleted a post earlier this afternoon thinking about the tag. Like you said, I'll repost in the future without it. Again, I'm really sorry I didn't want to start off on the wrong foot with you. Yeah, Blank told me that your manager had messaged her asking why my mom untweeted it and then you deleted it after that. Thank you for understanding. No problem, Silver. Thanks for reaching out. So Red made it so much worse. Red made it so much worse. So, like, it could have just been that, but then Red goes, oh, well, your manager messaged me asking why my mom untweeted it and deleted it. Oh, no. He made it worse. Bro, Red never should have got involved. If he would have poked his nose. And even the artists are like, why the fuck are you asking me? Oh, wow. Red made it worse. He absolutely made that worse. No problem, Silver. Thanks for reaching out. Games with the artist after spoke to Silver. Oh my gosh, Silver ended up messaging Cinder. Yeah, I talked a bit about her and glad the two could figure it out. Wow. But sometimes, guys, you just gotta take your hands off the steering wheel, you know? Don't actually take your hands off the steering wheel. Please drive, please drive. I didn't need to do that, Blank, but I really appreciate it. Someone's slowly sweating bullets. Cinder's really worried about it. I told her I think it's gonna be all right. She's just upset this first impression Silver has of her. I mean, why don't you acknowledge that you made it worse? By the way, chat, can I just say, I know I don't want you to think I take this for granted, but I am so happy now that I can listen to metal music in the background all day long while I stream. As much as I love my old playlist, I just like listening to metal. I feel like I'm in like a good mood like a lot more. It's the music I listen to, so having it in the background, I'm just like, hell yeah, you know, like, it feels nice. It feels nice. It's okay, yeah, don't worry, sure, it's fine. Then I apologize and post, I removed the post so Silver is fine again. It's just about how, to approach to, they're still just humans after all, and I'm glad everything was clear. Okay, thank you for reaching out to her. Blake, I think you've helped both our parties with this situation. God, I can help, I'm sure it wasn't Cinder's intentions. I wouldn't want Silver to think of you in any bad way. Okay, there we go. Cool. Let's see, like the background music we enjoy it too. Yeah, I feel like it's just very me, you know.
I reposted my artwork and rewrote part of my tweet. Silver's fan art was the only one I ever did because I felt anxious and discouraged by how this
we
situation
talked about that,
played out. Besides
fair
replying to her tweets, this was my last and only interaction with Silvervale until late 2022, almost 2 years later. People have used the fact I called Silver an inspiration in this tweet as evidence for me copying her.
But was there really like this big contention about copying Silvervale? I just thought it was because you were obsessed with her that people were like, yeah, that's fucking weird and creepy. Like, I thought that was the bigger point here.
That my demon design was a way to copy Silver's goddess design, and
Who-
Red later made
where
the
is the
comparison
proof?
to Nano in their DMs.
Who says
I wanted
this?
to show the timeline for it here.
Who said
This
that?
was when I first brought the idea to Nano. The idea came from seeing Fruit's evil alternate
Right,
design
okay, we
a
looked
year
at the
earlier
screenshot.
in December of 2020, and I knew I wanted to have a similar outfit since then.
This is when we looked at the earlier stuff, right? But who said that? Like, okay, I gotta put this in our notes. So, Cinder brings up, people compared her and Silver, but where is the proof? Again, I'll be looking for that. I'm just putting in my notes, okay? we've seen these screenshots. Silver revealed her goddess design for the first time. And here's her Sakura goddess form. Okay. Okay, pretty. This is the Silver Veil we mostly know today. I'm cooking steaks while listening to this. I'm close to face palming myself with my iron skillet. Oh no. My demon design was started again, so we saw this. So he revealed this December 2nd. And she started on this. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, in this folder, she didn't include Silver Veil, but technically this date is like 11 days after her. I just, again, I don't get the dates part of it, trying to use that as like a proof here, because it doesn't help your case.
The original, unused demon design was finished. It was later updated and made into a new model that debuted in 2023.
Alright, cool. So, again, I have a question, chat. Just let me know. Was the original document stuff that came out, right? Was it ever really this big concern that Silver Veil or Cinder had copied Silver Veil? I thought it was more about how she treated her. Did I misunderstand? Let me know, chat.
I debuted my first model after over a year of trying to get one. I was finally able to use and show off my model by Nano,
okay, so I'm not
which
crazy.
was the third one she ever made, but the first one she made after I had her taught
okay,
by another
I feel like I'm
artist
going
to cut
crazy
art
reading
layers
this document.
for live
I mean,
2D.
I'm going crazy, but yeah, I'm going crazy, but give me just a second, chat, because I want to keep going.
I was harassed for allegedly copying everything about Silver Veil. My model was also directly compared to her original L2D model as looking too much alike, being used as proof that I must have copied her.
This is red. Even considered to be people that said look like something. This is red. This is red. You're using red as your proof. This is a proof you're harassed. This is red. Just spouting like this. Where's the proof? Where's the proof?
By Red's account, Silver Veil was lurking in my chat sometime during my debut stream while he was modding.
Awesome.
She was gifted sub while there, but never said anything.
Okay.
She never followed me on Twitch or Twitter, and never acknowledged me after.
I'm crashing out. I'm crashing out. Never followed me on Twitch or Twitter and never acknowledged me. So she's not allowed to lurk in your fucking stream. At least all these crash outs make me stand up. I really wish you could see me walking around here. I'm literally pacing. I'm literally pacing.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
I'm pacing.
Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
Like, she never followed me on Twitch or Twitter and never acknowledged me. Who cares, bro? She can just lurk in your stream. Maybe she remembered your stuff from before and said, oh, you know what? I'll show up. Showed up. She supported you by being a viewer. Are you mad that she's a lurker? Are you pissed off at lurkers? Like, how dare you lurk in my stream, man? You're really gonna hate the new Twitch, let me tell you. Oh my god. Here's her screenshots again. She doesn't prove. She doesn't prove the harassment. That's what I wanted the most.
Starting a few days after my debut, Silver started to advertise her big, brand new model being worked on.
Well, of course, absolutely. Okay.
Unfortunately, her model wasn't going to be ready for her birthday, so sometime in July she decided to get a replacement model. She asked Nano just weeks after my debut. Nano was not a well-known model artist back then. I was her third model she ever made, and I had her trained on how to cut her art for L2D. By July 30th, 2022, Nano already had Silver's model fully drawn. Red sent me this copy-pasted message from Silver in her server. I responded with great because we both knew that if Nano was making her a new model, I was going to be accused of copying her again.
Who is, who? Who? Where? Prove it! Prove it. Copy post message from Red. So as many times as sent, stream my Sakura got smell will be done for an undetermined amount of time due to leaving my artist in the sheer complexity and detail of the model. It's always wants the best for you. But I still wanted something special new for my birthday and anniversary and have some eye candy for you all to enjoy, so there might be something new coming soon. Art looks pretty familiar. Cinder says great. You were projecting your insecurity and saying it's harassment. Wait, where? Please prove to me the harassment. Genuinely, I'm so open to it. As much as I think that you're full of shit, I'm so open to you disproving me wrong. I'm trying to be fair, guys, but it's so hard. It's so hard to look at this and give Cinder even 1% of a chance. Even 1% of a chance right now. I'm trying so hard.
Silver tweeted she was going to review plushie collections on stream. I replied with my plushie collection hoping she'd see it.
Okay.
It was another thing we both had in common, and
Oh
now
my God,
that
a
I was
plushie
actually
collection.
a tuber, I was hopeful to be able to connect with her and move past the awkward fan art situation from 2021. She never did this stream.
Okay.
It could have been for any reason that she didn't, but looking back and seeing that my reply to her was the most liked one, it would have been seen. I feel she had no reason other than not wanting to acknowledge or platform me in any way by going through these replies on her stream. This matched her behavior towards me going forward.
I can't look at the screen right now. I literally cannot read this right now. I feel she had no reason other than not wanting to acknowledge or platform me. What? So let me get this straight. Your conspiracy theory here is because she didn't move forward with the stream, she purposely didn't acknowledge you, and it was really a highly liked tweet, so she would have seen it. You do realize that? Wouldn't that same thought process apply to every other person that took part in that stream? You realize she just never did the stream, right? Because it probably just, I don't know, didn't work out for her fucking schedule. This is crazy. Chad, I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to be so fair, but I'm losing my words. I'm losing my words. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm trying, chat. I'm trying. Your plushie collection review on stream. I hear my plushie so far. Just because it was super liked, she just didn't move forward with it, and you're assuming that she just ignored the whole stream because she didn't want to acknowledge you. That is crazy. I know what Cinder did before. VTubing over this whole situation just gave me a feeling. He did some corpo stuff beforehand and tried to apply strategies from corpo companies so it doesn't work on social media. You know what's funny, Runya? I actually believe that he has no professional experience. I truly and honestly believe that the way that she acted was completely had no PR and no professional experience at all. That's at least how I feel.
I reposted my fan art for Silver's birthday, and she debuted her new model from Nanolis just a month and a half after mine. Even though I debuted my model from Nano before Silver, I was still accused of copying her, and that I got a model from Nano because she did.
So where? You say you got accused of copying her, but where? Again, I'm looking for that proof, right? Where's the proof? As at least 5 times now. I just want the proof. I'm open to it. If you can prove to me this happened, Cinder, that would be great. Not that it's gonna help your entire case, but I really, 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 really want the proof behind that. I feel like a lot of your argument is contingent on that fact. Where's the receipts?
I tweeted a
In
meme during
1,000-page
TwitchCon
document.
weekend a little while before going to Silvervale's
Red,
meet
Red
and
was the
greet.
one that said it.
I was planning
Nobody
to go
else.
to introduce myself to her directly, since our last personal interaction was
absolutely.
when I first made my fan
That's
art.
a good idea.
This was an older,
make
inside
things
joke
better.
between Red and I, and wasn't a meme going around.
I think that that's fine, right? Like, you want to, try to make things right. That's okay, right? That's totally okay. What is this? Boing, boing.
Boing, boing.
Oh, great heavens, Twitch!
Boing, boing.
I'm sorry, Twitch. I'm sorry, Twitch. I'm sorry, Twitch. I just it's part of my research for this document. I needed to look it up. And I'm gonna recreate that. Do you think this Cinder will attack me? Boing, boing. Okay, here we go. Let me guess. Silvervale made a similar tweet, and you're upset
At
about
one
it.
of my impromptu meet and greets during this TwitchCon, I had someone bold enough to confront me and ask me about copying Silvervale's model and artist. I had to clarify to them that she got her model from Nano after I did. I went to Silver's meet and greet with Aru and Red. This was the first time I spoke with her directly since my DMs with her on Twitter at the start of 2021. While we were waiting in line, or right after the meet and greet, Aru suggested the idea of a canine collab between us
I
two
would
and
love
Silver.
to prove
This is
proof
the
on this. You
image
probably
of us
can't prove
meeting
that though.
Silver that Aru posted
be
later
fair-
that day.
To be fair, I don't
I
think
did
you can
not
prove
make
that.
my own tweet about meeting Silver.
Yeah, you probably can't prove that, but it would be nice to see maybe like a conversation or a screenshot where you did have that, but this might not exist, to be fair. So here's Silver's reply to Aru. We already saw this. And again, we already saw this screenshot here between Nihilus and Red. This is why we read the Aru stuff first, chat, because we can
I
go through
messaged
this
Aru
section pretty
on
quick.
my way home from TwitchCon if she was actually planning to ask Silvervale about
Again,
the
this is where
collab
she asked
together,
about it.
which she did.
Here's a screenshot we saw earlier. This is all, I really wish the Aru section was actually first, and I'm glad that we read that part first, because it really helps this section
The
move along.
screenshot of Aru's DMs with Silver that she sent me. She never got back to Aru about this. Silver said here that a collab together would be a ton of fun.
There you go. Alright, here we go. Oh, I was
Silver
right.
tweeted
JK.
her own version of my meme a week after mine. Before I was retroactively accused of copying her again, I replied to her tweet with my own. This was not a meme format going around, and I don't own this format by any means, but the fact she just so happened to do the same thing I did right after I went to her meet and greet, without following me on Twitter, and without ever acknowledging me, was very off-putting.
It's a meme. People do this shit all the time. What do you thought? It's probably like a boing boing. Let's look.
And wonder what is going on inside their head.
It's not even the same song. It's not even the same song. What do you mean? It's not even the same song. Like, I can see a little bit more of this as the same song. Bro, what are you crashing out about? It's not even the same, remotely the same meme.
How much do you want to bet that the people who were accusing her of stealing
the same
Silver's
brain cell.
design were people just asking Cinder if
That's
they had
not
the same
even the-
artist, and somehow she turned that into being attacked?
Maybe. This is not even the same thing, like remotely. I'm putting it in the notes. That's actually insane. All right, here we go. Cinder accuses Silvervale. We'll say being inspired, right? Well, we'll keep it loose. This is Silvervale being inspired with a tweet, even though they basically shared no similarities. Like, am I crazy, chat? Yeah, am I crazy? Like, how are we using this as an argument that these are the same thing? They're not even the same song. One is just her bouncing up her titties up and down. The other one is like, you know, zooming and all kinds of other stuff. Like, so we made this meme, this really old joke between us October 8th. Bro, you are connecting some crazy dots. This is such a self-report. How dare you have a similar meme to mine? Bro, memes are memes. Like, what's the problem with that?
A mutual friend introduced Silver and I directly in a Minecraft server we were both part of while I was streaming. They chose to take me around and introduce me to lots of people, including Silver. I did not ask them to meet her. Outside of Silver's meet and greets at TwitchCon in 2022 and 2023, this was the only time we've spoken verbally, and the only time we've interacted in a stream setting. On my stream, Silvervale was not streaming.
Oh my god, old school Lana, like, freaks me out. I mean, this model is like, oh my god. You know what I mean? I just haven't seen it in so long. It's like a blast from the past for me, you know? No, it's just like, I'm not used to seeing it, you know? Like, it's a great looking model. I love it. It's just like, you have a certain, like, image in your head. And this is just not, like, the one that I'm used to of her anymore, you know?
After becoming
it's like seeing Blonde Delara,
myself, meeting her in person, being introduced by a mutual friend, and playing in the same Minecraft server for a while, another interest we had in common, and looking past the things she might have been doing towards me, I had built up the confidence to try reaching out to Silver again. I was able to DM her on Twitter because of my fan art situation, otherwise I would have had no way of contacting her. Her DMs are closed to people she doesn't follow, and I wasn't friends with her on Discord. I refrained from messaging her for almost 2 years because I didn't want it to be weird and embarrassing like our first interaction ended up being. I didn't ask her for a collab, or try using her, or try to profit off of her. I asked her if she just wanted to hang out in Minecraft off-stream to get to know each other over a game we both enjoyed. Silvervale never replied, and I never pushed or pressured her to.
This just feels like, again, it's a constant, like, seeking for attention from her, right? Like, it's constantly wanting to interact. Like, take the hint, bro. Take the hint. She doesn't want to hang out with you.
This is what I said in my apology. I tried reaching out some time ago to try to start up a friendly conversation to change things and make things right. Say hi to you at conventions
things were fine,
and support
though. Things
your
were
endeavors.
fine.
But despite all that, I was still being
things were
eaten
fine.
alive
Why
by
did you
my
feel
own
the need
doubts and fear or harassment.
Why
I
did you
was
feel the need to
pressured
try to
by
make
the
something right that
community
wasn't
as a whole
broken?
to try reaching out to collaborate since I got these messages so often comparing us, and I hoped we could work something out.
Again, this is your insecurity, not hers. Like, just move on. It's okay. It's screenshots over DMs, or Cinder DMs over on Twitter. Asking to play Minecraft. Again, we've seen these screenshots here, but we're gonna read these. Hi Silver, I was wondering if you'd be down to get this just, a year later. Hi Silver, I was wondering if you'd be down to hang out off stream sometime. Maybe we could play Minecraft together. I think the Bounce SMP Christmas update is coming soon. And they just released cars to everybody. I'd love to get to know you. Silver says, I'm sorry I missed your messages forever ago. This was like almost a year later from this original message. So she did message her back. I hope you had fun at TwitchCon. Blank messaged me, let me know. Wanted to collab. That was probably Aru. I really prefer not to do collabs. Nothing against you. I don't know. I'm just more of a solo game streamer, which is true. We know that from Silvervale. That is absolutely true. She does prefer to go solo. I was really flattered that you were interested, though. I'm always down. If you want to message or anything, though, I'm really on Twitter. The messaging on Discord works too, if you prefer that. So again, she opened up. And said, yeah, just message me on Discord. Seems fine to me.
2 days after messaging Silver, and almost 2 months after TwitchCon, I thought about the collab with Silver and Aru and asked her if she ever heard from Silvervale about it. Aru never said anything about this again, and I didn't ask about it again. It was okay with me that this never happened. Aru would later admit she never actually messaged Silvervale like she said below.
It feels like to me a lot of the time, looking through this, right? Like he has this obsession with trying to like, I quote unquote like make things right. But if somebody doesn't want to mess with you, then stop going to RM. The DM doesn't matter. Stop talking to the artist, or like Red talking to the artist, because You're his manager. You need to stop that. It's just with the context and stuff. It shows like you're just constantly pushing and pushing and pushing. You know.
The
How do you
first
feel,
time
chat?
the name Pyropup was
Yeah, how
ever
do you
brought
feel about
up
it?
was from a viewer who suggested it since I didn't have a community name yet. I didn't
Alright.
want to choose a name at that point because I didn't have a mascot designed yet. My chat
Yeah,
really
Pyropup
liked the
is
name
cute.
though. January 26, 2023, 2 months later, I revealed the finished design of my mascot and asked my chat for name suggestions. Its placeholder name was Little Friend. One of the names
Absolutely,
suggested
Yoshi.
was
It's open
Pyropup
conversation.
again, and my chat
Yeah, please.
ultimately chose it.
We love comments. Yeah, no, this is a, by the way, chat, I'll say this again. This is a open conversation. Please throw in your thoughts and feelings. I love that. Let's see. Cinder says, back on the 2023, January 28th. Also forgot to ask if it's possible to update the text on the reference sheet. My community chose a name for the little guy. Sure. Just tell me what to change it to. Pyropup. Yeah, based whoever came up with that, by the way. That's a cute name.
I messaged Nano about starting on some pose ideas for my first waifu cup when she was ready and available too.
Yeah, it does feel like, looking at the pattern of events, right? It does feel like Cinder is very business-minded, right? So a lot of her first messages are a little bit more business-focused rather than just like being a friend, right? And that's off-putting to some people, right? Hey, Nano, Blinkers asked me if we have some time to work on the art for the gamer subs. Okay. I can already know that because of the whole waifu cup thing. I don't know. I don't know why it was in there, to be honest.
I rated Silvervale and she didn't acknowledge me by name.
Oh, there we
I've
go.
rated Silver multiple times over the years, and every time she refused to say my name when for anyone else I've seen,
Oh my
she would.
God.
After this raid, Red and I both separately messaged one of our friends about it. We confided in this friend about my situation
there it
with
is.
Silvervale and Spied at WeebCon 2023 a couple weeks before this, where they offered to try talking to Silver about me. As far as we know they never did, and these were the only messages to them about Silvervale.
Well, again, like, there's two different streamers that do this, so it's not like she has anything against you, right? It's just, she didn't say your name. Like, why are you so obsessed with that specific fact? Yeah, let's listen to him.
Hello? Thank you for the raid! Thank you, welcome everybody!
Okay, thank you for the raid! What's the problem?
Wasn't there, yeah, there's a monster chick? I don't really want to play the monster chick. It's either this girl or the girl with like the green hair. Hello?
Maybe one thing is she completely ignored you, right? That would be different, but she literally said thank you for the raid. You know, Red says Cinder rated Silver multiple times. She's only when the Silver won't say your name. Is there proof of that? Yeah, by the way, like, is there proof of that? Like she tried to do with Lily. Cinder rated Silver 3 or 4 times, so like fat rates and name. Cinder says I rated Silver tonight. She won't say my name again. Why are you so obsessed with that? I want to raid like 10 different people I've never raided and like take a survey. Did they say my name? Oh my god. Blank, no way, Cinder cried. Blank, gonna be okay, baby. I was streamed today. I mean, isn't that a hint that you should? Let's see. If you're looking at this and she doesn't say your name and you think she doesn't like you, if you're getting signs that people don't like you, don't you typically just not fuck with them? Don't you just you just leave them alone? Like, it was okay. Hope you guys had fun too. Red Cinder rated Silver again. Got the same rush response to no King. Call out she hates her. Blank Cinder told me what the fuck. Blank 0 days to no nonsense. What? Why are y'all both so obsessed with this fact? I just had a comment so I didn't ask her yet. I saw the messages you deleted, by the way. I think about asking Silver redacted sad face. Like, I ask her when I think the time is right. It's been a bit since her, and I called, so we're just catching up on life. Red, no worries. Blank, thank for the update. Blank, of course. Red with the heart. What? It feels so obsessive. Chat, can I ask you a question? Does this feel obsessive to you? Yes or no? Why did I need to say your name? Why are you so obsessed with that fact of getting your name said? Does this feel obsessive? Yes or no, chat? I would love to know. I would love to know what you have to say. Love to know what you have to
Jesus
say.
Christ, if this wasn't so parasocial, I swear Cinder would want to hear Silvervale call her name for fetishistic reasons. Cause why else do you want Silver and Lily to say your name that desperately?
Maybe so. I don't know. I don't know, guys. It's kind of crazy. So, holy shit. So, guys, my voice is getting a little rough, so I think I'm gonna call it here. After all, I did yap for 6 hours yesterday. And then obviously today we have everything going on as well. So, yeah, I think my voice is a little fried, and I think I'm gonna call it here. Who should we raid, chat? Yeah, who should we raid? I'm gonna let you guys give me your suggestions, and we'll catch up on wheel spins tomorrow. I owe you 103, which is gonna take a while. I think we'll start stream with that. Yeah, I feel like that would be really good. Yeah, I think we'll start stream with that. Yeah, I can just feel the pressure on my voice, so I'm like, I don't want to kill myself, especially when we're going every single day. So let me write this down so I don't forget. No, I don't want to read I don't want to read Zin after like discussing drama stuff, you know. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to bring those vibes to her stream, you know. You know what I mean? Let's see. Yeah, you know what I mean, chat? Is Deli live? I don't see Deli. Yeah, I don't see her on my screen. Yeah, don't forget they better say my name or else I'm gonna lose it. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't see Deli. Yeah, I don't see Deli. Oh wait, no, I do see Deli. Okay, JK. Okay, we're gonna raid Deli. That's a good suggestion. We haven't raided Deli in a while. So, guys, thank you so much for an amazing stream. I appreciate you guys. As always, thank you for coming for the conversation and discussing everything. Tomorrow we are gonna be doing memes. And then on Tuesday, we're going to dive back into the document. Hopefully finish it that day. That's my goal. So thank you guys so much. Please have fun with Deli. Looks like she's playing Blue Protocol, which I've heard good things about. So thank you all so much. Thank you, YouTube, for tuning in. Have a good rest of your day. I will see you Tuesday. Yeah, I'm going to rest my voice. Thank you, too.